You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Hi, I'm Timmy.
And I'm Mary Jane. He's the newbie.
She's the doobie, and this is the show
where we
toke
cannabis.
Talk.
From both sides.
Is that even possible?
It was a thing because I didn't want to be without the pot coming home for 4.5 hours because
these
exactly. Were debilitating. They were crippling. They weren't like just, oh, I got a little pain in my temple. No. These were like full on next level migraines that never went away. And, you know, I can honestly say Canadian cannabis is what ultimately saved my life and my friends in Canada that like supported me.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net.
You're watching the Three High Guys with Al, MJ, and the other Al on the 420 Pace.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh, I don't like that.
How's that?
No, well, hold on. It's too small.
It is.
That's what she said.
No, that's what you said.
No, that's not what I said. Put words in my mouth. What? Typical man trying to shove something in my face. No, that's a woman. Men shove things in your mouth. Women shove things in your face. Anyways, hi guys.
Hi guys, how you doing?
We're still learning the new StreamYard setup, I guess.
Correct.
No, I did you see you can change it to black? The background. I have mine black. You got light and dark.
I didn't notice.
Can you hear me okay? I adjusted my microphone.
No,
can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you from sitting back there. You don't have to...
I'm trying to understand.
When you bump into your microphone, this is what you hear. Did you hear that?
Yeah. I haven't bumped into my microphone.
These microphones, Mary Jane, is what I'm saying.
I know. I hear you. You're on me already. I got it. Jump up the mic. Got it.
Jump up the mic. Yeah. So how was everybody's weekend?
Long and boring.
Was it?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Mine was busy.
Oh, I would just want to say I was saying fantastic to my weekend, not to Al's long and boring weekend. Mine was fantastic.
That's what I took it as.
Okay. I was like, I wasn't saying his weekend was fantastic because it was long and boring.
Oh.
Yeah.
Trying to get into a box. So I know that our town beside us, Norwood, they had their annual fair. And we didn't have super warm temperatures. Still busy.
That's good.
Yeah.
It was -1 this morning when I woke up.
Was it?
Yep. I still got one plant in the greenhouse.
Oh, You can keep the -1. We're getting close though.
Do you still have plants out?
Yeah. All of them.
I have a CBD one out with colas this fucking big.
Oh yeah.
And I'm gonna see how long it'll go. They're all sitting there. The hairs are all happy and singing and green.
Correct. Nice.
So as soon as they start curling, I'll go out there with the hatchet saw and cut it down.
Start cutting them down.
Well, no, they're all done. I even took Dean's down on the weekend.
Oh.
It's been really cold at night here. The Pineapple Express and the Northern Lights. Yeah, I saw that. They're not meant for this climate. So evidently, though, the hemp is. So I don't know.
It is. Well, I'm doing my preliminary trimming, Mary Jane. I haven't started my trimming yet, but just doing my preliminary trimming.
On the plant trimming?
Look at my scissors.
They're gooey.
Yeah, exactly, Al. On my plant trimming.
Well, the weather is calling for snow last night in certain parts of
Within a couple of weeks.
Ontario. No, like last night they were calling for snow in certain places. That's why I'm like, don't be surprised. Pull them in as soon as if your plants are done, don't leave them. Pull them in. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to other people.
Yeah, mine quickly changed colors really quick. Yeah. Here's another one. Mine really changed colors quick. So I just started trimming away.
Yep.
And knowing I couldn't keep up. So, but yeah, you have to make a trip up here, MJ.
Yeah. I have a friend who brought hers inside, actually.
Inside?
She was growing in one of those buckets.
Oh, yeah.
So she brought it in. She has like a front porch, like a kind of like a green room area, but she brought it in just to finish it off last couple of days.
I have my two little experiments sitting in the window, and they're in dirt, but I don't think I'm going to keep them there much longer because they're starting to wilt and
well, as the cold
tops.
comes,
they're just tops, right? So they're just sitting in the window. But when the cold comes, you can see it's doing the same thing in the greenhouse as it is doing to the trees outside. It's dropping the leaves on their own. There are absolutely no
and changing the colors
on my plants at all. Changing colors,
and
dropping the leaves.
Yeah.
I just want to say, when I first started growing and I was growing indoors, I had no idea what was happening with my plants towards the end because the leaves were changing colors and falling off. And normally that's a sign of like something wrong with your plant. And then I asked a bunch of growers and they're like, what happens in the fall to the trees? I was like, the leaves change colors, they fall. He's like, I'm like,
and
okay,
this is why I kept saying my grow sucks, because there was nothing down below.
Okay.
It's all up top.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I eliminated everything down below. But
I was doing that too, Al, to promote new growth, but there was no new growth at all. It just kept going taller. It was, if I had not taken the tops off when I did, the thing be 7 feet tall now. It was hitting the ceiling in the greenhouse, which I've lost 3 panels of, by the way.
Now, as the guy who taught me how to grow living organics, he said to me, he says, don't let your temperature drop below 60. And I said, why? And he says, microlife is no different than you or me. Neither one of us likes working in the cold. So when you're not working in the cold, there's no nutrients going through the plants, so on and so forth. So,
well, you know what? I have to say I am actually surprised at the water intake over the last 3 weeks. They're going through a full 15-gallon tub every 2 days. Not so much now, there's only one out there, but they were just sucking it up.
Well, usually that's a sign of your buds are sucking it up or using it or intaking, and it can, they're growing bigger.
That's what I was just, I didn't think that the input into the plant or the water input would be that high when it's only bud, but they just seem to love it and suck it up.
I find that's strain dependent too, right? Because I've had different strains.
Dependent on a lot of things.
I've had different strains in the same tent and could never figure out why the Kush ones, the Violator Kush, were always more thirsty than the other ones. They just dried up faster, or sucked up the water faster. I don't know.
Yeah, we have bigger buds on those ones.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it, yeah, it was the bigger.
But it's growing. It's all growing. Whether you're growing, it's all growing bigger bud. It's all part of growing, right? So
I like when the leaves change colors, when it gets a little cool at night and it brings out the colors of the purples and the blues.
They're already down here. There's nothing.
Oh, I mean the cannabis.
Everything's on the ground. Everything is on the ground now. And we, I give it another couple of weeks before there's snow. We've already had one snow alert, but we didn't have snow. We've had several frosts.
No. Yeah, no frost yet. No frost.
And bears. Although that's going to stop soon.
Yeah, because they're going to sleep.
They are out there in droves. I mean, every 20 minutes or so, I see alerts on the bear page. We have a town bear watch page, and so you see the alerts, and it's funny. People pick at people. People should really learn how to secure their garbage. Like they go into the fucking garage. They have ripped open the door several times on Dean's garage to get at the garbage.
Wow.
They've started ripping my deck apart to get rid of the garbage. So I got an alarm. I have not had any bears at the garbage bins since, because when they walk up to it, they hear, wow. And they're so quick.
The alarm.
They're so quick. Well, it's James Brown, and my neighbors must hate me, but they're so quick leaving. I'm not even getting them on video.
Oh,
yeah. So I mean, that's a good thing.
So are your neighbors hating you because of the sound, or because now the bears are going through their backyard?
I talked to one neighbor on one side of me, and he wouldn't say a thing because he's older and he probably can't hear anything in the house. But it startled me. I went out to the car and I forgot it was there, and it startled me. It's fucking loud.
Get some gone.
Well, no, I mean, I don't care if they walk through the yard. I really don't. It's just stay away from the fucking garbage. Now that everything's dying in the back in the little foresty area, I'm finding bags. Right, I'm finding garbage bags, ripped open garbage bags that they've been stashing back there.
For next time.
For a snacky poo, I guess,
Yeah. So we got our regular stuff on the show today, right? We got a motivational moment. We got our high five list, right? We got some recipes. We got some events.
We got some news.
Yep. I'm not sure which one of those stories we're covering, but there was lots that came.
Well, no, there's just general conversation stuff there. The one that I found interesting at the last there that we'll talk about later is the OCS is making some changes.
Oh, okay. I think I know which story you're referring to.
Yeah. I'm always interested when the OCS pipes up and say we're making changes, because every time they make changes, the changes don't really ever come.
All righty. Well, shall we take a quick break and then come back with the motivational moment?
No, I don't want
warnings.
Clicky, clicky.
Oh, clicky, clicky. All right. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning. There we go.
All right. Okay. So our motivational moment for today is about perseverance. Perseverance is something that I had to pull this weekend because I did an extremely difficult challenge where Timmy and I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with Niagara Falls and like all of the areas, but we were on Clifton Hill and we wanted to go to the Whirlpool area, which is about 15-minute drive, hour-long walk. We decided we were going to walk it. Knowing full well that once we got to the Whirlpool, we'd have to go down a flight of stairs, go for another like hour-long hike, and then walk all the way back. So needless to say, perseverance was something that I had to pull in to my own life. And as I always say, I always bring a little bit of me to you guys. So I want to talk today about perseverance and the fact that it is the key to overcoming most of life's challenges that might seem insurmountable. There are times when the weight of difficult situations are going to feel like it's pulling you down, tempting you to take an easier path or just give up altogether. Okay. I just want to say I couldn't have done that on this trip because if I did that, I would have had to call for somebody to helicopter in to come and get me because I was literally trapped at the bottom of the Niagara Gorge if I didn't go up these stairs. And pulling a little bit of perseverance allowed me to actually accomplish something that I was like, oh my God, I can't do this. It took 2.5 minutes to get down that flight of stairs. It took 14 minutes and 14 seconds to get up the stairs. And I will say that I feel more accomplished. And that's exactly what I wrote here. True growth actually happens when we're pushing ourselves through the moment. Like when my heart was pounding and feeling like it was beating deep down in my uterus, which I didn't even know was possible. I just kept going. Especially when I just watched an old man run up the stairs beside me. I'm like, if you can do this, I can do this.
Was it the number of stairs or was it the height that you had to climb?
Both. There was a lot of different factors. It wasn't just regular stairs. It was like built stairs where it's like ground and then there's like wood around the edge and you're walking from rocks, so it's not level. Then the steps you walk on here, they're all standard. They're all the same distance apart. This one was not. When we were going down the stairs, I actually had to turn sideways on some of them because I have short legs. And the drop was almost like the size of a small child. So it was difficult. But if you just keep... I actually had to lay down when I got to the top of the hill. I laid on the ground and was like trying to catch my breath. But what an accomplishment. I can say that I spent my day, I took like 30,000 steps that day. I got some amazing photos. I feel really thankful too, because if it didn't have this able body, I wouldn't have been able to go down those stairs. I never would have seen that. That's something in my life that I would have missed. So
what was the determining thing that made you go down, that wanted you to go down those stairs?
That made me want to go down there? Just adventure. I like to go on adventures and see new things. And I just really like spending time with Timmy. So that's what we did. And somebody very smart once said, it always seems impossible until it's done. Yeah. And I don't care if it's a recipe or, an art project. You look at it and you're like, nah, I can't make that. That cake's too pretty. And then all of a sudden you try it and you're like, well, holy shit, I made a pretty cake.
I got some recipes later on that you might like want to try.
I love it. I love it. I love it. But that's my motivational moment for the day is just hoping to get you to be a little bit more, perseverance. I don't know. Just have a little bit more perseverance.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. For when challenges look tough, like climbing that set of stairs.
Well, what are you gonna do? Lay down and die? No,
you got to get up, climb that hill. So, yeah,
it was even harder or funnier because I had the Timmy says I can shirt on. I was like, I can't do it.
Timmy says you can.
That's exactly what he said to me, and I was like, oh, okay, fine, let's go.
Let's go.
And I had to take a break about halfway up. I wasn't the only one.
Oh, probably not. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they had little spots, like little landings and like stumps and stools you could like sit on for that reason.
Take a break. Yeah. Good. Yeah. All right. Al, you ready, buddy?
Whatever works, bud.
Clickety click.
It's certainly high on the list.
All right. Today, my list, seeing as Halloween is coming, I have the upcoming horror movies to watch this fall.
Ooh.
So if you're a fan of horror movies, I'm trying to figure out how to load the darn thing.
Scary, right? Oh,
what?
Yeah, scary movies.
Horror movies. Not horror movies, not porn. Horror movies.
I should say it, sure.
All right, so we'll watch this. If you've seen them, we'll come back and talk about them. And if not, well, then we'll go on to the next segment.
All right.
Get ready, Fresh Fam. It's time for the What to Watch Fall Horror Preview. Like we discussed last week, already in theaters is the long-awaited sequel, Beetlejuice, which is certified fresh on the tomato meter and soon to be verified hot from audiences, along with the psychological horror flick The Front Room starring Brandy Norwood. Check out that episode if you haven't already.
Just to remind you, I'm a vegetarian.
Our gift to you.
That is so...
Louise, doctor's orders.
As for looking ahead, in theaters this Friday the 13th, love that coincidence by the way, is the mystery thriller Speak No Evil. It stars James McAvoy and Mackenzie Davis and follows a family whose dream vacation turns into an absolute nightmare instead. It's actually a remake of the 2022 Danish film of the same name, which is certified fresh and was produced by horror aficionado Jason Blum via his Blumhouse Productions, both great signs.
Pretty girls should always smile.
In theaters Friday, September 20th is The Substance, which is considered a body horror film. It stars Demi Moore as an aging celebrity who takes a mysterious drug that creates a younger, better version of herself with more horrifying side effects. It also stars Margaret Qualley and Dennis Quaid. The Substance is already certified fresh after premiering at Cannes earlier this year, where it won Best Screenplay and got one of those famous 10-minute standing ovations. Can you imagine standing and clapping for that long?
Life's been hard on you boys since the world ended. But remember, one touch without a robot is all it takes.
Another one in theaters on September 20th is the survival horror film Never Let Go. It stars Halle Berry as the matriarch of a family that has been haunted by an evil spirit for years, only for things to get even worse when one of her kids starts to question if the evil is real or not. It was directed by Alexander Aja, who's a stud in the horror genre with movies like The Hills Have Eyes, Piranha 3D, and Crawl.
Oh, hey, neighbor.
People can be cruel, I imagine.
All unhappiness in life comes from not accepting what is.
Big day on September 20th for horror because also opening in theaters is a black comedy and psychological thriller called A Different Man. It stars Sebastian Stan as a guy named Edward who, after having surgery to fix a genetic condition and start a new life, becomes obsessed with the actor who's playing Edward in a play about his life. The movie premiered at Sundance back in January and is fresh on the tomato meter, with critics praising its bold and provocative approach to serious themes.
Batman?
It's an old spooky story Dad used to tell me and Liam to keep us in line.
Also in theaters on September 27th is the dark horror film Bagman. This one centers around a father who barely escaped a creepy mythical creature known as the Bagman during his childhood. only for it to return years later to go after his family. Legend has it that Bagman takes kids and stuffs them into his gross, rotting bag forever. The movie stars Sam Claflin, who we loved on that show, Daisy Jones and the Six, and also includes some familiar faces like Antonia Thomas and Stephen Cree. Hitting Netflix on Friday, October 4th, is the satirical dystopian thriller, The Platform 2. This Spanish film is the follow-up to, you guessed it, 2020's The Platform. You're so smart. Which is certified fresh and strong on the popcorn meter, too. Number 2 returns to the same futuristic world where prisoners are housed in tower-style vertical cells, while a free-floating platform delivers food from top to bottom, leading to crummy leftovers and plenty of conflict. What a dope premise. Premiering on Shudder on Friday, October 4th is VHS Beyond, the 7th installment in the VHS franchise. Like those before it, this is a found footage horror anthology movie with segments focusing this time on sci-fi to poke fun at the many classic horror franchises that inevitably take a sequel to space. Gotta love it. Among the directors for this one are actor Justin Long and longtime Scream queen Katie Siegel.
Who is this Santa? He's scaring my kid.
Yeah. He's scaring me too.
Opening in theaters on Friday, October 11th is the slasher film Terrifier 3. It was written and directed by Damien Leone and once again centered around his character, Art the Clown, only this time with a Christmas Eve setting. The movie follows Terrifier 2 from a couple years ago and will reintroduce the possessed survivor Victoria for the first 2 movies, but now in a bigger role. Gross. I mean, yes.
Pull it together and get back out there. No, I will not let this thing use me.
And finally, in theaters on Friday, October 18th, is yet another sequel in the form of Smile 2. This horror thriller is the follow-up to Parker Finn's 2022 hit Smile, this time starring Naomi Scott as a pop star who experiences some terrifying events right before she's about to go on tour. It also has some other recognizable talents like Rosemary DeWitt, Raul Castillo, and Kyle Gallner, the latter of which is reprising his role from the first movie. Holy horror, folks. It's going to be a fun fall. For the full list of our 2024 fall horror preview, go to RottenTomatoes.com, where you'll also get the latest updates on scores and reviews for everything we mentioned. Until next week, stay fresh.
Wow. That was a lot of movies.
That is a lot of movies.
It is a lot of movies. I've never seen any of the originals or anything. Because there was a couple
there's some remakes there and there's some originals. Yeah.
I mean, like part 2, part 3.
I'm not into the creepy movie genre, really. Like, and when I mean the creepy movie genre, I mean like It and things like that. They just creep me out now. I used to enjoy the slasher movies like everybody else, Freddy Krueger, Jason Voorhees, still watch them, Michael Myers. I love the Merkins. Do you know what I'm talking about? Merkins? No. It's a group of people that dress up as the big icon slasher guys, and they do music videos and sing and funny little setups and things like that. But it's quite funny. Yeah. But anyways, that's my movie list. I'm a big movie buff, and
I was surprised to see The Substance on there because I would consider that more a thriller than a scary movie.
I don't know how this guy ranks. It was the best. It was the best of the list that I found.
Yeah. I get. Well, it would still be creepy. It's just interesting to me because, like, I don't like scary movies, but I guess what people find scary is different depending on each person.
I like a thriller.
There's
like
scary, and then there's gross.
Yep. I like the gross.
Well, that's how you separate it. Scary.
Yeah, because I look at
gross.
thrillers and horrors.
Yeah,
scary movies all being the same. It's whether they're gross or not. Is what.
But I like the old Vincent Price movies. House on Haunted Hill. things like that. And then I like to watch the remakes to see what they've done. I recently watched the new Alien movie, Romulus, which was very, very well done. No, Ripley, but very well done. And
So
kind
is
of
that gross or scary?
The original Alien movie was very scary to a lot of people. Right?
Okay. Because
So
like I don't separate them.
What I'm getting at is I'm not trying to separate it. What I'm trying to say is it was done in the original manner of the alien coming back and them dealing with it. It was done like the original was. They even had some of the original characters brought back into it.
That's nice when they do that.
I like that too. Yeah.
I don't like scary movies, and when you got that, the reason why I was asking about the differentiation between how you separate them is because I separate them into the level of fear is, or not the level, but where is the fear coming from? Is the threat from humans, like in a movie like Saw, or is the threat from aliens or ghosts, like in Aliens or 13 Ghosts or anything like that? Because if it's a movie that has to do with ghosts or aliens or anything non-human, I can't watch it.
Can you watch like The Shining?
Maybe I don't think I've seen it, but
could you watch the Norman movies, the Bates Motel movies?
Yeah, I've seen those.
Okay. How movies that get me are movies like The Shining, pretty much anything Alfred Hitchcock, because it's gripping. You don't know what's
Hitchcock was classic.
It's Boo.
Same like Vincent Price.
Yeah. My ultimate favorite movie is the first Psycho movie, and runner-up is The Shining. 1 second, Rosalie, lay down, please, and thank you.
Yeah,
she's going after kitty snacks again.
My dad made me watch The Blob and The Birds, and I watched them when I was like 3 and 4. So I don't like scary non-human. You know what I mean? Like I could take a psychotic killer movie over a movie about the fly. You know, the fly on the thing.
The fly.
Like, yeah, like how am I afraid of that?
Used to sneak us into the movies when we were kids, under the blanket kind of thing. I'm sure your parents did it too, Al. And
Frankenstein
to the drive-in. You know what it was for us? The Exorcist.
Yeah, my sisters went to that.
Saw The Exorcist when it first came out at a drive-in theater that my mom and her boyfriend snuck us into. Also, Apocalypse Now, they did the same. I remember those two movies. But that, a 40-foot Linda Blair throwing up was at a very young age. I don't like gross. I don't mind slasher movies. A good thriller. Cape Fear. You ever seen Cape Fear?
No.
The original Cape Fear was Robert. I can't remember his last name. Lancaster, maybe. And then the remake was the other Robert De Niro, who was really, really fucking creepy in that movie. He plays a good creepy guy. Jim Carrey plays a really good creepy guy, as did Robin Williams. That movie that he did was Al's Photo.
Al's Photo.
Yeah, he worked at a photo place.
Oh, okay.
Developing pictures, and he was really creepy about things. Yeah. Anyways, yeah.
All right.
I like thrillers, but not scary.
But you see, a thriller could be a drama as well, right?
Like this.
Yes, that's an awesome movie. I saw that. Michael Douglas. And I believe Sharon Stone.
Maybe. I'm not. I can't remember. I'll have to watch it.
I may be wrong
Such
who
a good
that is,
movie.
but it's a good one. Devil's Advocate's a good thriller.
Yeah, that one.
Well. That's
Keanu
Brad
Reeves.
Pitt and
Brad
Al
Pitt.
Pacino. Anyways, Al, you look like you're ready to say something.
Yeah, I watched the movie over the weekend, and the next
Oh
thing
my
I
God,
heard,
really?
Next thing I heard was the intro's not even over yet. And you're already sleeping.
Oh, you fell asleep.
Oh yeah, I always
Must
do.
have been a good movie. Hope you didn't pay to go see it in a theater.
No, didn't pay. No.
I fell asleep in a movie. In the first time I fell asleep in a movie theater, I know exactly what movie it was and where I saw it. It was at the old Cornet Theater, which is now a thrift store or whatever, on Yonge Street. And you're gonna have to excuse me. I've got activity outside. I have to go make sure they're not in the garbage. Just give me one. I don't even remember what I was saying.
Right.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
I'll remember. I'll remember.
You think he's out? You think he's got bears?
Maybe just.
He said outside.
Yeah,
he must not be near the alarm.
Oh, maybe that's the alarm went off. That's why.
Maybe the alarm went off.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever fallen asleep in a movie theater. I've left a movie theater out of anger during a movie, but like Al, like I could tell you what movie it was.
Yeah, I know. I've fallen asleep in a movie theater.
Must have been a chipmunk.
No, never. What movie did you fall asleep with, Al?
It was at the Cornet Theater, and it was Delta Force 2.
Okay.
Hector says hi, everybody.
Hi, Hector.
Morning.
Hector
Delta Force 2 was Chuck Norris way back when, and he's still acting. He's in a new movie coming out soon. At 80 fucking years old, he plays a DEA agent or something like that, or he's like 83 or something like that now, and he's still doing workout videos. He still does karate. He works out every day, and I mean he's looks fit, but he looks like a wrinkled Chuck Norris.
Well, he's getting to that age, right?
Yeah, I mean the 80 seems to be the new 60.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, well, at times I feel like 80 when I'm in my 60s.
Oh, dude, that's how I've been feeling with this. Weather changes get me bad.
Yeah. All righty. Are we done the list?
Oh, yeah. Long time ago.
Okay. All right. All right. Let's get into some munchies. And I got to hit the right button.
You got to put the cha. You got to put a cha at the end, bud.
At the end. Okay, if I remember. Here we go. 11 easy cannabis recipes that people can try at home.
And I bet you 4 of them have peanut butter.
Let's find out. We'll close that off. Herbal tea. Oh, just so you know, it does call for cannabis butter and oils. And when I get down to the bottom, there is the recipe in order to create those. So anybody asks. Herbal tea. Right there you can make. Got some honey, milk, tincture, cannabis tincture that you use. All the instructions are there. I'm not going to read through all the instructions of everything.
Ooh, a cannabis French toast with
cinnamon. Yeah. I haven't had that one yet. Something to try. 2 tablespoons of can butter, they say. And they say right there, see directions below the recipe.
2 teaspoons.
2 tablespoons, which doesn't seem like a lot.
Can of butter. That's not a lot.
Can of butter. Yeah. All right. Cooking. Can of butter popcorn.
I've had that before.
Yeah.
I used to take medicated butter and put it in the drip thing on my air popper, and it just makes it all on its own.
Canna bread. Canana bread.
Canana bread.
Canana. Must be bananas in that recipe. I'm looking for them. Yep, 3 of them. Mash them. Grandma's Christmas fudge. Cannabis Christmas fudge.
Fudge is always yummy.
Fudge is always yummy. Okay. Grasshopper ice cream. European style cannabis infused hot cocoa. And I'm going to put this list, just so everybody knows, I'm going to put this list in our chat.
Hopefully it's a short one.
No, it looks
pretty long. A short URL.
Yeah, it looks long. Cannabis coffee creamer.
That'd be an easy one to make.
Yeah. Oh, and look at this one. Steak with canna butter.
I've had that.
Have you?
Yes. I've also done mushrooms in canna butter. And I've also done craft dinner because I had no margarine. All I had was canna butter, and I felt like having a box. So
inch and a half steak.
Yep.
Mary Jane's
mug cakes.
Spelled differently than MJ. Crispy cannabis treats. Sounds like Rice Krispie squares. There we go, right there. 8.5 cups of Rice Krispies.
Apparently, and look at that. No peanut butter.
No peanut butter.
Apparently, Rice Krispie squares are really easy to medicate and hold the medication well.
Remember, it's because of the
butter and the marshmallow. Yeah.
I just want to say, substitute the can of butter with can of coconut oil in your Rice Krispie squares and add a little bit of coconut flavoring to them.
A lot of people do that.
Oh, so good.
Well, there's a recipe right here. How to make can of butter ingredients, and there's the recipe for those who don't know how to make it, as well as how to make cannabis oil with the oil that your choice, whether it's coconut oil or olive oil. The recipe is here. Tells you how to make it. And then they got a bunch of questions.
Frequently asked questions.
Yeah. What is
and there are lots of books out there on specifically on cooking with cannabis as well. So.
Yes, yeah, there is.
Oh my God, something keeps setting off the alarm.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, but every time I look at the camera, there's nothing there. It's probably the chipmunks.
Oh yeah, it could be very well.
They set it off all the time. Or leaves.
Okay, 11 easy.
That was a good list, Al. That one.
Yes.
You gonna post that in our chat?
Yeah. I'm just typing it out now in the chat.
I feel like that list just solidifies what we've been talking about all the time when it comes to edibles. If you have cannabis oil or cannabis butter and you have a recipe, you literally can make whatever you want.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You know what? And even if you make the oil, it goes beyond what you can consume, because at that point you can start making salves and lotions with it as well.
Mm-hmm. I love infusing grapeseed oil.
I'm looking forward to when I have enough trim in that to making a good batch of oil and seeing how I've never actually made it. I've seen it being made, but I've never done it myself.
Now you're talking about the green oil.
I'm talking about the oil everybody loves, the RSO or the FICO, as they call it. Motion detected at the backyard.
Full extract cannabis oil.
Yeah.
Yes.
For those that don't know FICO.
That's FICO stands for.
I'm surprised nobody's come out with a song called FICO. FICO.
like free cola.
Yeah, wouldn't that be Ficola?
You could change the Peter Gabriel lyrics of Pico. Anyways.
No.
Alrighty. Healthy habits. We got any healthy habits today, MJ?
Oh, I've got something about gratitude.
What's that?
I do have something. I wrote something on gratitude.
Oh, okay. Well, here we go.
All right. So I figured I would pick something fitting for Thanksgiving since we just celebrated Thanksgiving. At least here in Canada, we did. So I wanted to talk a little bit about gratitude journaling. It's something that you can do. It's a simple yet powerful practice that involves taking just a few moments every day to reflect on and write down things that you're grateful for. This habit can help shift your focus from stress or negativity to positive aspects of your life and can help foster a more optimistic and resilient mindset. It's very simple if you want to start it. A couple things you can do is choose a time of day. Sit 5 to 10 minutes. A lot of people like to do this in the morning to set a positive tone for the day, or at nighttime to reflect on the day's events before they actually close down their mind for the day. Keep it simple. Doesn't have to be a fancy journal. Literally can just be a scrap piece of paper or an app on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
The important thing is consistency. What you're going to do is you're going to write 3 things down. Every day, just write 3 things that you're grateful for. Could be anything. I'm grateful for the support I received from my family, or I'm grateful for the cup of coffee that I had this morning. Just something very simple. But be specific. The more specific you are, the more you'll feel that you're connecting with the feeling of gratitude. Rather than saying, I'm thankful for my job, you can write down, I'm thankful for the support that my colleague gave me on a challenging project today. That's the specificness, okay?
Right.
And then reflect on your progress. Go back occasionally and look at your past entries and see where you were and where you are. It also helps by reminding you the positive moments and where you were and the progress you've made. There are benefits such as increased positivity, reduced stress, enhanced resilience. Once you shift your focus and start working looking at the things that you appreciate, you reduce all the negatives. Focusing on gratitude has been shown to lower stress levels because you're only looking at the positive.
Correct.
Here's a pro tip for anybody who's like, yeah, I'm already thankful. I'm already writing these journals. I don't need this. Maybe to deepen the practice, you can also incorporate moments of mindfulness by taking a few deep breaths as you're writing these things. Don't just write these things. Try and fully immerse yourself in the moment, and maybe do it in hand with some meditation. But it's a very, very simple habit that is used, can also transform your way to cultivate a positive mindset. I know I've mentioned that a couple weeks ago. And just appreciate the good things in life, no matter how small it is. Like, I am extremely thankful, like I said, that I have my health, I have my legs. I was able to go down those stairs, or else I would miss out on certain things in my life. So wherever you are in your life, I hope that you can take a moment and just be thankful.
All right. You want to know what I'm thankful for?
Yes.
I don't have to listen to people being thankful on Facebook.
I know which people you're talking about.
Anyways.
All right.
I also am thankful. I share that with you.
All righty. On to a quick little promo and then into the news. Unless you got more healthy habits.
No, that's it for this week.
All right. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
That's a little early.
You were saying?
I said that's a little early for me.
You're still in bed at 8 a.m.
Not necessarily. It's just still a little early.
Yeah, 8 a.m. in the morning it starts, and it can run right through to midnight. The only time it stops for sometimes about a minute, maybe, and that's just while we change the.
It went to about 10:30 last week.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a little shorter now because we don't have the Green Crush running anymore. But there are
and this week, actually last 2 weeks there hasn't been a VAC video, and that's because I caught up to what they had in their system.
You need new ones.
So they've loaded a couple new ones, but I'm allowing them to get some time on their system, and then I'll put it onto ours.
Nice.
And,
so stay tuned for all that.
Oh yeah, that's coming. Yeah,
people who don't know what VAC is, it's the Veterans Action.
It's VAC,
Council.
Veterans Action Council.
Yeah.
Veterans Action Council.com.
It's a tongue twister, apparently.
It's in the U.S. and they go around not only across the U.S. but other places around the world. They speak at the UN and they represent people in government and go at them. And
Brian has been around a long time doing stuff on his own. How is it, Brian? Yeah, Brian.
There's a lot of them there that have been doing. Michael Kratchwitz, he's been there for a long time.
I've known Al for a while. He's been on and off the show many years ago.
Al Byrne.
Byrne. That's it. Not Brian.
And that's funny. You had all the right letters.
I don't know. I don't know the others though. But I mean, we've all met them, but I don't know the others offhand, other than Al, and of course Casper.
Yeah, and they have some great guests, doctors and advocates,
lawyers, and
yeah.
It's basically what it is it's a group of veterans who get together and have people come in and talk to them, and they record it so that we can learn from what they're doing.
Correct.
Yeah. And they're all veterans there.
All right, let's move on to the news. What do we got for news, Al?
Oh, more news.
We got lots for news, didn't we?
Well, I saw Al pop up with like 6 stories there, and I was going, "Holy smokes! Which one of these are you going to cover?"
Yeah, I seen a political one, and I was like, "Ooh,
that's the one."
You already run the thing.
What's that?
You already ran the thing. I'm really not into politics, but it seems to me that Kamala Harris is doing the pertinent thing. Hey, look at that! Al just happened to have that.
Right there, the headline.
Let me just say she's doing what is expected she would do, just like Mr. Trudeau did to suck us into his reform.
Yeah,
all I gotta say on the matter.
Would you prefer cannabis the way it was when it was illegal?
You know what, Al?
Under the Harper government?
I was having a conversation with somebody about that at Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
There was 4 rules in the regulations before we went legal.
Yeah.
Something like that. 4, 7, something like that.
Right.
Now there's 40 some.
Yeah, sure. There's laws that
So
they put into place that weren't into place because cannabis wasn't legal, and they had
do
to.
I do I
They didn't have
would I
any. They
rather
didn't have any driving laws against
exactly
cannabis,
no.
and so all those are added in for sure.
So
Yeah.
there's a lot of hassle that has come out of legalization.
Mhm.
You know, I like the fact that I can walk into a store like a liquor store and buy
Yeah.
whatever I want. Yes.
Yeah.
The prices are coming down. You know, it, I don't know. Would I? It does. Nothing's changed for me.
Yeah, and that's right. And there's things that, for example, that we lost with legalization,
But that's what I mean.
access to vapor lounges. But then there's things that we gained as patients
Home
from
grow.
legalization. For example, our storage limits all
Yeah,
went to
and you don't have to be licensed to grow in your home.
correct. Yeah,
Right. Well,
yeah.
for plants anyway.
I completely agree. Pros and cons on both ends of things. MJ.
I don't know. It's to me, it's in typical what's it called? Government political fashion for them to say
Erratic.
one thing and do another, or like I don't know. I immediately, as soon as I seen this, I was like, okay, so what is the opponent's stance on cannabis? And I check, and it's literally, for some reason, the other candidate, for like the candidate for the other party, believes that it should be up to every state.
Correct.
So like
Well, that's the way it is
behind
now.
Florida. Like
No,
he's
go ahead.
sorry,
Go
I
ahead,
was just
Megan.
gonna say, like Trump said that he supports states like Florida who are trying to get it
Correct.
legalized, but Kamala is going to the point where it's federally
Correct.
legalizing.
She wants
cannabis.
to do what Canada has done, and he wants to do.
No, he doesn't. He only, like MJ says, state rights.
That's what
Canada-
and that's what I was going to say, and he wants to keep it state by state.
Correct.
Right?
So
once you go federal, countrywide, it creates a whole other kit and caboodle of stuff that they have to deal with, as we've found in Canada, right?
And we also found in Canada that the laws of cannabis were unevenly done across the country.
Unjust.
Yeah, even though they made it legal across all of Canada, all the rules are different in each province.
They're governed, governed
because
by each province. Yeah.
Correct. So that would be a combination of federal with with states, adding stuff in there, whereas ours is federal with the provincial end of things, adding things in, and the municipal adds more. I can see the same thing happening in the U.S. The problem I see with states deciding is, let's say you have a state that is severely against cannabis. Should that state be allowed to have the death penalty for cannabis?
No.
Are there any states that still have death penalty?
Huh?
Are there any states that still have the death penalty?
If you get caught with 60,000 plants, you could be put to death in the U.S. right now.
For plants.
Correct.
There are still some in jail for plants as well.
Oh, yeah, there is. Yeah. So I look at it as, if it's federal, you got interstate commerce, you've got protection to prevent states from enacting laws that are unjust, such as severe jail time for cannabis, whereas other states, a state would be free to sell or possess cannabis.
Sorry, I just want to fact check here, because I fact checked the death penalty in the United States. It is reserved in 2024. It is now reserved for the most serious crimes. Death penalty can only be imposed for capital offenses, including murder, treason, genocide, or kidnapping of the president, a member of Congress, or a Supreme Court justice.
They say is the only time a death penalty is used?
Yeah.
Well, the guy that they've just arrested for the now third attempt on Mr. Trump, is probably going to go
What,
that way.
The guy that they grabbed on the way. How do
Yeah.
you know that he was taking the gun to was going to shoot him? Well, here you go.
Well, how many?
He had a rifle and a handgun, I believe.
How many states are there? Because there's 15.
52.
There's 1-5. Wait.
Capital punishment for cannabis.
Welcome to Canadians learning about the U.S.
21 states have the death penalty. Currently, still.
It says here, U.S.
We
federal
do not.
law allows for the death penalty for those who have extraordinary amounts of drug, 60,000 kilograms or 60,000 plants, or are part of a continuing criminal enterprises.
We don't have a death penalty here in Canada.
No,
we do not do that here. We ship them off to the U.S. to do that.
Yeah. Now, you said that yours was in 2021? Yeah, this is from 2018.
Oh, no, mine was 2024. Yeah, okay. Wikipedia says that U.S. federal law allows for death penalty for those who have extraordinary amounts of the drug of weed. 60,000 plants.
Yeah.
Who in their right mind? Humboldt. Like, who in their right mind is going to illegally grow 60,000 plants?
What do you think they
or
do
have
in
60,000
Humboldt, Mary Jane? What do you think they do in Humboldt,
Not
California?
in one area. They split that shit up.
They spread it out, yes.
Yeah,
but they do
you're never going to get
numbers
caught.
Right there.
But not in one area. Come on now.
That's a lot of plants.
Yeah. It's kind of like when you're carrying a bunch of shit in your car you shouldn't be carrying. Don't go speeding down the highway. You're an idiot. Like,
I know a few people who've done that.
I'm referring to those people. We all know those people. Because it all hits Facebook like however many years ago. And then again and again.
Unfortunately, they are no longer alive, though. So we will not.
Not that person, no. But yeah. Facebook's just a cesspool of dumping ground of drama.
Yep.
That's still the same.
It certainly is not the same as it was. Anyways, next news, Al.
Next news. All right. Did you have another story you wanted to add?
You know what?
Had a bunch there. I don't have them up in front of me.
I saw you had something loaded.
Yeah, I had that loaded.
I already. Oh well, Cheech.
There was one you said at the beginning of the show you wanted to talk about.
Cheech and Chong. I don't remember. Cheech and Chong has a new store opening, a new cannabis store opening in Portland.
Yeah.
So that's good for people in Portland. I wonder when they're going to open one in Canada.
I think we should talk about this one.
Oh, sorry, MJ. I just brought up the headline there for Al's story.
Bring that one up. But we should talk about the OCS and the new rules.
And I also want to talk about the wastewater in Halifax.
Right. Okay. So there's Cheech and Chong has opened the new store, and I can imagine that there will be more of them.
Oh yes, yes.
Yeah. There you go. It's just a short story. It's a video,
and it is a short story, but as well as on the Cheech and Chong thing, the Cheech and Chong's next movie is going to be coming out soon, and I don't know where or what network or anything, but they're doing their last movie, and it's Up in Smoke 2, I believe, or something like that. So it'd be interesting to see if their acting has gotten any better.
I thought that was like the shtick. Like
of course, yeah. But it'll be interesting to see those characters old.
Well, speaking of store openings, I think we should talk about the OCS store opening, the 4-day pop-up that's happening in Toronto. It's a good segue.
They're allowed to do it, not us.
Just so you know, I'm in the process of bringing that up.
I do. The headline is funny. It says OCS to open illegal pop-up cannabis shop in Toronto, but it's not actually going to be a cannabis shop. It's going
Correct,
to look
it's
like
not.
a cannabis store on the outside in hopes to bring people in thinking it's a real cannabis store. And they're going to use this to educate people.
Yeah, you know, they tried
Yes.
to do that. They opened up, Canopy opened up several stores around Toronto, Hamilton, and other cities in hopes to do something like that, and then open lounges. But it didn't work because of the Smoking Act here in Ontario, and they've closed them all. So it's the same kind of thing.
What this shop is doing is having people come in, and it's going to educate them. Their end goal is to educate them between a legal store and a illegal store.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the idea behind.
Yeah, but it's, you know, it's just a waste of fucking time. I was in our store here in town, and the amount of literature that they have to put out and make available to their customers is ridiculous. They got flyers on impotence and cannabis and how to use it properly and what happens if you over medicate. It's just producing shit to give somebody a job. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, they say here with this campaign, the intention is to reach adult consumers who may not realize they shop at illegal dispensaries, or who may believe that all cannabis is created equal, in a way that captures their interest and creates conversation. Yeah.
Yep. Their main concern is untested product coming into the consumer market. It says 86% of all illegal cannabis edibles that were tested back in 2022 contain multiple pesticides, high levels of these things and toxins that they're trying to do it for our safety.
Yes. Or
They have a drink there called Pesty Cider.
I've seen that.
And it reads, what gives this cannabis infused cider its signature oomph? We'd like to think it's love, but realistically, it's probably our unregulated use of toxic pesticides.
You know, I just want to remind everybody that up until the late 90s, nothing was tested. Okay.
I'd like to remind people that when legalization first happened, the OCS left it up to the licensed producers to do their own testing.
That's one thing they did change.
Yes.
They test.
That's how it was.
They test products for THC and CBD content because of the fact that labs seem to be a little bit stretched in spots, and it's misleading to the consumers. So the OCS started doing their own testing that way.
Now, but can you send product to them?
No.
The question.
No, you send them to legacy420.com.
Or you can send them to Dana Larson in Vancouver.
Yeah, Dana Larson will test
anything.
Drugs, yeah.
Anything,
and he's done a lot of them over the years. Last I spoke to him, he was at over 60,000 samples that he had tested.
Personally?
The company that he's
I'm just kidding.
Oh no, not
he didn't
personally.
take
No,
it all
himself.
himself.
The machine did, but the machine tested them. So yeah. Now, what else does this story say on the OCS? It's the Buzzkill campaign.
I will say, if I'm in Toronto over those 4 days, actually, I think I'm going to be there. I'm going to go check it out.
I'm going to send Sherry Ann down to check it out.
Yeah,
for sure.
we definitely, somebody needs to get there. I'm always interested in the information that the OCS provides to retail stores, because most of those retail stores have a section when you go in with a bunch of pamphlets on the table.
Well, that's what I just said. Yeah, like you walk in the front door of the place here in town, and he's got pamphlets that he has to have there.
Yeah, the
all
OCS
spread out on top of all the cabinets.
Yeah,
but does anybody actually take them? I mean, every now and then we get flyers in the mail every now and then. Still here.
I actually just picked up one about how to know the signs of cannabis poisoning in your children with edibles.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How to
That's an
tell it
interesting
looks
one.
stoned.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it was like signs of like vomiting and things like
Right.
that. Lethargy.
You know, don't forget there's, you and I and others have been doing this for years. And there's a lot of people who are new to it.
Well,
and they green out.
it
You know
also,
what?
I just want to say the main point it talks about is the difference between legal and illegal legacy, because legacy is not regulated to 10 milligrams.
No.
You know what I mean?
No,
If a
it's
kid
not,
gets into one legal package, it's only 10 milligrams.
You know what?
Yeah, but it might 10 milligrams.
I
I know an adult said that 10 milligrams is too much.
Yeah, but you're not going to get overdose and like end up in the hospital.
I still green out. We call it green out, not overdosing, because there's no real overdose. But I green out. I green myself out probably once or twice a day, and that's out of necessity to get enough in me so that I can fall asleep and wake up with less pain.
Yeah.
Right. Because of the whole that whole entourage effect thing. It actually keeps going even though your buzz is gone, right?
Yeah. And I completely agree. Government messaging can be way out of whack, as we saw in the latest
calling it marijuana.
It's the bottom end of places to get the education from.
They're still calling it marijuana on the Canadian government website.
With the H.
With the H. And also they still the Canadian government still does not recognize cannabis as a medical use. The only reason that we have a medical program is because they were forced to by the courts.
What's in the picture there, MJ?
So there's a photo of a child trying to help another child into the cupboard.
That's a parent. That's a parent. Something that if you're going to use cannabis and you have kids in the house, you need to keep them out of their reach, and you need to have a lockbox. A lot of parents have locked cabinets with the snacks in, so that their fucking kids don't overdo it. Right? You need to do that with your cannabis. If I had kids running around here, I certainly wouldn't have pot laying all over the place.
So I made my own edibles even when my kids were young. Because they're like that I couldn't get edibles. I made my own.
That's right.
And I took it upon myself to dye all my food. I've said this for a long time. Dye all of it green. Everything that has cannabis in it. I just took the green food coloring and I made green Rice Krispie squares. I made blondies. I made blondies instead of brownies, so that way I could dye them green. They still taste good. You put chocolate in it, whatever. But the kids knew. I taught them, don't eat anything that's baked green.
Yeah.
Now they know. They just ask.
Well, our kids they grew up around, not being in the room with us, but they grew up around it. They know what it is. We always called it our medicine.
They're not going to come in and just eat your cookie because they know it could have something in it.
I wouldn't say they're not, because you know what? It does happen. Hey, Mom, I'm going to have one of these cookies, and Mom doesn't hear them. I think every parent that is a cannabis user, especially edibles, has had an experience where the kid got into an edible. You're going to have that experience when you're growing up. When I got grown up, I learned how to drink in the fucking park with Bruno Gerussi. Okay.
Well, the part that concerns me is this information here. It says, and this is the Canada website. This is from the pamphlet that I have upstairs.
The official Canadian government website.
Yeah, it says, know the signs and what to do. Accidental poisoning in children from edible cannabis products are a serious risk. Hospitals have seen an increase in visits to the emergency room, and poison centers have seen an increase in calls. Poisonings can be life-threatening, sometimes resulting in coma, being put on a ventilator, or in rare cases, even death. So if you read all of this, it sounds really scary, right? But first they say accidental poisonings in children from edible cannabis products are a serious risk. That I'm like, is that true? Okay. But it's the poisonings. The word poisoning
Poison.
is throwing me off, okay?
It's
because
a
I don't
tactic choice of words.
Well, okay, hospitals have an increase in visits to the emergency room. Maybe because I could see if, like you're saying, parents are buying it and not keeping it.
It's more readily available.
Safe, and the kids are getting into it. I could see parents panicking and taking their kid to the hospital because they're worried.
Mm-hmm.
Have poison centers seen an increase in calls? Probably as well. But have these children actually been poisoned? Are they in danger other than, okay, so here's the signs: vomiting, confusion. Yeah, you would be confused. Kid wouldn't know what the fuck is going on.
Oh yeah, same as a dog wouldn't know either.
What?
Unresponsiveness. Well, you'd be tired and sleepy, probably.
Lethargic, as they call it. Yeah.
Slurred speech.
What?
Unsteady on your feet.
I'm always unsteady on my feet.
Drowsy.
I'm always a little drowsy.
Right? It said slow breathing, and then it says seizures, and then in brackets it says rare.
I have a deviated septum, so my breathing is off. Yes.
All I can say is I hope that no children are going through the seizures. I hope that they're not going through even just the fear that a child would feel when dealing with this and not knowing, and having a parent that was not smart enough to, like, you know what I mean? I can't even say smart enough because accidents happen, but
probably the same way I was with my buddies the first time we've got smashed on a bottle of wine. I mean, that feeling of total overwhelming inconsistency and not being able to judge anything, and just it's why I don't like alcohol. Weed doesn't do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've never felt gross off weed or sick.
Like I said earlier, I green myself out every now and then, and I know that feeling. But it's like eat something, or go and pour some pepper in your hand and have a sniff, and it'll stop. I promise.
I just tell myself I'm high, I'm okay, it'll pass.
Look, I came home one night after eating half a dozen 650 plus milligram cookies at the lounge.
Too much.
You think? I didn't know this until halfway through the day when Paula said, "Hey, Al, those cookies are really strong. Careful with those." I'd already had several.
Yeah.
So I got home in the middle of the night, and I crawled into bed and just held on. I mean, everything was moving. I was, and I've had the heart palpitations and all that, having too much oil. I think everybody has done something like that at some point in their career.
Oh yeah. Here's this was some stuff that was put out, and it says it's not worth the risk. And then and you see the ears on the people. Look at the
Don't start now.
Look at their eyes.
What's wrong with her eyes?
You know, it's like using that "Go for a Soda" song that Kim Mitchell did.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
it's like taking a song that was, yes, don't go drinking, have a soda instead, and turning that into a full out parents against, well, it was like parents, it was MAD, right?
Mad.
Yeah.
Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
Thank you. Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
I'll be right back. Keep
mad.
They're no longer pushing to go against cannabis, but they don't condone it either.
Well, there's an event happening in Toronto.
Okay, there we go.
At a library that talks about what's more dangerous, the differences between drinking and cannabis and driving.
Yeah. We already know that.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Shall we go on to sports?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right, I got a story here that talks about how retired sports people are entering the cannabis industry.
Woo-woo.
Yes, a lot of and we had Boo Williams on the show a long time ago on the 420 show, as well as Sasha Lakovic, who both have the concussion thing, and they're both now totally immersed in the cannabis industry.
Yeah, oh yeah.
There's lots of them. Mike Tyson.
Yeah, there's lots of them now. As it mentions, why are athletes turning to cannabis? To say that the athletes are turning to cannabis to deal with pain management, recovery, and mental wellness. They've been doing. I wouldn't doubt they've been doing this behind the scenes, right? And then they say that several high-profile athletes become cannabis advocates, such as Ricky Williams. He was busted in Toronto back when he played there with the Argos. Rob I can't pronounce that last name. Gronkowski.
I can't even see it.
NBA players such as Al Harrington, UFC fighters, Nate Diaz, yeah. They say that they're advocating for change.
Yeah.
In order to make changes in the league policies surrounding cannabis. They argue that cannabis offers a safer alternative to opioids and other prescription medications, and they're completely true, right there.
And they're also allowing it now, I believe, in the UFC, and Joe Rogan is a big part of pushing that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There has been some updates on them. Let's see here. They say growing cultivation. Now, the future of cannabis in sports, they say, as more retired athletes enter the cannabis industry, their influence is helping to reshape the narrative around cannabis in sports, because, as we know, it's always been taboo, right? They say with more athletes speaking out, they may see professional leagues adapt more progressive cannabis policies, allowing players to use cannabis without fear of punishment, which is good. And they say in the conclusion that it offers retired athletes a unique opportunity to combine their personal experience with business background. But it gets them involved in doing things and helping people, because if you just quit doing everything and doing nothing, that's never good. It's busy day at the door. Now I got a cat that wants in.
I know, eh?
And it's too cold to leave the door open, right? And
they're walking back and forth. It's lunchtime at 11, so they're pacing, and she wants to go out, and I could hear him in the kitchen.
It's I leave them outside, but it's the knowing that their claws are getting into the seal of the door and ripping it. So, all right, we'll go down to the next segment. Here we go.
You know why those segment things are so long? Just so that way I can try and find the thing on the computer and be ready. But this time I got a doobie in my hand, so I'm excited.
So while you're doing that, I just want to mention that I forgot now. Fuck's sakes.
That's all right. We do.
Was it entertainment related?
I forgot. It was empty. Yes, it was empty. Of course, it was entertainment related.
A movie?
No.
Which
It'll come to you. I went to go see that movie Saturday night.
I've seen so many good movies that lately that I wasn't expecting to be good. But I don't remember the names, which is great, because 6 months from now I can watch them over again.
Well, we went to the movie theater on Saturday night to go see Saturday Night.
I wanted to see it. I tried to watch it, couldn't find a good copy. Anyways, go on. How was it?
It was amazing. I
Good.
will be going back to the theater to watch it again, and I will most likely buy the movie when it comes out. It was so good. If you are a fan of the show Saturday Night Live, it's literally on its 50th year this last Saturday. It celebrated its 50th anniversary. To see the inception, it's crazy. It's crazy. I don't want to give anything away. It was so good.
There's also a documentary that was done recently where they take you in a full day production on the day of a show, and you watch exactly how the show's put together and stuff like that. I found that while I was looking for SNL the movie.
Well, I want to know more about Lorne Michaels. He just seemed so.
So go to the old network Bravo. They have what was that show where they feature, and there's one really good one in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go check it out.
What's it? Biography.
Okay.
Yeah.
On Bravo.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's on Bravo now. It's A&E.
Okay. I'm just gonna Google it.
Google it.
Just like I did with all these events. And I will tell you, it was really, really difficult. A lot of them were hard to find information and where to so hopefully I've been able to gather enough events so that you guys will find something to do, especially this week. There's a lot of cannabis events. So we're going to start there.
Which page am I bringing up here, MJ?
The one with all the cannabis in the background.
The one with all the cannabis in the background?
This one, that one, or the other one?
Well, yeah, there's three of them, right? So there you go.
What's funny is it's literally, they're all cannabis events, okay? This week is full. And I'm sure you guys know why this week is full of cannabis events.
Correct.
Okay, so
remind us.
More days.
Remind us, yeah. This Thursday we're celebrating 6 years of legalization here in Canada. So
You figured it is 6 years, yes?
What threw me off was that news article or that news thing that I seen.
Said 7.
It said 7, and I'm like, no. Yeah, so for October cannabis events, we're going to start Tuesday to Thursday this week, the 15th to the 17th in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. The Champs Trade Show is continuing. They've decided with everything that's gone on in Florida, it is more important now than ever for businesses to pull together, to support one another, to try and make it their business better. So good for them. I hope it's a success. If you're in the Florida area and you're able to go down, check it out.
We've been to a Champs. They had a Champs Expo in Toronto. Only one year.
They had a few of them. Yeah.
They only had the one. Yeah. That was what, 2014, 15.
I mean, they have them scattered all over the place. Yes,
correct. Yeah, big show in the United States. Big show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it didn't do so well here.
No, it didn't. Yeah,
do so well here. I think probably because of the American the American influence there, right?
Could be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Mary Jane, keep going.
Okay, so Thursday, the 17th, of course, I'll be celebrating St. Fatty's Day. Hopefully, we'll all be celebrating 6 years since Canadian legalization. Thursday, also the 17th, the Cannabis Comedy Festival is presenting Legalized in Toronto, Ontario. You can get your tickets on Eventbrite. Also, I believe on Eventbrite, you can get your Canna Crawl tickets for Saturday the 19th. They're having their Fall Fest. However, don't expect to know the location until the day of
the night before. Yeah.
At noon. They said they're going to send out.
Okay.
Day of now, eh?
It's day of at noon, which I will say I understand. I've been in the industry long enough. Sure. I know why they do it. The only thing I wish they did. So Karma Cup did this. Karma Cup would tell you the area.
They tell you Toronto. You knew it was going to happen in Toronto. This just says Ontario. Like we're
it literally, literally it just said location TBA.
Yeah, but
at
the
noon,
crawl,
and I'm
the
guessing
crawl
it's
has,
probably Hamilton area.
Yeah,
yep.
That's
At
what I was gonna
at
say.
the same place that they've been doing it for a while.
I and see, as somebody who's been once, I'm like, just a little bit more clarity. Give me a city.
I have
Because
been.
I live not in where most
Yes,
people live.
exactly.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
We don't have
I've
a
been
candy
to
crawl
several of the
in
canna
Montreal.
crawls over the years. I used to go with Ira, and we used to sit on the stage and blab all day.
Yeah.
And they're usually at the same location. But who knows? I have not been in many years.
You could be right. The building that you're describing sounds like the building I went to. So
You a few years ago?
it was like last year.
Last year you would have gone to the community center, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So most likely it's in the same spot. If you've
Or in
been
the same
to a
area.
bunch of canna crawls, you're in the know, but that is happening this Saturday.
And also, before you go on to the,
yes.
to the next one, I want to make sure that we mention that on the 24th is the Karma Cup thing, party, whatever.
The awards party.
Yeah. And that is and one of the nights this week is the hemp no, what is it? What is the one? Is it on Friday, Mary Jane?
What's that?
There's an event on Friday. Anyway, Sherry Ann will be on our show, on the 420 show, live from there, whenever that is. I think it's next weekend, next Friday.
I think you said it was like a boo bash or something.
I can't even remember the name of the darn thing. Well, keep going with what you're saying.
If it was on, if
here's
knew, it would be on the list.
So here's the thing, guys. We do events every week. So when I do the events, I really try and just stick it to like this upcoming week. So anything that's like the 24th or like,
okay,
for
so
example,
we'll include
like
it again. I'll make sure we get all that information.
Please, yes, yeah. And that thing that Sherry Ann's going to, because
Sherry Ann is going to both the one on the Friday as well as to the Karma Cup thing.
Yes. Yeah. Sherry Ann's been I send her messages every now and then. I'm like, hey, any new events? Because she's got her finger on the pulse when it comes to events. So
in Toronto, yes.
Yeah.
Well, Ontario.
Yeah.
Okay, next one.
But I just want to say before we move on to the next page, also happening this Saturday, which I'm personally excited about because I have tickets for this, is the Paradox Autumn Soiree at the Actors Audition Club in Toronto, held by the Discipline Stoners, 11 and Winnie. There's going to be some comedy, some freestyle rapping, some music. It's going to be good. I'm excited.
Cool.
Good.
Yeah. And then if you wanted to go to the October is for Fun, the burgundy looking is the burgundy looking one.
The burgundy looking one.
Yep.
Okay, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, there it is.
Again with that.
No, first I said that's what she said. Now that's what he said. Okay. So this is a specific event I'm going to talk to you about. It's called it's part of the Bud Tender Surprise and Delight series. They're now in season 3. They have Puff and Putt. There is, what's the other one? A Bong and Pong. This is their roll and bowl. I will tell you out of experience and a little bit of disappointment. I know you see bowling pins and a bowling ball. However, do not expect real bowling. I went to the Toronto location. As you can see, it says Toronto Beach Club. There is no bowling alley at the beach club, but what they did have was Wii bowling. So
I love Wii bowling.
So they do provide you an experience to bowl. But cool. Happening this Wednesday in Ottawa, Ontario at the Preston Event Center. They're having the event there. In Toronto. That will be Thursday the 17th at the Toronto Beach Club. The 21st, next week, Monday, Manitoba, you've got yours. And then next Tuesday, Saskatchewan. Help me out here.
Saskatoon, Saskatchewan.
Thank you. At the Capital Music Club, as well as in Calgary, Alberta, the Commonwealth Bar. You guys both have your day on the 22nd. They did have their info on Eventbrite, but Eventbrite just took down their. I fucking hate Eventbrite for this. It's a legal cannabis event. Stop doing that. So if you want tickets to that, I ended up going to their Instagram page and then was able to link through that way. So you can get that information.
There was an OCS.
Is it only open to bud tenders?
I would think.
I believe so. Yes, you have to have your. You have that is a. You have to have your cancel.
Yeah, that sucks.
Although I wonder if you can go to that event and not have your cancel, but not get samples, because a lot of events are like
only
that.
Because they have sampling, so that's probably why they have bud tenders only.
But most of those you have to show a thing to get a sample, anyways. So maybe you could bring a friend, and they're really trying to incorporate a bring a friend type thing.
They need to start incorporating fucking patrons, not just bud tenders.
Public.
Yeah. Oh, trust me, they want to be able to sell at those locations.
Oh,
too.
I'm sure they do. It's fucking frustrating. You should be able to, just like we say this all the time, when you go to the supermarket or you go down to St. Lawrence Market in Toronto. Excuse me, would you like to try some of our wine? Would you like a shot of vodka? Would you like to try this weed that we have? Sure. I don't drink. Thank you. I'd love to.
All right.
Yeah. Well, I know that, I've been to the National Women's Show, and 1 aisle over from the TY booth, they were giving out samples of alcohol, like wine and stuff, 25 cents, 50 cents, whatever it was for a sample. And that money went towards a charity of some sort.
There was an argument going on Reddit, about cannabis events in the States having liquor license for liquor, and having a lounge area that you could consume liquor and no consumption lounge area. And I was like, they've been doing that pretty much the whole time they've been doing cannabis events up here for the legal market. They've always got alcohol available on the floor somewhere.
And you couldn't consume cannabis.
Like you can't consume cannabis.
At a cannabis event at that.
And in Canada, the same entity that controls alcohol controls cannabis and gambling, I believe.
Well, I found that a lot of cannabis events, even though more recently, more cannabis events, although selling alcohol, are still providing a space for cannabis consumption.
In the last
it's still
year.
not out. It's still outside.
In the last year.
Correct. And there are some that are better than others. One event, it was the Kind Winter Fair. I felt very outcasted as a cannabis consumer last year. You had to smoke in this long alley, and there was a couple heaters, but it was like bent. It was just, it didn't feel comfortable. Whereas when we went to Elevate, they had a whole area where it was a tent and nice comfortable seating and fake plants and fake grass, and it was a whole vibe. It's just ridiculous. I feel like it's different. Just give me a little bit more, which is why I'm super excited. Can we go to the last one, the last event page, which is the last event page?
Yeah, here we go. There he is.
All right, so this one here is specifically put on by Euphoria Extractions. You guys know the Shatter Bar?
Yeah.
Okay. So they're presenting Euphoria Emporium at the Boardroom Toronto. It's happening from the 18th to the 31st. They've got a whole slew of activities planned. So Friday and Saturday, the 18th and 19th, they got to make your own Shatter Bar workshop. I think it's 3 bars for $60. On the 19th, they're going to have a paint party with neon paints. I think that one was $40. I'm not sure. You'll have to double check all the prices on the Boardroom Cafe event after, or website after. On the 25th, Chef Pat Newton is going to be doing some cake decorating tips. You'll be able to get your own cake, decorate, celebrate Euphoria's 8th birthday. On the 26th, they're doing a Wicked Beats and costume party with pumpkin carving and music. And from the 18th to the 31st, pretty much all those other dates I didn't mention, they're having movie screenings like almost daily. So
for
definitely
different movies. Okay.
For different movies. Some of them like back to back, like 2 movies. And Psycho was one of the movies that I seen. I know we were talking about that one earlier. But definitely if you're in the Toronto area, check out the Boardroom Cafe website, check out their events. It's going to be a lot of fun. I might end up at that cake decorating thing.
We used to have a movie night at the lounge, and just whoever was there, we'd put a movie on Netflix or whatever, and you know, and I love that. I mean, you usually don't, in those situations, you don't usually end up watching the movie, but it creates an atmosphere for chilling with your friends and meeting new people, and I really miss that atmosphere. That lounge atmosphere. You've been there. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Did you ever come to Gunjanistas, Al? I know Mary Jane did.
No, I don't think so. No.
I missed that place. Even though a lot of the afternoons were just me sitting with my dog, not doing much of anything but smoking pot. But I do that at home anyways. So
yeah. All righty. Anything else on the events and entertainment end of things?
No.
I'll find out that information about Karma
when
Company.
that event is. Yeah.
Okay.
The other event.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got a review, but I don't have a video yet because I've been too busy trimming.
Pruning
and other things. But yeah. I was driving through town there on Friday and thought, okay, well, my vape pen's almost empty. I better go grab another one. So I grabbed this one, highly Dutch organic.
Okay.
It says
what's the strain?
I wanted live rosin.
Mm-hmm.
So I got this one that they had, Amsterdam rosin. And yeah, it's a 79% on the THN scale. Now, as
What's
far
that
as
word?
taste, which is a big thing for me when it comes to taste,
Yeah.
I enjoy taste, but I don't know. I think the city of Amsterdam
removed it.
It
doesn't taste very good.
Well, I like something that's flavorful,
fruity. I like fruity
flavor,
Yeah.
citrusy.
Yeah.
This tastes to me like a small degree of the city's on fire. There's a bit
Well,
of
that's unfortunately one of the reasons I don't use those pens, Al, is unfortunately they usually taste burnt to me.
What type of battery are you using, Al?
Oh, this one, it's non-adjustable.
Okay, so
Is it just an all-in-one throwaway?
No, I can charge it. No,
So-
the battery itself. No, this is a cartridge. This is a cartridge itself, right?
can I see the battery though?
Yeah. It's,
So a lot of times, you have the bot hawks, okay. So, or the box hot, bot hawks. A lot of the times, the batteries, I don't even have a tin. So depending on the terpenes in the concentrate that you're taking, you might need to adjust the battery level. Your battery could be too high, and that's why it tastes like it's burnt.
Like the Shatterizer does that as well. Sometimes if you have it on too high, it can burn it. Like,
do you have a Shatterizer battery?
Yeah, you know what? I wouldn't suggest that, Mary Jane. The one that you sent me, I used my Shatterizer battery on it, and it melted it.
It made it. Well, you have to put on the low setting.
It was on the low setting. It started oozing, and
So tribal Tribal sells, and you can get this at the Campbellford Spirit Leaf. They sell a battery. It's about, I think it's, is it $20? I think it's only like $20 for this battery.
Right.
But it's adjustable by 0.1 volt.
What are those cartridges worth, Al?
I'd say
The
about
cartridge
45,
itself,
50.
yeah. This one with tax was like $30. It was half a gram.
I've been buying
half gram.
I've been buying Vortex hash. I get 2 grams for $38, or I get Shatter, which is 35 or so. And I last week I got some TWD, which is tweed. Their indica. It's only 18%, and it's got a little bit of CBD, so I'm not getting that panicky. If I've got too much THC, makes me kind of anything over 22, 23, I'm like but different strains, right?
Yeah.
And I've got some slurricane. I got some slurricane.
I had an adjustable battery, but it died.
That's usually the case. Yeah.
So I was SOL, right? So I just said, "Hey, I need a battery," and they threw that.
I
at me.
recently found my first herb vaporizer.
Oh,
my
Is that
first
one with a
pen.
little electric coil inside it.
Yeah, that's
But the G pen, I
The
think
G-
everybody
that's the
had
one.
that.
That's the one. Yep.
I know, I sold a bunch of those.
All right, so as far as to finish up on this review thing, you guys are saying it's not the product, it's the battery.
I would say
you're-
try a different battery.
You're burning it. That's what it sounds like to me, Al. You're burning
Yeah.
it.
All right. I'll have
Yeah.
to do that. Look into a different battery. Oh no, that's not a different battery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would
All right.
suggest one of those tribal little box ones. They come in different colors, and I know you can get them at
yeah.
Campbellford. So
Yeah, I just, hey, give me a battery. I need a battery. I didn't ask for anything specific, right? So,
yeah.
but it makes sense. Burn it if it's too hot.
Wait, your battery. Push the button 3 times.
That's you. Yeah, I was gonna say that. Like with the Shatterizer.
Yeah.
Change the setting.
Wait a minute.
Oh,
Put it
look
on
at that,
Flash
it
a
went
different
red.
color.
There you go. You've got
Now
different
try
heat
that.
centers. Yep.
Try that. That's a different setting.
It went white.
He's happy because he's allowed to vape in the house.
So try each
Yeah.
setting with
I'm not-
that.
I can vape in the house. That's why you see me with the vape in the house.
Al, try each different color, and
Okay.
you'll see one of them will taste less like.
Okay, hang on.
I don't know which one is the lowest on yours, like which color.
I've asked Matt.
I have it. I kept the instructions on this one.
Oh, so
it
you'll
does tell me
know.
that.
I've asked Matt many times if he knows the actual temperature of each setting on the Shatterizer pen. And
No,
he
they
won't
know
tell
the
me.
they know
He
the
won't
volt.
tell me.
I think they
Yeah,
know the voltage.
I was just going to say, yeah, they know the voltage. They say, well, it's this much voltage, this much voltage. And I said, but you don't know the temperature. I give him a hard time about that.
I guess if you really wanted to know, buy a temperature gun.
Well,
Yeah.
I've said that. Yeah, he said, I'll just use a temperature gun. I was like, fuck you. I'll just use a temperature gun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Matt and I are like little boys when we're together, as Mary Jane knows.
That's funny. Different.
Yeah.
Is it different, Al? Yeah, you can taste the difference. Look, he's gonna be happy.
He's gonna be fried. It's not even Friday.
Well, the green is green color is the I'm gonna say the lower temperature because I'm noticing there's less vapor.
Yeah, Can you get more flavor though?
Not yet. I'll have to let you know.
I buy all the fruity ones, the ones that are probably bad for me because it's got a bunch of that botanical terps in it.
Yeah, you know what? I don't like the flavored stuff. I
don't use it that often.
If I want flavor, I'm gonna smoke a joint that's got some flavor.
Yeah, when I grabbed this one, I flipped it over and started reading the information on it, and she sort of looked at me and I said, "I'm looking for the words added flavor agents."
A lot of the I don't have a bag here, but a lot of the sellers or growers, legal growers, they're now putting the terpenes on, as well as the THC and CBD. They're listing terpenes as well on some packages, not this one though.
So I'm wondering if Al's package for his vape pen on the back has a label that tells you optimal voltage
what he's got in his
meters.
hand.
It just says adjustable temperature preheat function, 650 milliamps.
Oh, that's the battery.
What does it say? Now, as far as each one, it just says green is low, blue is medium, and red is high.
Okay, but on your vape cartridge package, on the tin, on the back, no.
Oh, this thing.
Yeah.
Vape cartridge. Yeah, okay.
Does it say anything about optimal vape battery temperature or voltage?
No.
See, and this is why I'm sorry. I'll just shout out to Tribal, shout out to Nugs, shout out to Orchid CBD, because I bought an Orchid CBD vape and I bought a Tribal vape, and on the back of them it actually tells you on the back of the tin the optimal vape cartridge, or like the battery temperature.
Really?
And then on the battery, like I'm saying, on the battery you can adjust it to like 2.4 volts.
Yeah, I had a battery that on the bottom.
There's one.
It told you the megahertz that it was putting out, the voltage.
So like, I just want to, and I'm like, look at this little tin. I use it for my doobies. My vape cartridge came in a little foam thing inside here. And on the back, it actually says 2.0 to 2.5 volts is what I should use. And that was the, what was that?
Yeah.
I don't even remember.
My last pen had that on the bottom. It had the dial and it told you. That's the one that died. Now, I just noticed something about the package. It does give me terpenes.
Nice.
Farnesene.
I think they have to now. So anything new coming out, and you're going to see the terpenes.
Limonene. Now, what probably limonene. The one thing that I did not check on this label was package date.
Did you get an old one?
January 2023.
Wow.
It's almost 2 years old.
But I
wonder if you could call and say, like, it has no flavor.
I don't think that hasn't those. I don't think that the liquid has an expiry date. I don't think it degrades like
they don't know
raw cannabis.
I don't
no
think
expiry
they even know
date has
yet.
been determined.
They don't know.
They don't know.
But if you called and complained
I don't know.
And said, like, it doesn't taste like anything. It tastes like
I don't know
dirt.
What's that? Well, what's Amsterdam taste like?
I don't know. I don't remember. It was a long time since I've been there.
So yeah, okay. So there we go.
Now you see. Now you learned something today, Al.
I feel like that was too.
Your pen.
Yeah, that was
I forgot. Well, I forgot about the pushing the button thing, the same as the Shatterizer. And just so you know, Matt does not recommend swapping batteries and things like that.
No, I knew as soon as I said it. Well, you know what the saddest part?
No, I posted a picture years ago.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah.
He gets quite annoyed he gets quite annoyed when you adapt things that he does not
which is funny
condone.
because shout out to Matt. How was the Shatterizer even first designed? By him putting a bunch of things, figuring out what works best.
Yeah,
like,
no, I know. Yeah,
but
yeah.
I just want to say the worst part about, like, I've done that in a pinch. I've used my Shatterizer thing, but the thing that's the biggest piss off is the fact that it goos up my Shatterizer battery, and then there goes I don't want to get rid of it.
Matt and Val in a pinch. Tell them that you just put a bud in one of the large 3-coil
the coil
cups, and it works. But
it's like a G pen.
No, don't tell people that.
Yeah, it's a Shatterizer. It's for like concentrates. What are you doing?
It does work. How do I know? Because I'm one of their chief testers. That's how I know.
That's funny. Yeah, don't do it.
I need a new battery, Matt. By the way.
Alrighty, guys. Anything else? I see it's almost 12 o'clock. We've been going for 2 hours.
No, I think I've said everything I needed to say.
And then some.
All right. I gotta go to the post office. So,
are you trying to get out of here, Al?
Yeah, it's almost the top of the hour. I'm looking at the 2 hour podcast here.
So I've learned that Al's life is not his own; it's his animals, and he lives for them. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Me or him?
Well, I guess
Al?
the both of you, because if we would have finished half an hour ago, I'm sure Rosa would have been like, "Oh, you're done. You're done. Let's go.
She's right
Let's
here
go."
beside me, laying on the floor, slowly creeping towards the kitty litter box for snacks because she hasn't had her lunch yet. Okay, say goodnight.
Yeah,
it's not nighttime.
Right.
Say good afternoon.
Say good afternoon.
We'll see you next
exactly.
week.
All right, we'll see you all next week. Same time, same place.
Same weed channel, same weed.
Bye, guys.
Bye,
guys. You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
This, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it, okay? Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles, okay? Soft drinks. And this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it, because we thought it was the best stuff, because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes.
This is
To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. Oh, now you're going to cut this out if it doesn't work, right?
Yeah.
You just cut it down now. These are the 3 tools I use to form and shape the happens. So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria which is the circular lump that acts as a stopper, right? Whereas I'm kind of like, I'm 49 years old, but I don't have time to be an artist.
You know, but each one is individual, though. There's only one of each. So it does make it art.
Oh, stop it.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need lounges. We need lounges where they can host events.
Yes, we do. We're missing so many of them now. It's really sad.
So why do you march, Ashley?
Oh, because this needs to be legal everywhere, and we need to change the face of legality too. We definitely need lounges.
Exactly.
We used to have a lot of them in Toronto. Not
Yeah.
Now there's
exactly.
like 4.
We'll get there. You know, as I said to people earlier, when cannabis was illegal, we were marching for cannabis law reform, and we're still doing that today.
To this day, 100%. We still need to up all of our legal limits to allow for medical patients to actually get some form of relief.
Why should someone get arrested with 32 grams or a ticket for 32 grams when you can go places and buy substances with greater quantity?
Right?
Yeah.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
All right. Thanks, Ashley.
No problem. Thank you.
Website.
SofaKingGoodBakery.com.
Okay. Thank you.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace Re-Rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern, Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, October 15th, 2024. You're stuck with me today. Cindy had some stuff come up. She couldn't make it in. So you got me. And I like darts and maybe three people. The three other people I play darts with. Just kidding. We're going to welcome you here today. And I'm going to kick in right to the podcast because I'm kind of boring without somebody out here to talk to. So I'm going to welcome to the stage Mark Caron from the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference, and we'll get discussing that exciting conference right away. Good day, sir. How are you?
Hey, Steve. How are you? I'm well. Oh, always a pleasure to be on your program.
Yeah. Normally, we've got Cindy out here who, keeps everything flowing really nicely. Because what happens is when you get talking, I'll be like this and I'll be listening and watching and forgetting that I'm the host.
I like to think of these things always as a, casual, conscious conversation. So let's just see where it goes.
I'm liking that.
Cindy's not here, but hey.
So we've both been getting ready for the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference coming up.
Yes, we have. It's we're 2.5 weeks away.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. I actually love it. This is the third one showing up as a vendor, and I gotta say, it's honestly a high point of my year. I really look forward to these. The people that are at them, the vendors, the knowledge you get, the speakers that you guys have, the presenters are just, there's so much to be gained by attending this. It's absolutely massive. And for me, it's literally a high point of my year.
Well, thanks for that, Steve. It's always a passion project for Steven and I as we pull it together every year. And, it's one of those things, what I take to heart, and, I'm not saying it to brag or to promote or sell or anything of that nature, but, when the Mark Haydens of the world, the Paul Stamets, the Dennis McKennas, the Jamie Wheels, when they, these are people who've been to conferences all over the world. Chris Beisch, we just had him on our show a couple of weeks ago, and he said the same thing where it's, one of, if not their favorite psychedelic conference that they attend. And coming from, these luminaries that travel the world and going to different conferences, it's really, some powerful words, and I'm always grateful for their experience. So we do like to do things a little bit differently for sure. And I think it's one of the things that make us unique.
I find that there's a lot of magic that happens there. There's, everybody seems to be grateful to be there and to be able to share and listen. Like everybody's there for the purpose of expanding the knowledge. And it's such a beautiful thing.
Yeah. And I think one of the things that makes it somewhat unique is just the community and the people that do attend the conference. It's not just, scientists and doctors and therapists. We bring indigenous voices, we bring shamanic voices, we bring many different people together, and not just as speakers, but as participants and as vendors. So it's for everybody. And community, as we know, is something that heals us. It's, you know, we see it in addiction studies. We see it in many different things where, you know, human beings are, you know, community beings, tribal, if you want to use that word, where, you know, we rely on each other, where teamwork makes the dream work, where, you know, it takes, it's like that saying, you know, it takes a village to raise a child. And in the world today, we've been so separated and so fragmented in so many different ways of values and beliefs and woke culture. And what's happening in the world today is really unfortunate, when everybody just wants to get along. Everybody wants to be part of something. Yet, you know, the separation of things, you know, lends to sometimes a little bit of our own identity or whatever that might be. Though, you know, at this event, it's everybody comes together, and it's really, we treat it as a ceremony, not just a conference. That's something that I think is important, because we do our best to practice what's been taught over the years. Or creating a sacred container, you know, set and setting, intention, mutual respect. And I think that's what the world is looking for. The biggest thing I think that comes up in so much of the work I've been doing is authenticity. And it's creating a space where people feel safe to literally be themselves, to pull all the masks off, not just the first couple, but all of them, so that we can be our true authentic self and know that, you know, we're not going to be judged, or we're not going to be, you know, ostracized or anything of that nature. So it's about creating that kind of safe, sacred space that I think is really important in everything that we do now, not just conference or events, but, you know, whether it be parties or gatherings or whatever that is to really have that, you know, radical acceptance of each other and ourselves, right?
Yes. Yeah. I like that you also said in there about ceremony, because that was something that I noticed about, you know, your guys' event, is when there's things happening, there is ceremony around it, and it brings the ceremony with each, you know, aspect of the different medicines, and it adds reverence to the medicines, which is something that has kind of gotten lost in society these days. It's more pop a pill and there's, you know, you've got to have gratitude that you have the ability to heal. You've got to have gratitude that this is here and available, and you know, we can find them. There's such a wide range of medicines, from the pharmaceuticals and synthetics right through to the natural plants. And you know, the one thing I found coming to your event was, if you want to find anything out about the natural plant aspect of healing, you can find it at this event. You know, one thing you didn't mention was you also have herbalists there. You've got mycological people there. You've got nutritional people there. You know, and it's great, because the synergy of you know, speaking with the various people in the different categories of their knowledges brings it all together, so that when people walk out of there, they've got the best of both worlds. They know what they need to do to medicate symptoms, and now they can start working on healing the issues. And you know, this conference, I find it's top shelf. It really is. You know, I go in there and I go, this is really well done. As an audio guy, I've worked a lot of shows, and even as production wise, you know, I watch the production of the event and I go, this is really, you know, I haven't bothered jumping in because I haven't seen anywhere you need help from me.
Well, it's good to know, because if we need help, I know where to go.
No, you guys run a really good show, and just an opportunity from our end, I John and I get a table there and work as vendors, and Cindy comes and helps us out and whatnot. And from our end, I want to say thank you to all the helpers you get, because you have so many volunteers there that are helping everything go. And they've all been more than gracious. Anytime I've had interactions with any of them, they've all been more than gracious. You have a great team, and I just want to give you a kudos and the team, because they really deserve it.
Well, yeah, and a big shout out to the volunteer team, and not just for this conference, though this is our big one every year, but for all volunteers who help in any which way. It's being in service, whether you're volunteering in an event, a soup kitchen, a church, whatever that is. It's one of those great quotes. I love, the secret to living is giving, to being of service. And you were talking about gratitude and being grateful just a couple of minutes back, which I think is great timing, because we just came through the Canadian Thanksgiving long weekend. And Thanksgiving isn't just about having a day off or a stat holiday. It's about giving thanks and being grateful. And, sometimes we think, we've got it so terrible in today's world, yet we've got it better than, man has in history in many, many different levels. Because I think some could argue, because of the busyness and the craziness of the world today, but, there's being in Canada for many of us Canadians. I'm super grateful for, the military folks, people who give service and things in those areas, because I've never seen that. I've never experienced that or grown up with it. I have many friends, and I know a lot of people, and heard many stories of people who have immigrated here from overseas, and the things that they've lived through and gone through. We may think we have it bad, but we don't. We may have some challenging situations in life, though I think it's important to take that step back and ask ourselves, what are we grateful for? How does that make me feel? What else can I be grateful for? And, which comes back to that whole spirit of giving and volunteerism, which I do a lot in the events world and have in the past in the Tony Robbins community. And I know what it's like, and I value and respect and appreciate volunteers on all levels in every aspect, because, when you're doing it for the right reasons, to help and to serve, to learn and to grow, life changes. And I'm always just grateful for the team that comes together every year.
Yes, every time I've been there, it's been a great team. I'm always impressed.
Awesome.
In fact, I've never left with a disappointment.
Yeah, well, that's a good thing to have on our side, right?
That is. It's like, ooh, because I'm there as a vendor, but I'm also awestruck with the speakers you get. Last year meeting Gabor Mate and meeting Paul Stamets. Those are check marks on my bucket list. So I'm also that starry-eyed kid that's in there, and from both levels, as a participant vendor and a participant starry-eyed kid. Levels, I find that it's really well organized.
Thanks, man. Stephen does a great job of procuring and bringing in unique guests, and the landscape of this, let's call it the psychedelic renaissance, because that's kind of what people are referring it to. There's a lot of the old school pioneers, such as Gabor Mate, Dennis McKenna, Paul Stamets, Wade Davis, who've been, known about and sharing this information for decades. And now there's so much more. There's so much research coming out. There's, I see the youth coming into this movement a lot and sharing their wisdom. The indigenous voices are being more and more vocal and sharing about their traditions and the histories and uses of these medicines. And I think it's important to acknowledge the ancient traditions, not just the science, because even before we came live, Steve, we were talking about, how, shamans and so many of these, call them medicine people, medicine men, medicine women throughout the ages, how they knew what they were doing without necessarily the science behind it. And that's always been profound to me when I look at things in that nature, because the plants are talking to them and they're listening, they're paying attention, they're going to nature as medicine versus the pill. And you're talking about that earlier, people just looking to take that pill and fix everything. Doesn't matter what medicine you're doing, you still got to do the work, and love is one of the most powerful medicines, as well as nature. Nature, in my opinion, is the best pharmacy. And one thing I thought was really interesting, we had an event years ago, and it was a Buddhist, I believe he might have been a monk, but he was certainly a Buddhist teacher. He'd done his work. And Stephen Gray had asked the question to him about psychedelics and healing and all of those things. And he said something that I never forgot. And he said, it's not, the person you're working with that's healing you. You always got to be careful of those people, because you end up doing your own healing. And it's not necessarily the plants or the medicine or the psychedelic. He says it's consciousness heals. It's when we expand our consciousness and we open up the different energy fields. He says that's where the healing really begins, and can be very profound and instantaneous. What he did say, though, was in regards to these plants as medicines, these are tools to help us expand our consciousness, to kind of get us past that monkey mind, that reptilian brain that's stuck in our dharmic ways or our conditioned thoughts. And it pushes our consciousness past that, so it can be open and connect to nature and come into a oneness consciousness, or what some people might call a Christ consciousness or Krishna consciousness, or whatever that may be. But it's when that starts happening and shifting where the ultimate healing begins. And that takes still talk about doing the work, because it doesn't matter what you do. You could have the most profound experience in a weekend retreat or ceremony. Yet if you just go back to your Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, and do the exact same thing you've always done, what did you learn?
Fall back to the same pattern, and
right. So I think it's always important when to have the intention. What is it you're looking to get, solve, cure, whatever that may be, whatever healing you're looking for, to know what that is, and to be prepared for something outside of that. Because so often people come here expecting and looking for one thing, and they get that, and they get even so much more that they didn't know they were coming for. And I think that that's the important part. And then we have to integrate those messages, those learnings into our lives. And that can take time. But it's the small shift that you make consistently over time that creates the biggest change, the biggest result, the biggest cure, whatever word you want to put into
which
that.
is interesting, because that's part of the frustration that most people that are walking the healing path, because it really is just small little steps, slow and steady. But everybody's looking for that big moment. But yet, in my pathway, I find that if I want to see the big moment, I have to turn around and look behind me. Because then I see, oh my God, I'm 3/4 of the way up the mountain. I'm not at the bottom looking up. I'm way up there looking down. But each step was just this tiny little step, looking just right for the next step, right for the next step. And the next thing you know, it's like, oh wow, this has been a massive change in where I am.
Yeah, beautifully said. It's one of my, I love little quotes and one-liners because I find them powerful and inspiring. Less words are always better, but it's that one: progress, not perfection. Always be making progress, because happiness comes when you're making progress. If you're not making any kind of progress, even how little it is, you'll tend to be a lot more dissatisfied. But if you're making a little bit of progress each and every day, is better than making no progress or tons one day and then nothing for the next month, or a year. And that's why it's consistency, and Jamie Wheel said it a number of years ago when he spoke, and he was talking about how often Should one work with psychedelic medicines? Who should be working with psychedelic medicines? And what psychedelic medicines should you be working with? And, part of that was, not every medicine's for everybody. So you got to find your medicine. Some people will do it once, change their lives, and never go back to it. Some people start doing it regularly, and some people might make it like a quarterly or, twice a year or every couple of years. So it's not something that is to be taken lightly, where the more you do, the more you'll heal. It doesn't work that way, because everybody's different. You have to listen to your body, and you have to listen to the plants and do the work. That's the bottom line. You got to do the work.
Yes, and it doesn't matter which of the plants it is. The plants, from my own personal experience, because I've done a few of the medicines, and in doing the medicines, I find they all speak a different language. They all speak a language of healing, but they have some subtle and some profound differences in the way they speak. Some are really loud and some are a little quieter. And if you're myself, because of my CPTSD, subtle wasn't something I heard. I heard it when it got loud. If it got loud enough, because my world was loud, and hearing down here, if you were hinting, I didn't hear it. So I apologize to everybody in my life for the last years for not hearing you when you were subtly trying to tell me something. But if you only hear from a certain level up, then you need a louder medicine, right? Something like the ayahuasca or the iboga or the DMT. I find that mushrooms, beautiful, because you can use them in the microdose and slowly build the relationship. There's a few different types. So you can start with something soft, build the relationship, learn the language, switch over. The language between the mushrooms isn't that different, right? A little bit different dialects. This guy speaks a little louder. You need something that speaks louder. There's some penis envy over here. You need something a little softer. There's golden teachers here. So you can fit in and learn the language of psychedelics, up your journeys till you've had ones where you know what you're in for if you have a profound experience, and then go start talking to the other ones. You'll find the one that is waiting for you to come and find it. But I agree, not all of them are for everybody, and depending on the person's trauma, you might have to go through a few to get all the messages.
Yeah, and again, responsible use. Sit with people who are familiar, with people who know, who've got experience, because knowing the journey certainly makes a difference. And I love what you said there too, because you're absolutely right. We call that feather brick truck. You can get tickled by a feather, and some people pay attention and get it and see what's going on and make a change. Some people won't. Then the brick comes out, you got to hit them with a brick, and some people are whatever, and they don't get it. And then some people go, oh, now I hear you. And then sometimes you got to get hit by that truck before it makes a difference. And that's why I think, some of the deeper dives and the proper set and setting really help you get out of your own way. And that's how I see these medicines. Because, I've worked, with coaching, the process, or what we call it is referred to as strategic intervention. And there's lots that can be done just from a psychology point of view, from a physiological point of view, from a language and meaning point of view. Yet if we're never getting out of our own way, if we're not being able to become the observer of ourselves, it's really becomes more difficult to make that change. And then, the big deeper dive pushes you out of the way. It's like that truck that, really moves you so that you can see beyond yourself. And I think it's a really great practice to become the observer and to be able to watch yourself and then be the voice that controls yourself. Because who's really controlling you? Is it your mind? Is it your ego? Is it the voice in your head? Is it you? Are you making conscious choice? And that's what I think is really important, where people have to wake up to logic, common sense, and know that you're in control of your life, and you can make a choice, you can make a decision at any given time in a heartbeat, and you can change your life, you can change the lives of others, for good or for bad. So choose wisely, of course. And so many of us have never really consciously chosen what we value and believe. It's just been conditioned and ingrained upon us, from our family, from culture, from society, school, religion, whatever that is in our environment. We kind of adapt things. And the day I started realizing that and starting to choose what I value consciously, who am I, what do I believe, what do I value, you can show up in the world in a very different way. And it's like that, another one-liner is, you can't change what you don't acknowledge, and so many people, they want stuff, but they're not acknowledging what needs to change. And that awareness, which is consciousness at its foundation, being aware of what's going on around you. These are the things that I find the medicines really helpful. And, when you talk mushrooms, the power of the mycelium network and neurogenesis, and not just psychedelic mushrooms. We're talking lion's mane, turkey tail, cordyceps, chaga. These superfoods are incredibly powerful medicines, and not all plant medicines need to be psychoactive or psychedelic. Ashwagandha, shilajit, there is a plethora, and I'm not even going to pretend that I'm an expert. I just know enough to be dangerous.
I'm just going to say you're naming a whole bunch of stuff in our products.
But it's true, right? Plants are medicine, and when we look to nature, and this is one of the things, not that I mean to talk politics or anything, but I love what RFK is doing about making, America healthy again. And, it's the same as Canada. You take a look at what's in our food nowadays. We're being poisoned from the outside in.
Oh, and it's brutal. It's brutal.
The more we can wake up to that as a society and demand to not have it. We have the ability, we have the resources. Why do we put so much crap in our food? Well, the conspiracy theorists can talk to you all day about that. But one of them that we know is true is shelf life. Shelf life and preservation, so things last longer. But why do we need things? And it's interesting. You take a look at some products that are sold here in North America, and you look at their equivalent product in other parts of the world, they don't have half that crap in it.
Oh yeah, because we go for the bright food dyes. We go for we put a lot of things in there for the sales factor, the wow factor. But those things aren't good for us. They're actually, a lot of them, like the dyes, they're crippling for us. Same with a lot of the preservatives that they put in there. They're crippling.
Oh, you start reading the labels. It's scary. And the nice thing I like about something like mushrooms is you can go pick those out here in the forests of British Columbia. You can get all.
I did, and I made my first forage mushroom soup.
Nice.
That was the first one. I utilized my friend Jennifer out in Jennifer Chandler out in Nova Scotia. I'd send her pictures. I go, I think this is this. Am I right? And she'd go, yes, you are correct. And it would go in the bag. And so I came home. I had chanterelles and bolettes and amanitas.
Beautiful, yeah. And this is something I think we need to be teaching in school more to the younger generation, is how to grow your food, sustainable foods, healthy foods, how to forage and find things out, just naturally. Lori Snyder, one of our friends, I don't know if you know Lori, she's a naturalist, and she'll walk around neighborhoods and she'll blow your mind with the plants that are medicinally great to consume. Dandelion is one of them that, we treated as a weed because we needed something for Roundup back in the day, yet it's one of the most, powerful flowers and plants out there, the dandelion root and things. It's incredible. The greens, all of it. And yet here we are treating it like a weed,
I eat them.
Colonialism at its best, I guess.
On that note, we're hitting that time period. We got to let our sponsors have our break, let our sponsors show their beautiful products to keep this show going. So Hang on, people. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back. And thank you.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Good day and welcome back to the Mushy Moment here on paceradio.net. We're here with Mark Caron from the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference, discussing the Spirit Plant Medicine Conference and medicine.
Always a pleasure to be here, Steve. I always appreciate our conversations. And, I think, it's time to start educating ourselves even more and, getting these medicines to the people who need them.
And on that beautiful segue, I'm going to, because I've got my little list, not showing people that I've got it right here, but some of the presenters this year. You've got Rick Doblin, right?
Founder of MAPS. Incredible. I didn't know a lot about him. I know who he is and what he does, and I know he's a busy guy out there. And we had an opportunity to have him on our show a couple of weeks ago, and just brilliant man. The things that he knows and has experienced and what he's gone through. in this journey of maps over the years was an incredible story. So I look forward to meeting him in person and hearing what he has to share for sure.
Nice, because I'm excited there too. And then you've got Mary Sanders.
Yeah, we spoke with her too. Beautiful light. You know, she had a lot to share from her perspective. Again, you know, we did a lot of pre-conference shows ourselves, and Mary Sanders, I'm looking forward to meeting these folks, because as I was talking earlier, is, you know, there's so many new people that, you know, and maybe they're not new to other people in the world, but they're new to us and new to me. So I always love these refreshing voices for sure.
Shall we bring up another one? Jamie Wheel.
Oh, well, Jamie Wheel, what can you say about that guy? Brilliant, you know, his books, Stealing Fire, and he's going to be here this year. He's not able to make it in person. He had something come up, but he is going to do a video presentation. So, you know, we're always excited to have Jamie as one of our supporters as well.
And then one of my favorites, you've got Acacia Lewis coming in again.
Yeah, well, Acacia, you know, this young woman is brilliant. She was introduced to our community last year. We had the chance, you and I, to meet and spend some more time with her at the Unicorn Music Festival in the summer.
She blew my mind. She blew my mind. That lady is absolute brilliance.
The wisdom that she has to share is incredible. So I look forward to meeting her and seeing her again and hearing what she has to share for sure.
What about Chris Bosch?
Sorry, who?
Christopher Bosch.
Oh, Christopher Bosch. Yeah, well, again, brilliant. He's been part of our conference a number of times, and he, you know, the courage to do 72 high-dose journeys of LSD and what he brings back and what he shares. I just recommend everybody read his book, Mind of the Universe.
It's easier than doing the acid.
Yeah, I asked him. I've asked him many times, and I asked him again the other day. And I said, you know, what would you tell people who are curious and seeking and want to learn and know and do more? What would that be? And he said, don't do it. Which I thought was interesting, right? So, but, you know, it's not an easy journey, and his commitment for what he did and the way he looked at the work is from the, you know, perspective of a philosopher and being a professor of religious studies. Brilliant. And what he's brought back to share with the world is quite incredible. So, you know, definitely check out his work, whether it's at the conference or anywhere. He's brilliant.
Wow. And then Erica Dick.
Yeah, well, Erica Dick was a new addition. I don't know a lot about her, but she's going to be speaking about the psychedelic resurgent and the historical lessons for the future. She's a history professor and Canadian research chair in the history of health and social justice at the University of Saskatchewan. So, you know, I'm looking forward to what she brings to the table as well, because, again, a lot of these folks, I'm not as familiar with their work, which for me is exciting because I know I'm going to learn something new.
And I like that, you know, she's Canadian. She's coming in from a different part of the country and not an area I'm familiar with. So, you know, she'll have stuff that pertains to that area and, you know, the cultures in that area as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
What about Sandor Ironrope?
Well, I'm looking forward to meeting Sandor tomorrow because we're doing a program with him at 3:00. But I know he's a member of the Tetuan Lakota Oyate and the Oglala Lakota spiritual leader from the Pork Mine District, and does a lot of work with peyote is his medicine. He's part of the Native American Church, and they're doing a lot of work with peyote preservation as well, because we know that peyote has its challenges in terms of harvesting because it's such a slow grower. And, you know, when these medicines become commodified, they get, you know, unfortunately
decimated, and then they
take
need people to
advantage of
come in
it.
and save them.
Exactly. And cannabis is one thing because it grows a full cycle in a season, yet it takes years and years and years for a peyote cactus to mature. So it's really important that any harvesting is done correctly, and they do a lot of work with that. So I'm sure we'll be talking about that as well. So I look forward to what he has to share. And again, another wonderful Indigenous voice coming to the table.
I'm always blown away in the presentations when they start showing the areas where they've, where they're guarding peyote that's been there for many years. And you just see these incredibly beautiful works of art that are also medicine.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a beautiful little cactus, that little button. I've got some I got from Don Blakey, and, they haven't grown much in 5 years, but they're healthy and well. And you can see, takes a long time for them to grow.
What have you got about Sutton King?
I don't know much about Sutton King except for what it says on our website. I know that she's, First Nations Afro-Indigenous descent of the Menominee and Oneida Nation of Wisconsin, and she's a graduate of the New York School of Global Public Health. I'm always look forward to what these folks have to share because, again, they're out of my wheelhouse, and this is where Stephen does his research when he's choosing his speakers to get some powerfully diverse people who have unique messages, so we're not just kind of sharing the same information, of course.
Well, I'm looking forward to this. This is great because I'm not like I went through it and I've noticed you've got a whole bunch of the newer breed that I would say that's coming in. It's like, oh, it's nice to see a lot of the younger people coming in, not just through the medicine and tradition, but also they're doing the study of science on it and coming, it's the merging of traditions and shamanism and, the history with what we've got going with science and technology. And,
absolutely.
We're just shaping the words so that now they go like this rather than doing this. The words needed to be adjusted so they could come together, but the science and the message is all like that already, which is nice. What about Dr. Osiris Garcia? I'm going to say Cicada.
I know he works with the Shrikuna Institute, which does a lot of great work out there in the world. He's an Indigenous Mazatec historian, and I love ancient history, and I love, the ancient Mazatec things that we've learned about Aztec, about Inca, about all of the, especially the ancient South American tribes. So I'm looking forward to what he has to bring to the table. But he's definitely been, as a kid, has always been interested in the ancestral ritual use of psilocybin and things. So again,
yeah, I'm pretty excited.
A lot of new names to me, though totally looking forward to what they bring.
Well, this, like, I like this aspect. I really want to hear from him. I went, he's a historian and sociologist from Huautla de Jimenez in Oaxaca.
Yeah.
I actually had the privilege when I was down there with Lisa. We went up to Huautla, and we went to the Maria Sabina Museum, and we did mushrooms with her nephew, and went up and sat by her shrine and did some meditation and enjoyed. And so I'm looking forward to hearing what he has to say as well.
I bet.
What about Dominique Morisano?
Well, Dominique's going to be speaking about getting psychedelic-assisted psychotherapy right, the good, the bad, and the ugly. She's dual Canadian-U.S. citizen, raised in rural Connecticut, and she works as a clinical psychologist and, works with the medicines from a psychotherapy perspective. So I think it's always something to learn there because, there's one thing from a ceremonial point of view. Then there's another thing to apply the psychological sciences. And I think
Yes.
when you combine those two, you get so much synergy for creating change in people's lives that I look forward to that one as well. I always catch most of the talks after the fact because I'm so busy during the days of the weekend that I catch the videos after the conference.
Yeah, you're generally running pretty hard.
Yes.
I'm always lucky because, you know, we get the table where I get to stand there and just watch them go, and it's always a blessing.
It is.
What have you got on Soy Kene? How do you say that name? Soy Keen or
Soy Kene, or Sui Kene. Again, we had a chance to interview him as well and speak with him not too long ago. And really interesting guy because, you know, he grew up like most of us North Americans, you know, kind of, you know, in the party scene and doing his thing. And then he got introduced to the medicines and he went on that deep dive and, you know, found a teacher. The plants found the teacher for him. And he just went and continues learning and hosting retreats now and serving medicine. So he is I believe he studied with the Shipibo people. So I look forward to what he has to bring to the table as well.
And then we have a gentleman that I got the privilege of meeting up at the Unicorn Festival, and then Cindy and I had the opportunity to have him on the show just a few weeks ago. Although Cindy was in Mexico, so she had to watch it while John and I did the interview.
Fun. Well, Rob, you know, I can't believe you just met Rob Laurie because I thought everybody knew Rob Laurie. Well, this guy is brilliant in the world of law. He works with a lot of the Indigenous folks in terms of what they're working on. It gets pretty deep, but he's also one of the prominent Canadian cannabis lawyers around, works with a lot of all the legal cannabis and helping people go legal and work their ways within the laws and the systems and everything else. He also, because of the psychedelic movement, he's part of that. He's one of the top fans of the conference every year. Fun guy, knows his stuff, and does a lot of really great work for people around the world, not just here locally as well. So I know he works closely with Dennis McKenna, the McKenna Academy. He was doing a lot of work with Michael Stewart Annie down south as well. So he does a lot of great work in the plant medicine world. So, and he's an advocate of the medicines because it helped him a lot. And just a fun guy. He's just so fun.
Yes,
about our conference all the time.
He was a lot of fun to be around.
Yeah, always. Yeah.
What about Kelly and Josh?
Kelly and Josh are really pioneers, I think, up in the Kootenays where they're from, and they do a lot of regenerative farming, organic natural farming, and their plants as medicine, and the way that they work with themselves. They are natural. They know plants. They're just beautiful when they talk about, you know, plants as medicine. And their medicine is beautiful. Anytime you get any medicine that's grown in the dirt under the sun with real, you know, rainwater and things like that, you've got a whole different plant altogether because it's grown in nature the way it's intended to be.
I've had the honor of smoking some of the bud that they've grown, and it's quite beautiful. It's always smooth and clean. You guys had it at one of the cannabis ceremonies that I attended there.
Yeah,
I believe more than one, but yeah, it was always it was always awesome. What do you know about Jasmine Pyrozoic or Pyrozoic?
I honestly, I don't know. I know she's going to be speaking about plants as people and our inherent connection. She's from the Lake of the Woods in Ontario and of Norway House Cree Nation. She lives in Kenora, and she studied at Lakehead University and includes anthropology. So again, I love ancient history, archaeology, anthropology. So I look forward to what she's going to bring to the table. And another great Indigenous voice as part of the conference, because we really want to make sure that we have enough and really honor the Indigenous voices and the wisdom that they share.
And as we're going through this, it also shows to anybody watching, it shows the diversity, and because of the different voices, as well as the legal voices, the doctor voices, the PhDs, Kenneth Tupper, another PhD, right?
Yeah.
He's going to be a speaker at there. It's nice that you've got all the languages being represented in the field of the medicine, right from current legality right through the ancient shamanism and the science and doctors.
Yeah, well, it's important to us, and it's something that's important to the people that we've heard over the years. When I started in 2017, because in the beginning it was just a bunch of old white guys, as people would say, talking about these things. Because they were the pioneers, but now there's so many new voices coming out that, I think it's important to bring, so many people's different perspectives. And Ken Tupper, he was an adjunct professor at the School of Child and Youth Care in the University of Victoria, and he's did a doctoral research on the concept of entheogenic education. So, it's again, it's always fascinating, because when you don't necessarily know, it's one thing, Dennis McKenna, Paul Stamets, you kind of have an idea what they're talking about and who they are. But what these other people bring to the table, and it's, I don't even know what the word would be, but, people are not necessarily on the forefront of it, but who know so much because they've done so much work. And we don't always see the work that gets done before, people get to the place where they're sharing this work. But, they're not here because they know nothing. They're here because they have a valuable voice and contribution to this field of work.
What about Olivia Marcus?
Well, again, I got to plead ignorance. Stephen's a guy who knows more about her, but she's got a medical anthropology PhD from the University of Connecticut, specialized in social sciences and healthcare. So again, very educated, well-known people in their field, in their area, and now we're bringing them in to cross-pollinate into our community.
This is pretty damn awesome. I'm noticing we only have 8 minutes, so maybe we should get into some of the things like your code for people that can get a 2-for-1.
Okay, before I do that, I'm going to sum up a few of these speakers coming. We got Willow Woodsmith, part of the Wood Vibe tribe, does our altar every year. Beautiful work. He's going to be talking about what is medicine. Brilliant man, brilliant. Dr. Anya Louise Velder, she's coming, German-Mexican clinical psychologist. Marco Sanchez talks about Shipibo Cosmovision and the plant technology. Don Chabello, part of the Wixarican Nation, coming from Jalisco, Mexico. We're looking forward to him. He's a peyote carrier. Theta Phoenix, great musician, in-house for the sounds. And Sean and Curtis Andrews do a great concert on the Saturday night. So that's it in a nutshell. We wrap them all up.
Thanks, because I was feeling guilty about not going through each of them.
Yeah.
But
take one of the codes of the SPMC 22. It's SPMC 241.
Oh, did I put an extra 2 in there?
Yeah. But yeah, we want the conference to be affordable. We want it to be accessible. We're offering a 2-for-1 ticket right now with the SPMC 2-for-1. You can get general admission tickets, VIP tickets, buy one, get the second one for free, because we want you also to bring a friend. And part of the way of sharing this work and any of the work we do is to invite others to the program. And I know this program airs, nationally and internationally. You can join us from anywhere in the world as well, because of course we do a live stream. Lots of people are doing live streams. So that's going to be on our website as well for people who sign up for that. That's the lowest point of entry. And then we also have a virtual interactive where we actually incorporate Zoom. We stream the conference into Zoom. And why we like to do this is a couple of reasons. Is A, we believe in community and connection and communication. So you're able to connect with like-minded people from around the world who join us in Zoom for this. And if enough people turn their cameras on, we make sure that we have the gallery view up in the main room so the speakers and everybody else can see you. You can interact with the Q&A as well, and you can join from the comfort of your own home. And as a bonus, for anybody who buys tickets right now, our gift for you is a 1-year access to our membership program. And what that gives you is all the videos of all the things we've ever done, and it also gives you access to replays. So not only are you getting this conference, you're getting everything we've always done. It's our way of giving thanks for your support and educating and sharing information on the power of these sacred medicines.
That's pretty awesome. That's a good deal. You know, there's a lot of great videos there to watch because you video as they're presenting, and there's a lot of presentations up there. You the Gabor Mate one.
Absolutely, that's a great one. Yeah.
One of Cindy's and my goals is have him on this show one day.
Well, you got to just keep asking. Right?
Wow.
But yeah, it's always incredible. It's always a great experience, and we do our best to make it affordable and accessible to anybody who wants to join. And you know, with the censorship out there these days, and some of the things to get the word out, we've been kind of censored in some areas. So we just ask everybody, if you're interested in the power of these medicines, please share the word. Please invite people. We're about 2.5 weeks away, and we want to have a full house. We've got the space. We're doing it. We want to make sure that, you know, if you want to be here, we want you to be there. So
yes. And if you can't afford a 2-for-1, or you don't have a buddy to bring along, you're just looking for one for yourself, I've got that code up here. Make sure that one's right too.
Yep, you got it.
Correct.
Yep.
So that'll get you 25% off your ticket. And let's see, any last minute things that you want to?
No, nothing specific, Steve. I just want to thank you for your work and what you do to, you know, help make these medicines available to people. And thank you for always, you know, reaching out and inviting us to be part of the program, and for your support. It means a lot. And if there's one thing for people is, you know, if you're interested in these things and you're looking for a solution and nothing else has worked, there might be something here for you. Again, not necessarily for everyone. However, there are some very, very powerful benefits, even from a microdosing point of view, that can really make a difference in people's lives. So if you're looking, if you're a seeker, if you want to meet people in the community, if you're looking for people to work with, or if you just want to connect with like-minded people, it's certainly a great place to be. We do it every year. We're in our 13th year, and we'd be happy to have you there.
Awesome. And thank you, Mark. Thank you for coming back on the show and being a part of this. This is absolutely awesome. Yeah. And I look forward to seeing you live here in the next couple of weeks. And this is going to be absolutely awesome.
Yeah, it's going to be another epic one for sure.
Everybody have an awesome day, and we'll catch you next week live.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
So this is number one. I'm gonna give that to Wayne. He's going to open it up.
Put it on the plate to look at it?
Sure.
Or are we just gonna?
Sure, put it on the plate to take a look at it, and then just pass it around.
I guess you gotta.
You
got scissors? There's no tear tabs.
Is there no tear tabs?
No.
Yeah, no, there isn't. But some of them aren't sealed.
I'll go get a pair of scissors.
Like I had a few. Like, lately, I've had a couple. But like last year,
Yeah, that one's not sealed.
I think it's
Yeah. Yeah. No, just this one I think is
Went
sealed
to
up.
bed, had good sleep. Woke up and I was dehydrated. I was
Oh,
freaking out 'cause I haven't had the cold shot since I was in the hospital. Yeah. And I
Admit it.
great.
Yeah.
I've been in the hospital. When I got home, there was 4 packages.
Yeah, it looks like a lot of the other ones have open tops, but this one
in the
doesn't.
fridge. With
I
one-
found a few of them did not.
We'll find out as we go along.
And I was in the hospital. I probably drank the whole thing. It was 2 days before I noticed I didn't have my glasses in the hospital.
It's frustrating though, because you go and you get ready to go and all that, and it's like sitting down for a poop and having no toilet paper.
That would suck. Yeah.
Sorry for the comparison, Sarah.
So what do you could your
Yeah.
Did you smell
Oh no, it's just a visual thing right now.
Just
But
visual,
yeah,
what do you think, Bob?
I can't help but smell it.
Visually, does it look good? Between 1 and 10 looks good. 10 would be super good. 1 is bad.
1 and 9, actually.
You write down 7 on your paper there beside the I.
I definitely
One,
like
yeah.
the purple in it. But
number 7 here or here?
Yeah, at the top. Put a 7 on number 1. Correct.
We got her.
Okay, coming around.
Am I supposed to smell?
no,
Well, that's
this
the
is-
next question.
Oh,
You
okay.
should just
well, the next
copy
question
me.
is
wouldn't
moisture
you?
and then aroma.
Yeah,
Right.
overall visual appealing, unappealing to very appealing.
Yeah.
Is the option.
Look at it.
One,
Yeah,
through
how
one.
does it look?
Squishy?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a further question.
Okay, see,
We can't memorize 15 questions to do everything at one time.
And which one am I
Besides
going
that,
in?
once Wayne smoked it, we wouldn't be able to test it, right? did smell good, even though we're not to that point yet.
It's got a bit of purple in it. I like
yeah,
that.
it does.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can see the trichomes on it too, right?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so I will enter my answer.
I got that one already.
So now moisture is next. So that'll be a feel, I guess.
Feel, that would be feel. Is it too wet, too dry?
Come on, feel it, Wayne. Feel it.
Dense and dry.
Squeeze it like it's your Charmin.
Too dry or too wet? Give it a low number, I would say.
If it was too dry, it'd be crumbling apart.
Yeah,
I think as soon as you
yeah.
squeeze it, it's not.
Just the outside
Now,
dry.
just so you know, don't maul it because we gotta probably maybe see how sticky it is later.
Oh, I didn't think you'd seen that.
That's the only thing I don't like about this, because now I haven't seen any other ones, so I don't know if I'm comparing to the other ones
Well,
evenly.
no, you don't
right?
compare
We're
it to
gonna
anything.
know when we're all done here.
Yeah, but it's the first one kind of can be an unfair.
Be honest.
I'd like to smell it.
Yeah, oh, I know. It actually does smell good when I
Yeah.
can smell it before it even got to me.
But you're glad I thought of it?
Yeah. Oh, it's solid, eh?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
nice and dense.
Not too wet.
You go
Not
through the
too
road stop
spongy.
with that in your shirt pocket.
So, what would you say? What would you do as if it's just perfect? Would you?
Well,
Yeah.
I was gonna go 9, but then I decided
Yeah.
8 because I don't know what to compare
Right,
it to.
right.
This is the baser.
Moisture. Yeah. No, that was good. Actually, I'm gonna.
Let's go on number
I'm gonna
2.
change mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, you'll go.
Number
It's
2.
still,
How do you think it was?
it's still number 1 though. It's just.
Well, it's question 2.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hang on. Yeah. Yes, you're gonna have to do 7 rows down. Sorry, buddy.
Not a problem.
Okay. So question 2, yeah, you'll have
I got one on the back there. Oh,
yeah,
indica.
that's the other.
Okay, what do you want me to do here?
Okay,
Here?
on number 2, rate it between 1 and 9. 1 that it was too moist and dry, and then higher numbers is that I would say is good, is excellent type thing.
1 to 9.
Yeah, 1 to 9.
I'll go 8 on that one.
Okay, now can you put a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 across the top?
1, 2.
Yeah.
What do you do here again?
No, I just need you.
Here, do you want me to do it?
Wayne, can
Yeah,
you
I'll do it
one,
for you.
please?
Yeah.
All righty. Done that one. My phone closes too often. Okay. Aroma strength. And by the sounds of it, Al, there's been a lot of good smells comments, right?
Yeah. Oh, it definitely has a good smell.
But they're all in their noses are working good.
Yeah, exactly. Now, can you do that on the
So-
other side?
Yeah. So this is going to be all this one, and then the 2 will be bag 2.
Yeah.
And 3 will be.
Oh,
these are the questions, and these are the bags.
See why I'm having everybody enter their own number, so I don't have to do this afterwards, all on a piece of paper. Could you just imagine? Just me.
I'm already imagining me doing.
Physical contaminants you can't see.
Like
Oh,
this,
yeah. It doesn't say anything about ground, does it? Eh?
We get our own bags.
There you go, Bob.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah.
All right, so we're on aroma strength here.
Aroma strength.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll all take another smell of that happily.
Take another smell.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's complaining about that smell.
Okay, well, there's a strength, and the next question is pleasantness. So, the strength is a very strong, and think of pleasantness while you're at it.
What's the number on that one?
1 to 9.
1 to 9 again.
Yeah.
They're all 1 to 9.
We haven't smelled anything else yet.
Question 3 is the aroma strength, and question 4 is aroma pleasantness.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
9.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to give it top points on both.
Yeah.
Only one person grind.
Touch. Okay.
Wait, what are we doing now?
That's not at all.
What are we doing?
Stickiness to touch.
Oh, stickiness.
Yeah, I didn't find it sticky. If there's hash plant there, we'll know.
That number 5.
That is question 5. Yes. 1 is not sticky at all, and 9 is very sticky.
How about you, Al? When we're doing this, your sample number 1, how did you find with your overall peel, stickiness, and stuff like that? Questions 1 through 4. I don't hear them.
I just try that.
Was I supposed to follow along?
No, he's plugged in. He was just there. Are you muted, buddy?
No. Hang on.
Oh, here. He was there.
I'm here.
Yeah. I can't hear you.
I
over there.
Number 5.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
There he is.
I go.
What'd you do? Mute?
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
So what on your sativa end of things?
I just did number 5. I didn't realize we were supposed to all do the same.
Well, yeah, it's part of the problem is that there's we need separate kits to be able to do all the same.
Yeah.
Okay, so where are we here?
So I just finished doing number 5 and I voted and stuff.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah.
So what are some of your results?
Well, I mean, this one made me panicky.
You told.
No.
We lost
Right?
him again.
Like I feel a little like yeah, which sometimes sativas do to me.
Can you just unplug that? No, that right there, the small wire. Yeah, just unplug that.
Uh-oh. Did your battery die?
No, it was still on. I checked that. I checked that when I got up.
I don't know what's up. Anyways, this one particularly, it made me feel a little bit of panicky. That's probably why I chose this one to start with, to get that out of the way.
Yeah.
Okay. I tried some of this before.
Yeah.
And it made me really moody. But right now, I'm just kind of, I'm good.
Okay. Do you see any physical contaminants? Do you see anything such as hairs?
In this one, I found nothing like that
it up
at all.
a bit there, Wayne. See if you see any. We see any seeds.
See any white hair on it?
I think the judges need some microphone or magnifying glasses.
Oh, I didn't bring one.
I could have brought loops for us all. Yeah, no.
Do you want a drink?
I've got some.
Yes, please.
Okay, well, I got a cooler over there. It's got water.
It's a pretty looking bud. I don't have much to complain about with that.
Yes, I found the quality from the ones that I've tried already better than last year's.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just everything was firm, nice tasting. There were no bad ash things. You know.
See anything, Bob?
So I'm comparing as I try to
no physical contaminants is mold, insects, seeds, hairs, none. There's no 1 through 9 in this question.
So what do we do there?
Okay, just write the word in.
So if I didn't see any mold, I didn't see any insects, I didn't see any seeds.
No.
And I didn't see any.
So,
now hairs, I'm assuming unwanted hairs, like
correct.
Yeah. So I would just write
cannabis hairs. Cannabis hairs are good.
Yeah. There's not specific though.
So Bob, you just write none.
I find
contaminant. Yeah.
That's
I
good.
kind of don't feel like I'm getting the full experience unless there's a dog or cat hair in my bud.
Yeah, I'm used to that too.
I don't see any contaminants.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's time to grind it up because the next question is does aroma translate to taste? They've got smoking experience, ash, and structures, effects, right? So it's time to grind it.
Yeah.
Do you want to grind it? Let us know.
You want me to grind it?
Yeah. Let us know if it's.
You're the man for the job.
You got a grinder? Okay. Let us know if it is really moist.
Moist.
It's definitely not. but I might change my sticky up a little bit.
I know,
Yeah.
but weeds can't grind it, right?
Yeah, it's not. I think I did a 1 on sticky. I think I'm going to bump that up to about a 3.
Once you break it up.
Anybody else want to feel the sticky while
Want to feel the sticky while it's apart?
Feel the sticky.
No?
There is a little more there, eh? Yeah.
Okay.
Once you fluff it up.
Yeah. All right. He's grinding her up. Oh, I guess we can see that on the screen too.
Right at your name, I think.
Yeah, right out. Al's grinding it. Deb's looking into the cooler. I know what she's hunting for. She wants some of that cherry.
I know it's
black cherry
soda.
I know it's not a question, but as for how it fluffs out when you grind it, that certainly sometimes you grind weed and it's like it seems like there's nothing when it's ground up.
Yeah.
So this ground up and fluffed out very nice. So
Okay,
I know it's not a question, but I thought that was important to say.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
actually, it is a question in there, and it would have been presented as where are we here? Where physical? No. No, there really isn't.
There isn't.
Overall enjoyment.
Right.
Is the closest really to that question.
Okay, so it's ground up.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. Can the camera see that?
Yep, camera can see it. Here's some papers. Some papers supplied to us by Camelford Lifestyle Shop.
Shameless plugging.
I do get what?
Agassiz. Just so you know, the soda beverages, they are from Legacy 420. They had a super sale going on.
And they're good.
Yeah, Deb just took a drink of the
Should I
first
shove
one.
that all in one paper, make a big, huge fatty, or what should I do?
Sure. Yeah.
You know, I gotta say,
all in one joint anyway.
Roll two.
I hope in the future that we're able to experience something like this in the mushroom variety of an event.
Yeah, that would be neat, eh? To do a mushroom testing.
Yeah, that would be a much longer show.
It would be a much longer podcast.
Wouldn't it?
It sure would.
I miss the concentrates. I thought that from our conversations with Sarah last year, she was hoping to do some concentrates this year, but I guess it just didn't happen.
Well, I think that there's a way. So in my mind, I believe there is a way to do it.
There's so many regulations. I'm surprised she got this far with it. I mean, I'm glad she did, but there's so many regulations around not being able to promote it and advertise it and this and that and the other thing that it would be a nightmare to navigate that.
Well, she felt that as far as advertising and stuff like that, we're well within our legal rights to be doing this. And I'll tell you,
we aren't really advertising companies. We're just
that's right. And Jack Lloyd has also said that that there is a little bit of an issue thing there that somebody could say something about, but what's the point?
What's the point?
We're not really in the business. We're the other end of the business.
Pass one to the right and one to the left.
One
to cross paths.
Have you guys even lit one yet?
I don't know. He said pass one right, pass one left, so I did.
Okay,
you like that?
Does aroma translate to taste?
Yeah.
No, me.
There's a number of questions throughout this, so yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this your first one, Al?
7 of 15. Does aroma translate to taste?
Is this the first one that you're doing?
Yeah, we're still on the first one. This could take a while, Al.
Jesus, I've already gone through my one. I'm ready to hit my vaporizer.
Look at the color of it. That's nice.
We're going to be here a while, folks. Enjoy.
Well, that's what I said. It's going to be here a while.
Yeah, I would getting a nice taste out of that. Not quite as strong as the aroma, but it is nice.
It is. Yeah, it is.
But again, I don't want to score too high because it's our first
I
one.
didn't wake you up when I went in there, did I?
Okay, now while you're doing this, take a look at the ash because you need to know about the ash color and the ash structure.
Yeah. Question 8 is
Right.
smoking experience.
And experience.
So did anybody take pictures?
There's the first cougher.
No, we didn't take
Do we have a meter for the sound of that coughing?
Yeah. Yep. Just cross pass there, Deb. Deb, look at that. Deb's got both joints. She's double fisted.
She planned it that way.
It's all the same stuff, but it allows you to keep, maybe reevaluate.
Yeah. Well, can you go back through
last year's test? I was here with my friend Kent, who is coming today.
Okay.
And we just did it together, and I just rolled one joint.
Yeah.
Right. So I had extra from each pack.
I remember pre-legalization, one of the kits we bought, me and Shalom bought, it was like we had it for over a year.
Yeah, Wayne, when I moved, I still
the
had
original ones. Yeah, I got the 710 kit, and it was awesome.
Yeah, 125 cents.
I had Karma Cup stuff sitting in my fridge when I moved up here.
Holy fuck! There's more than one joint. Come on here.
Okay, the app. Look at the app.
So smoking experience. I'm not finding it overly harsh, but it's not super smooth either. So
correct. Yeah, don't forget your taste. Aroma to taste.
Yeah, I did that one. Yeah.
Ash, the color. Has it been looking pretty?
Ash color structure. Heavy,
white.
chunky, dark to light, airy, and wispy.
It's moving pretty good down that.
I say it's burning really good.
It's an awfully nice light grayish.
Yeah, exactly.
It's definitely airy. Yeah, I think it's a nice.
It's got a bit of a.
How many of these we're gonna do?
7, and then we got 7 more joints.
I won't make it.
Lightweight.
Bob.
You have a green oak mattress?
Bob has been consuming cannabis for years, and this.
Oh yeah,
I think this is his first probably opportunity to really.
Then I was supposed to send that to you. I'm going to take a photo.
They crisscross.
As far as consuming cannabis in the legal world, I don't So Bob has always been an attendee, as well as everybody else is here, has participated in a grow-off. And now that I've done this, I think we should have a grow-off tournament here.
Yeah, that'd be great.
That would be great. Oh yeah. I've got 3 tables.
Yeah.
To accommodate people. Got lots of parking.
What? You're not gonna make me clean my house?
No, we'll just do it here.
It's been a while.
Okay, so how are you making out on your reviews, everybody? Ash color, you've got that experience. Okay. The effects experience, not pleasant or very pleasant.
This 8 or 7?
10.
Okay, so where are you? You're at 7? Yeah. All right, so 7. Does the aroma translate to the taste?
Does it taste like it smelled?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, you give it a 1 to 9.
8.
And then the next question, number 8, is harsh to smooth.
Oh, okay.
1 to 9.
We're just gonna switch joints.
And then question 9, ash color and structure. Is it heavy, chunky, and dark for like the low end?
Yeah.
Or light, airy, and wispy for the higher end?
Color.
Color.
Oh yeah. Okay.
There's a bit of a bite to it, everybody. So
9. It should be about 7 on that one.
That's what that is. And then question 10 is the effects experience. So is it pleasant or not pleasant as far as the effect you're feeling?
Yeah. Oh, doing good.
Yeah.
You're doing good.
I'm going to put a 9 down. I give me room for 10. 10 next time. If I remember.
What did you say?
Guess the brand that produces.
Oh, I haven't gotten to that. Okay, so you got effects experience.
Yeah, we're at effects and experience.
Pleasant or not very pleasant?
You want 11?
Yeah, 11. There is no 11. 1 to 9. Question 11. Yeah.
Question 11.
Overall enjoyment.
I enjoyed it. Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah, it's. I hear some people coughing, so
Yeah,
I'm
I
gonna
did.
deduct 1 point for that.
Yes, I'm the same way. Everyone's cough on everything.
Number 12, we haven't hit that yet, eh?
We're on our way to it. Would you buy this product?
Would I?
Yes or no?
Yes. Just a yes or no on there, eh?
It's yes
I
or
don't
no.
want
yeah.
any more. Oh, here.
My answer to that question, Wayne, would be how much is it?
What's that?
I said my answer to that question would be how much.
Yeah, how much is it? Yeah.
Talking by
Yeah, it should. They should have a question. What price category does this product fall into?
Okay. Now, would you buy this? This is one of the questions. Would you buy this?
In a heartbeat.
Well, there was no maybe, so I had
Put a Y
Yeah,
or an
12. Yeah.
put a Y or an N on your spot, Bob.
If I had to buy it,
Yes.
I'm looking at that.
Okay.
That's question 12. Would you buy it?
Yeah.
You got any comments? Enter any comments. That's one of the questions.
Not till payday.
If you want, there's a spot there to guess the brand. Just leave yours.
Yeah, no idea.
I have completely no idea.
They do have
back and fill
I
these out
only know
again.
one company.
They do have the list
And
of
it's not on the
companies.
list.
I don't pay much attention to names.
Yeah.
and-
Okay. Now, guess the strain of this product.
No. Don't even
No,
ask.
yeah.
Sorry.
They changed the names of all the strains. I could
Well,
guess,
that's
but
the
it'll be
thing.
an old school name.
I bypassed those two questions right there.
And you
Okay.
can.
It'll be purple something.
We can go back and edit our test results. You know, if we wanted to change something,
Yeah.
we can edit it afterwards as well.
Okay. I wasn't sure if once you saved it, if you could go back.
Yes, yeah, you can do that.
At the very end, when everything's been answered, if it's like last year, they let you go through and as many times as you want, and then when you're done, you just hit send and it's done.
Right.
So you can alter it when you're super fried and questioning your existence.
That's right. But once you hit send, it's done. I
Okay.
believe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
save and
just
finish
hit
later.
Save and finish later, or continue assessment.
We didn't do 13,
Hit
did
the
we?
continue assessment. Okay, because
Stage,
that's
you
what we're
were-
doing.
Yeah. Oops.
So I have a question, Al.
Oh, hang on.
All right.
It's not taking me. If I
How do we get back to the? Okay, there we go. I got back to dominant. I got back to the listing again.
Okay, so can I ask my question?
As soon as you guys start talking about. Yeah.
Uh-oh.
So continue.
Okay, so I'm going to indica dominant too.
Did you find it?
I ended up accidentally logging out.
Yeah.
But I did.
Yeah, I
save.
showed them where it was.
Yeah. Bob's got me covered.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. I got the same number.
How long are we waiting in between strains?
Finish later.
Oh, see, it deleted everything on me.
Did it?
It's not there.
Oh, because you signed out and came back in.
I hit save before I did that.
Yeah.
And then when I hit back, it took me out.
Save and finish later.
I got it.
Did you?
I tried that and it said the page wasn't available.
Yeah.
Okay. Just
Well,
give me a second here to put this all back.
Correct. Well, it's still
Last night to see that.
well, it's
Where
still
did it
fresh
get
in your mind. Let's go through
Yeah,
those questions
submit
because I'm in the same boat. Aroma and present physical, yeah.
Hey, Al.
Yo.
How long are we waiting in between strains? Because I'm ready to smoke my next doobie.
Yeah. See, you need to have like 6 or 7 people there. Then you would understand where we're coming from.
I can still smell that pot.
I don't have any smoking buddies here.
Okay, done.
Well, you could probably
Save.
find one and on
Save
any
and finish
street
later.
corner.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just put an ad out on AOL or something.
So did everybody get through that? You saved and finished later. And
Yeah.
so we go-
Al, I'm going to shut down and try to
This
fix
is your
mine.
break from visiting with Tommy.
Wow. I don't even remember what I said.
Good thing we recorded it.
Right?
Twice. As MJ sits in the middle of the auditorium rolling a doobie.
All right.
What do you mean? Oh, fix. Al's having technical difficulties for once
So-
in like ever. Because Al never has technical difficulties really.
So talk about as you're rolling. Talk about your experience with meeting Tommy again.
I felt really nervous only because I was worried about the line of people. Kind of like when I used to work fast food and it was like the dinner rush and you're like, oh my God, I got to get through all these people and say everything I need to do before I got to get out of here. So I think I got it all. I wanted to tell him about the bubbler, about the joke from last time.
Yeah.
He laughed again. So like,
yeah,
I feel good. And I don't even know how long I was up there, but it felt like way too long.
You loved our business
You
card.
were up there way too long. Yeah.
It just felt like I was there too long. I didn't want to take up too much of his time.
You weren't there too long.
You don't have a problem with time, though.
It was like when I met Alyssa Milano. I was there too long. Security had to come over and say, "You got to go."
Really?
Yes. But,
okay, then I wasn't there too
Alyssa
long.
Milano was still talking to me and interested in my book, which is dedicated to her. So that's the thing. The handlers need to move it. As long as the person you're going to visit isn't going, "Hey guys, can you move this along?"
Hey, Mel.
So that was good, babe. You made the handlers come over and move you out of there. 'Cause he wasn't going to move you out of there.
Oh, I moved out on my own. He was going to move the bag out of the way. Because there was a bag of glass on the floor.
Let's fight about Tommy.
I'm like, I'm good. I see it. I see the big bong.
But there we go. We're going to put this up on our story right now. That's one of our favorite Doobie Doobie sandwich pictures now.
Yeah. How are we going to top that?
How are we talk? Well, at this particular.
I was hoping to see you guys because I gave all of those away, and then my friend was like, "Do you know what you gave me? These are amazing." Like I had no idea. I just thought they were a pack of papers. She says they're so silky and soft, yet they don't tear and they burn beautiful. So, and we know our joints. So. We do, baby. I got a business card. I got one in mine. Thank you. Love the colors. It's almost like it's the same. It's the same. Please. Appreciate that. Yeah. We will talk. I like the sound of that. It's me. I feel like I'm burning up. Those guys were cold.
What's that?
You hear him. Are we still live?
Yes.
Yep.
We saw some awesome papers.
Al's giving us the roll. Keep on talking. So, who are these guys and why'd they stop by to give you?
Topia.
Wait, what are those? Oh, those are rolling papers.
Papers. Really awesome papers. The only thing is they're really long. They're really long.
So what's your initial thoughts right now? We kind of came in quickly. We did the doobie doobie thing by jumping the line and saying, we just need to go in. We'll get our passes later. Yep. High five.
Hey, buddy.
That's the way we roll. So, but now that we've kind of done a quick pass through, what are your thoughts?
I'm wondering if this is everything. I know we haven't made the outside yet.
Yeah.
That'll be next.
Oh, I'm gonna fun.
I'm a little upset on a personal level that these carpets aren't going to allow us to roller skate.
Say that again.
What's that?
Say that again.
They could hear me. Hey guys, I'm just saying we can't roller skate on these floors.
I mean, it looks like it's a track too. Like we should be able to.
It's got tracks on the floors. In all the events I've been to, this is the first one that we haven't been able to. We had the roller skates in the car, and then we got in here and we were like, oh. So, for all you people planning events in the future, just remember, you got to cater to those people that have their roller skates. It might just be us, but you're right.
Yeah, not just you people that wear high heels.
Yeah, all you high heels.
Shoes.
All you high heels.
Soft floors.
There we go. All right, so
thank you.
So here we go. Just going to show people here. Can you see this?
Bring it in.
So that's our newbie doobie sandwich. We have people requesting them, and now we finally have Tommy Chong and the newbie doobie sandwich.
Love it.
Here's the thing about that meeting. Tommy Chong doesn't yet understand how awesome it was that he just met the newbie and the doobie. Because when he talked to MJ a while ago, she was just Mary Jane Baker. But now she's the newbie of the newbie and the newbie. And
actually, I don't know if I was legally Mary Jane Baker yet.
Oh, you might have been your old self?
I've been my old self.
Okay. Well, now when we have them on the podcast, we'll be able to remember this moment.
Yep.
Are you using your new papers?
No, because I just told you they're too long. They're too big.
I love when people see your box full of stuff.
Next time someone says to me, nice box, I'm going to say, how rude. Like, what's the response to that? Nice balls? No.
So what's
That's hilarious. Jimmy can't even hear me.
I can't hear it. I had to take my earphones off. I'm getting like feedback. It's a loud place.
So Al could be talking to us right now and we can't even hear him.
You know what they've done really well though? This room is really loud.
Yeah.
And they've got the music going and it's congested. But there was music. But when you walk through the main stage area, I could hear everybody talking in the main stage. Remember that last event we were at with like the audio was so bad in the room, like you could barely.
Oh, it sounded like.
Yeah. So they've managed to put the main stage.
Oh, speaking of the last event.
In the midst of this, and I thought they've done really well, the audio wise.
Pretty sure that's her over there.
That guy was standing behind us in line. He just got in.
So we're live, but we're not live because we're not saying anything. We're just sitting here. All we can do is show you what's going around where we're at. Because I'm just rolling a doobie. I don't know how enjoyable that is to watch. But we still after my doobies are rolled, which I got 2 ready. We need to find the consumption list because it's here somewhere. We didn't get a map. Well, I guess we didn't go through. We didn't go through the thing, so.
Yeah, we didn't go through the proper channels.
So I guess I can't really bitch that they didn't give us a map because they literally just like switched us through.
Oh. So tonight's after party, which we'll be going to, is hosted by who? Mills?
Yes.
We got jerseys by Mills. We're going to be rocking those tonight. We'll take some pictures, show you those. We actually have like personalized jerseys.
Yeah.
We have a newbie and a doobie Mills hockey jersey.
Yeah, last year at Lyft, we met Mills and they were doing customized jerseys, and the guy who was doing them ran out of O's. And he was like, "Are you okay if I just cut the tail off the queue?" And we were like, "No, we need 4 O's. What are you talking about?" So he went all the way back to the studio and picked up some O's. Could you imagine doing newbie and doobie with cues? I guess it would kind of look like eyes. If you just cut the bottom off, it would kind of look like eyes. All right. All right, I want off camera now. It's your turn.
We will get moving soon. So right now we are putting together, just so people know, we are putting together our next list of interviews. We hope to nail down a few of those people while we are here. We are also in the middle of developing a special show for this channel. There's been a lot going on. We're kind of in the creative zone, putting a bunch of plans together. But you know, one thing I've noticed, though, out of the few events that I've been to, although it feels like a lot lately, I see a lot of new vendors, but maybe that's just because I'm not very, hey babe, are there a lot of different vendors here, or am I just not observant? I feel like there's a lot of new people that I'm already seeing. Sometimes when we go to these things, we see a lot of familiarity. This one already seems to have a lot of people that I don't recognize, which is good. Okay? Yeah. So that closed down too? Oh. So we're here for the next 2 days. And who are we meeting today? We got an interview today, right, with Randy Rowe. So we got an interview today with Randy Rowe. We'll try to interview with other people. 2 o'clock. It's a 2 o'clock interview with Randy Rowe. We saw him downstairs. He was looking a little frazzled. I can imagine the day of something like this gets a little bit hectic. So, what else? What do we want to say before we get on the move here again? Have you already smoked? Oh, we got to find a place to smoke. All right. Here's the funny thing is that at a cannabis conference, I would be like, yeah, let's just walk around. But then I always forget that we need smoke breaks. Not me, but when you got to do these things.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Pace Radio Show. We're live and we're coming to you from paceradio.net. And we are still loading this new StreamYard thing. I thought it was going to put me automatically in. It takes us automatically out.
Oh, it worked. Didn't it work
I
last
know.
week?
Yeah.
I didn't do a show Monday because it was Thanksgiving, so I didn't have had a chance to try it.
Correct. Yeah, I'm gonna have to. I'll have to experiment a little more. I'm sure last week it brought us right in.
It did, and at the end, it just ended us like perfectly.
Yeah. It worked really good last week.
It was seamless.
I checked back to see how it worked.
Yeah, no, must be having a Monday.
Must be on a Wednesday.
On a Wednesday, yeah, that could be happening.
Exactly.
How's your week been anyway? I hear you're busily out making bonsais in your yard.
Yes, I am. I'm busy. It's that time of the year. As tonight, we got a big full moon going on out there. Some people call it the harvest moon, and it's that time of the season.
Right, didn't you? Remember we were talking about that last week, the Northern Lights, and how we had seen them, and then the next night you guys got to see them too.
Yeah, and actually,
Borealis.
Yes, and I got my plants in them too.
Right, and it was
pictures of the silhouettes. Too, right? Yeah, with the leaves, the cannabis leaves and stuff in the.
Oh, so I know
we
had them here too. They actually danced here for 2 nights in a row. It was crazy, and I missed them the first night because I was at work, and they were out before I got off work, and then I fell asleep. But the next night I got you because I've got an app on my phone that tells me if they're going to be in my area.
Yeah.
Going off, it was telling me they were at 80%. I'm like, shut the front door. So I went outside, and they were just. And I mean, I'm in downtown, and they were that bright. Like you couldn't
use your phone.
Like you have to use the phone.
Could you see them without your phone?
No, you could vaguely, like you could see like not, but you need your phone to really get a good look at them. You need to see that like through the phone, right? But I could see them lightly. But I mean, like I said, the light pollution. I'm surprised I got to see them at all.
Yeah, because you're right in town. So
yeah. There's a lot of like. I mean, it's a population 20,000. It's not it's not big, huge, but it's still light pollution, right? So
right. Oh yeah.
No,
even here we got
light. I was so happy when I saw you posting them because you had said you'd never seen them before, and I thought, and then you got to. I was so happy for you guys.
And again, I got to see them for the first time, and then our daughter came out and. She brought the kids, so the grandkids got to see them, and here we waited, 60 years,
right,
to see them. They got to see them already. So.
Oh, I know. When we first moved up to Coronation, I'd never seen them before either. And
mind you,
that was the first time I'd ever seen them either, too. But
I don't know how long you've been able to use your phone to see them to pick up those spectrums, because I know there was one night I was out there looking into the sky, but I didn't know anything about the phones. And I thought to myself, geez, the sun went down over 2 hours ago. I wonder if that light there is the beginning of the Northern Lights. And I just have to come back later on and see them maybe in full. But I fell asleep, forgot about it and the whole bit.
Yeah, but that's like I said, so I figured nowhere. You really but that's Southern Ontario, like. It's so odd for us to be seeing, like, and I'm in the southeast corner of British Columbia. Like, for us to be seeing them here is unheard of. Like,
right.
and they were all over. Like, it wasn't just one little spot. Like, we have the pictures that the people in the city were taking were just like crazy. It was like, look at this photograph. That was
yeah. I see some people posting. Safe from posting photos of the Northern Lights.
Yeah, right. Because everybody in Canada is posting.
Yeah.
Because everybody's bucket list for so many people. They want to go to up to the Northwest Territory so they can see the Northern Lights, right? So many people. I read that my bucket list has been checked off. I've seen the Northern Lights, right? And that just it's just something. But the seismic geographic storms that are going on up there. To make them be coming this.
Well, that's what has to happen, right? The storm's got to happen up there, and
and it was bad. Like they're bad up there, and there's lots of solar flares coming up, which is not good. Like for us to be seeing the Northern Lights, I mean, yeah, we're all thrilled about it but to be honest, it's not good. It's not good.
Battle in the skies.
Well, and I think what was most infuriating when you go on to TikTok and you see these people not believing that people that made that hurricane in the States. Read? You did.
That's why I got pictures of my plants because I may not see them again. So I got my pictures. I ran out there in the dark and everything. Got a picture of them. Now talking about plants,
Kamala Harris said she's going to legalize cannabis in the U.S.
Yes, yeah, we'll get into that tonight. I got an article on that I wanted to bring up.
Yes, I read that. Went. You just got the rest of the bullets that you're missing.
First, it's that time of year. It's harvest time. People are taking their plants down. I have seen some people, posted concerns have been ripped off. It's that time of year as well.
But you can report it now.
Correct. You can report that.
And if you've been ripped off your plants, report it, because I know
report it. Yeah, even if you've got your four plants, that's theft under $5,000.
And you know what? If the RCMP, you have to work on complaints, and if you don't phone them, they'll never know. And we'll never get any justification and take the stigma off the plant.
And so many people would say, "What? What do you mean you phone the cops because my plants got stolen?" But it's true. I know we've reported on them on the news, where people have been charged for stealing plants. So
and they should be. Like I said, it's stuff to stuff.
I know in the past, and I'm sure even today, people are sleeping with their plants to protect them. Maybe getting a video footage of the person there might be a safer idea, depending on who's coming through.
I just can't imagine anybody, like, if it's more than 4 plants, like, what's the worth of those? Like I said before, like 5 plants is equaling to 1 gram for a patient. Canadians aren't even able to grow 1 gram of cannabis, even though you can. We know that looking at your But again, if you're not an expert like we are, or you are, right, and you don't have the knowledge, some people can't grow that like you do.
Well, yeah,
you're not going to get that. So
I've had that 7 gram plant. Oh yeah, 7 gram.
Me too. Half an ounce plant. Like, you're going like, what the fuck? It looks so good when it was all, and then you take it and you dry it. It's a half an ounce, and you're going, what the fuck, right? But again,
I've already. I had a autoflower.
Patients can get 5 plants per 1 gram. So like that's why I point out, like, legally in Canada, they're not even get these Canadians that can't grow like you or I or whatever, who don't have any experience, are getting not even a gram per plant, like for those 4 plants, right?
Well, your equivalency, when you look at the way the medical program, you get 5 plants indoors.
Per gram.
Yeah, but outdoors, it's 1 plant and a bit per gram, is it not? Or is it?
I thought it was more.
Yeah, you won't get 5 plants. You won't get 4 plants outside for a 5 gram a day license. No.
I'm not sure what the outdoor equivalency is in licensing, to be honest. I have never had outdoor. I always thought it was more. I thought you could have more plants if you grew outdoor.
No, it's less plants, because an outdoor plant produces more than an indoor plant.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because you can get bigger.
Yeah.
No, now I get that. Yeah. I knew one was, like I said, it was one or the other. Like,
yeah, I've seen the same strain yield 6 ounces indoors and yield 2 pounds outside. So so if you got 4 of those plants, you got 8 pounds, right?
But if you're putting them right into the ground, they have the root growth. They have that hole under the ground to grow. If you're growing in buckets inside, the roots can go so far, and that's all
go so big,
right? Because what's on the top is on the bottom. And if you only got a 5-gallon bucket that you're growing in, why we grow in like the 10-gallon garbage cans? Because the more root growth you have, the bigger the plant, and the more yield you can get, right?
Yeah, I was in 3-gallon pails.
You know, we had ours, like we'd go from 5-gallon into like, but we vegged for a long time. I wanted big plants. I wanted some yield, right? So we weren't doing the cash crop, growing it this big and then turning it over.
Yeah, you vegged it. Yeah, I vegged mine for a couple hours.
Like an outdoor, we were growing them indoor, but I wanted my plants to be big, bushy, and beautiful. I didn't want some stick that it was going to get 5 grams off of. I was willing to grow 1 crop a year to get a fucking decent yield, right? When you're growing.
So when it comes to outdoors, like, I've grown outdoors a few times, but most of my experience is from inside. And inside it was always harvest time. You cut off the limbs, and you trim them up myself, anyways, and I put them right on the dry rack because I didn't have room to hang them. Well, things are different now, but I tried something this year that I tried a little bit of last year, and I'm going to call it live trimming.
Yeah.
And that's trimming while the plant's still in the ground. So I don't know anybody who does it. I haven't seen anybody even talk about it or even mention it.
No, but it's a really great idea because then the trichomes can get the last of the sun right through with this no shade leaf at all.
There's no shade. Well, and some people say, stress can help,
Yeah.
create trichomes or create bigger buds and so on and so forth, right?
Use
Well,
a
how
little bit
much
talcum
more
with-
stress can you get than taking the leaves off a plant, basically making it naked, and then having it subject to like frost temperatures almost?
right? Well,
Yeah.
and it's just like again, they use CO2, right? Carbon, not pump it into the rooms to stress them out, right? Like give them
Yeah.
that extra.
People do different things, to stress them, but so they it's gonna be interesting to see what happens.
Well, they're damn beautiful now.
Yeah.
Look like bonsais. Like when you show me those pictures, like look at those beautiful bonsai, because that's what it looks like. All and like the way they've all like how many tops they've got on them. Like you must
Yeah.
have done a lot of topping on them babies. Because like there's
Hey,
how many tops does that one plant have? Like 50.
something like that.
Like that's a lot of topping, but that's easy enough. They just well, it's
Yeah.
growing. Yeah.
Well, you know what they say. You love your plants, they'll love you back. And
Well, you love your plants.
I spend time with them every day.
Of course you do, and it shows, right? But I think that most of us that grow medically for ourselves, we're not growing for cash crop, and we're not the
No.
days growers that would we love our plants, right? And we do. We take care of them. We go down. We make sure that they're well taken care of and getting the proper nutrients that they need, and not forcing them. And that's the thing we always say. You got to listen to the plant, because if you force that plant's not going to give you back what you're actually expecting. Right?
Yeah, that's why I stayed away from what's that? EDTA.
What's up?
I was a chemical that's in some salt-based plant foods.
Oh, I would never use that shit either.
Yeah, that actually is.
That stunts them. Like you can get too much salt in the root, and then it stunts the growth of the plant.
Yeah, so I grow with organics.
Yeah, you have to be careful that you don't over fertilize, because you can stunt your plant. You can actually knock the growth right out of them.
Oh yeah, especially with the salt-based ones. Burn them. Burn
sure.
them. But trim time. So I've got I posted on my Facebook wall there today some photos of the ladies that have been working hard throughout the summer to keep my plants bug free, no mites or anything like that. And the great little laborers.
Mine never around. I said the ones I ever brought into my yard, they never stick. They just go away.
Well, I've always found I've tried them indoors, but they always ended up in the lights.
Yeah.
So that was never any good.
Sucking air up, right? Yeah. No, I had them in I never had cooling tubes in my lights, right? We just ran fans and we were always cool enough in the basement and stuff that I didn't really have to.
Right.
Never got above 70 degrees down there. And we had a little air conditioner in the window too with a squirrel fan to keep it cool. So my ladybugs didn't.
Keeping it cool keeps the mites away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Under 70, if you keep it under 70 degrees, usually you can keep the mites away.
Yeah.
I've never read my room anymore about 68 degrees though. And that's with I had a sunshine arm though, right? So I had 4 lights on a twister in the room. All I had was those 4 lights, but they were on a sunshine arm, right? And then we had the couple on the side, but we were only ever running 6 lights. Ever.
That was it.
Yeah, with 30 plants though, I would only have 6 lights.
Yeah. I ran 4 with 12 plants. Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Depended on how things were.
But if we wouldn't have had that sunshine arm that twisted, that moved around the room, I wouldn't have got the light spectrum that I got for those 30 plants.
Oh yeah, to get some coverage, eh?
right? But it was, like I said, a small room. The plants had like, about this much room in between them, right? So it was literally like 5 plants around one light kind of thing, because it's usually 5 per, right? So you
Right.
figured we had like the 6 or the 4 and then the 6, and we had 30 plants. That's pretty much 5 per, right? Per light. So that's how we always kind of
Looked at it, yeah, 5.
5
Whatever
plants
you can fit underneath whatever you can fit underneath the
this shade. Yeah, well, like I said, that
canopy.
sunshine, yeah, that sunshine orb made it so that it just like the whole room got it. We had the white
Yeah,
walls
good.
and it just all reflected, right?
No, being outdoor. I've never did this indoor. Before I get to that, I gotta remember. You can see over my shoulder there. You can see the dewdrop
Yes.
right there. Hash pipe. My scissors. Like, even though all I'm doing is basically, it's not a fine trim. I'm just knocking off all the leaves.
Yeah.
Cleaning things up.
Scissors are so like gooped.
They're just gooped. Yeah.
Right on, Al. That's great.
So I'm looking forward. I'm looking forward to smoking in this dewdrop.
That'd be nice. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Terrific. Well,
Yeah,
it's
I
always
just think
nice that's pre-trimming.
Yeah, it's just a big pair of steel scissors. It's nothing fancy. Sort of like what we used in school back in the day. And completely steel, all steel, stainless steel, whatever that is, scissors, and just cleaning things up. And then once I get it all hung and dried, and then I'll do the last trimming, right?
Right. Yeah.
2 stages.
We always trimmed wet, and then
So did I.
got lazy.
Yeah.
And one time we just let it all hang we took the fan leaves and stuff off and let it all hang, and then we dry trimmed it.
Yeah.
And I think it was easier to dry trim, to be honest, but we were knocking a lot of trichomes off when we were dry trim.
I found, like, indoors, it was because of just the lack of space. I didn't have a dry room, so
yeah,
I had to trim it down and get it dry on a rack. But where was it going with that? Because sometimes I would go help a friend who was trimming somebody else's cannabis, and they just cut it down and hung it up in a barn and let it dry. Everything fell down, right? Because it's hanging. Yeah. Everything falls down. And then we spent half the friggin' day while we're trimming, cleaning off all the shit that's stuck to the buds. Oh yeah, it was no fun. I didn't enjoy that whatsoever.
I guess not. Like, why would you hang it in the barn where there's stuff that like dust and?
Well, there's that, but I'm talking about the leaves and all that. Were as they fell down.
Fell down, yeah.
Yeah, and then they would die and dry and.
Oh yeah. No, yeah. We took all the fan leaves and stuff off, like the big heavy leaf, before we hung it. Like,
yeah,
we wouldn't do a tight trim, and then we'd actually do the tight trim, and then we'd bag it, right, and let it sweat and cure, and so. There was different times we did different things.
Oh yeah.
Several different
Excuse me.
And sometimes it's a matter of how many people you got to help you and how quickly you need to get it done. And like I said, you try and take shortcuts a lot of times because it's a lot of work. And let's fair. Nobody likes sitting 8 hours doing this all day. Your hands hurt, your fingers hurt, like your back hurts. Like, I would not be that's not a job I would want to have to do.
Your body hurts. Oh yes.
It's not like I said, it's not a hard job. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to do it, but you have to be physically able to be able to sit hunched over for 8 hours or 12 hours.
Yeah.
Stuff, right?
We used to have a real comfortable way sitting in some chairs with these trays and stuff.
The trays, yeah.
Yeah, and we could sit there and trim away, and we'd have conversations, speaking with other people, and people stopping by.
Well, knowing somebody that used to work in a trim room, a licensed producer, they're not allowed to talk to each other. They got to trim, and they have to trim 1 kilogram a day and keep up. And if they don't, they get let go because there's a fucking you have to be fast, and they want a kilogram or more trimmed a day per person.
Oh wow. Huh.
That's 2.5 pounds of weed.
I know it is. But is
Like,
it
what
is that that's wet weight, right?
Yeah, yeah, but
Well,
still,
he said
that's a lot of
wet
fucking,
weight, not dry.
but
It'd even
still,
be that much more.
that's like 2.5 pounds per person per day. Like, come on,
Yeah.
that's a high expectation. But apparently, where she was working, there was a lot of Asians, and they didn't speak English, and that's why they hired them, so that they didn't have to speak to them. She
Oh.
doesn't work there anymore. Let's put it that way.
Talking about new things, we learn new things and stuff when it comes to cannabis and the stuff. And last year was I did a little trial period on washing my weed, as they call it.
That's right. Yep.
And so I was really surprised. I was always growing indoors, right? So here I did some dunking and had the initial pail as the wash pail. There's different recipes that people recommend, but I just went with half of the recommended peroxide, and I didn't use any baking soda. I'm thinking, does that baking soda end up dissolved and end up on your plants? I don't know.
That would leave residue.
Yeah. So, and there's other people talking about putting lemon juice in. So I just went the peroxide because
But wouldn't, like, when you're cleaning your bong to cut the resin, you use those kind of things, right? So if you want to cut, like, I think that would cut the trichlome. I don't know.
Well, the alcohol removed the trichomes.
The peroxide too, or
Peroxide doesn't remove the trichomes.
No.
No.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I think it would.
They said 1 cup of peroxide per 5-liter jug and 5-liter pail, and I thought I looked at the bottle of peroxide and I thought, geez.
Well, I saw your buckets last year. They were.
I won't even get 2 pails out of 1 bottle. So yeah, no, I only use half the recommendations. That way, if there's any effect, it's not nasty.
But your buckets were dirty. Like, the water was dirty.
Yeah, really dirty. I couldn't believe it. Like, I couldn't even.
Bugs floating in it.
I held the bud down, and I couldn't even see the bud in the pail. The water had gone that brown.
Well, from the dust, I can imagine. Being outside with the wind blowing at it.
Well,
dust,
yeah,
it's not in a controlled environment, so I understand washing outdoor. I do. Indoor,
yeah, and then
you're in a controlled environment and it's clean and there's no dust. Well, probably is a little bit, but there's not like.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, there would be. Yeah, there would be, because I actually did find out that there can be some, depending on what your environment is indoors. Yeah, you can end up with.
If you're in a house too, you're still running a furnace, so of course there's going to be dust, right?
There's going to be dust. Yes, it happened to me. Okay, let me see. Oh, here we go. You probably can't see this. I don't know if you can see it or not. But can you see right there? It's sort of a fuzzy thing.
Yeah. We can. Yeah, you can.
Yeah. Okay. Well, those things get washed off in the water. They don't get washed off if you don't wash them off. And if you don't spot it while it's being trimmed, then it ends up in your plant and you smoke it.
What is that?
It looked like, think of a like a dandelion.
Oh yeah, that's what
its white hairs.
Like a pulling off a dandelion. Yeah, that's exactly.
Yeah, something along that line there. I'm just seeing them all over the yard.
You smoked it probably wouldn't be that harmful. Like, if it's a dandelion, like outside, you wouldn't think it'd be harmful if you smoked it if it was.
No, I don't think it is, but
again, do you want to be smoking that? If you don't know what you're smoking, right? Like,
like someone said to me, "What about bird shit?"
That's true, and bug shit, and who knows what else they're crawling all over it at night, like.
So then I thought, okay, I went with the peroxide, just a little bit of the peroxide. Now, as far as the water, some people say, "Well, you're washing it in water. What are you doing that?" Well, what falls out of the sky?
Yeah.
Water.
Yep.
Does it wash the trichomes off of your plants?
Yeah.
No, they're not water soluble.
some people miss their plants with water. Like when you know what I mean? Like some people miss them. Like I know I used to miss mine to keep like the dust and stuff down, just to give them some humidity. If your humidity in your room was too low, I would miss my plants.
Yeah, there was times where I did as well, indoors. Outdoors, I haven't because it rains, right?
Right, but again, like I said, because if your humidity is not high enough in your room and you want to boost it, you want to put some moisture in the air. Spray your plants with water. That's I don't know. Isn't that common sense? I don't know.
Yeah, I'll throw a humidifier in there if it's not enough humidity.
I don't know. Like I said, growing anything really isn't hard, but I guess depends on whether you've been around it ever. Like if you've lived in, your whole life with not even having a house plant in your house, your mom didn't have house plants, or you never been interested in house plants, then you wouldn't know, right? And I mean, there's no shame in that. Like I'm not saying there's any shame in you not knowing how to grow something. Lots of people don't. It's not it's fine, but when we say, oh, it's just common sense, but for some people, maybe it's
not. I didn't know how to look after a plant when I started growing my cannabis, and
no,
I actually told Gail to let me water the house plants. That didn't last long, but to get me into a routine of having to water.
Right, and that's the thing. Like when we started growing, Alvin and Gord did most of it, right? Me and Brenda ended up being the trimmers. And then when Alvin busted up his knee when we lived in Coronation, the plants were downstairs and he couldn't go down. No. So I didn't have a choice but to get in there and do all the work. And he was laid up for like the whole time. Like there was no option. And I would spend 4 or 5 hours downstairs trimming and taking off dead leaves and, making sure the clones were, and transplanting. And it was a lot of work. And we were running, like I said, 200, almost 230, 90, I guess, because we usually have more clones. You have about 50 or 60 clones going because they don't always live, right? So you just
you always cut more than what you need because of the fact of death.
And if we could throw like an extra, like if we had 35 in there, if we had room for an extra row or vegging or whatever, we would. And if we tried new strains, and I have seeds popping too, so you know what I mean, like so.
Oh yeah.
Our licensing was 198 plants, so I had the ability to work within that range, right?
Correct. Yeah.
And yeah, it was a lot of work, and Taven was just like a baby. But thankfully, like I said, that Mindy was living with us too, so she helped me take care of Taven upstairs while I was downstairs doing the work. And if I needed help, she would come down and help me too. So
when people
we had a system set up with a hose. I didn't even have to worry. Like we had a bucket that I would put I had some pump in it, and I would just fill the bucket, do all the nutrients in the bucket, and then I had a handheld to water with. So that helped too, right?
Now it's not like what some people think it is. Oh, just throw a seed in some dirt and add water. No,
because I can't even pop seeds right now. I haven't even tried these ones, but I tried in the beginning of summer. Those seeds I had, mind you, they were 110 years old, but I could.
Oh, I got some of them right here in front of me.
And this bag of seeds that I got from a customer when I worked at the garden center, I have no idea what any of them are. It's just a bag of random, who knows what.
Oh,
no idea. Like
no idea.
They were all old school seeds, but doesn't.
Yeah.
They're all in one baggie together. There's about 100 of them, but I have no idea what any one of them are. So it's a crapshoot.
Well, there you go. Surprise me.
I don't really care. Like as long as they're not male, they turn out being female, and I don't really care because we're gonna need lots and lots and lots of cannabis to keep this program sustained. So 4 plants are being popped, and that's the way. Yeah.
All right. Well, let's get into a quick conversation about the program when we get back from the break. Okay. There you go. Now you know what we're going to talk about when we get back from the break. We're going to talk about the program. Find out what the program is when we get back.
All right.
This is the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net, and I got to keep scrolling down. There we go.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more, we've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor? If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
Pace Radio is the people advocating cannabis education radio network.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection! We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and in the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner.
Legacy 420 out on your road.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
And you're watching the Pace Radio Show. And don't forget, if you ever miss our broadcast, you can always catch it at our website afterwards at paceradio.net, or check us out on YouTube. We're there as well.
Yep.
All right. In this segment, we're going to talk about what you're up to lately with the program, as well as I got Canadian study, as well as somebody comes back to Canada. If we get to those. So now, program, how's things going?
Well, good. Actually, really good. We went out on Saturday. So this is the cannabis substitution program. We're taking, inspiration off the programs that are also running in Vancouver, Surrey, Langley, Ottawa, Saskatoon, Halifax. I believe there's a group in Calgary, but I haven't heard who. There's also Newton, British Columbia, that's also got a program going too. But
you here in Ontario?
Not Ottawa.
Ottawa.
That's a spot that I've heard of, and no, I haven't heard of anything else, and nobody has reached out to any of us that know about it anyway.
Right.
But again, we're not all like affiliated. We're not like we're not
correct.
all
Correct. You're all independent. You're all independent.
We do use the same logos though, because that's something that was inspired, and we do that because of Neil Magnuson. We're doing, work off of his legacy, right? and it is about him and his legacy as well. But last Saturday we went out. We took out 15 bags to begin with, and we ran out. Honestly, we had, but in the bags we had chips and apples and roach clips and a little salve and a caramel and some cannabis and some papers and a piece of carrot cake. It was a medicated carrot cake. Like there was toques and mitts and socks and juice boxes and granola bars, and the bags were chocolate, like just kind of stuffed full of these little black bags. Actually, they were leftover bags from the Kootenai Cannabis Cup, so they were big swag bags, right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so we stuffed them full and off we went. And I had gotten some cannabis from the CSP and the gummies and stuff and the caramels from them. And we went off, and like I said, there's so much need. There's a woman out there that got cancer. So RSO is something that I'm desperately looking for her. There's also another one out there that's severely handicapped. She's got scoliosis. She's all hunched over. And these are both people that were hooked on the opioids via the doctors, right? Because she was in remission with her cancer, and then got cut off, but then got cancer again. I'm not sure her whole story. Like didn't have the whole time to get all of her details.
Right.
Same with the other one, living with a boyfriend. The doctor gave her the opioids and cut her off the boyfriend. Then, couldn't deal with her being in that much pain all the time, so she ended up on the streets. There's nowhere to go, no job, can't work, no money. So, like I said, this is just two stories. Never mind, one of them up there is a person that I know's kid, right? One of the kids that actually yanked off Taven's bike when it was stolen.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's still out there. So, you know what I mean? And they've got tents and kind of like tarps and little shacks built up behind the soccer fields in our town. And the city put a toilet out there, but has it locked and won't let them use it.
It has a locked door, so they can't use it.
Right. They
So
stayed
is the toilet there for the soccer fields? Then?
No. The soccer fields are over, right? This is in behind the soccer field. It's like nowhere near the soccer field itself, right? It's in behind it. So it's in the forest behind it kind of thing, right? But it's within city property. But the city had put a bathroom out there. And I was told that it was open as long as the firefighters were out there. And because they had the firefighters that's why this area was cleared out during the summer for the firefighters to stay there when they were fighting fires, right? So they put this bathroom out there for them, but then they were told that they could use it. As soon as the firefighters all packed up and left and the fires were done, the city locked it.
No.
So the homeless are still back in that tree line behind where the firefighters were kind of staying. And the city had told other people they were going to let these people have some dignity and leave the door open. And we found out that it's
locked. So your cannabis substitution program now. You're also dealing with people who are homeless, but people dealing with drug addiction.
Right. And again, I also like on my business cards, I just put my phone number so that people can text me, right? And what it is, then if you're not houseless, if you've got an alcohol problem and you need some medicine to maybe, divert you from drinking that day, I will bring it to you. Like I will meet you somewhere. Like I'm not going to, if you don't want me to come into your house, I'll meet you at the corner. You know what I mean? Like I'm not going to have people coming to my house, but I will get in my car and I will drive it to you. If I've got it, I'm going to take it to them because we're going to go out to Moyer Park again on Saturday and deliver it out there. It's too hard for all these people to get because we're rural and we're kind of spread out downtown. I get set up at Anchors is what like during the week when they've got programs and stuff, but because Saturdays there's nothing going on but farmers markets and stuff, so they try and stay out of the downtown area. They don't like being around the normal people, to be honest. These people aren't necessarily, oh yay, look at me, I'm a drug addicted homeless person, right? They're ashamed. They don't want to be seen in public. The stigma that goes along with the way they're living their lifestyles is harsh, right? And they feel it. So they are very humble people. I was really shocked. I didn't feel threatened at all. I didn't feel like I was like accosting on their you know what I mean? They were very humble, very grateful. Anything they were so thankful. And I said, you don't have to thank me. If this is going to help you, don't thank me. I will bring you more, right? I will bring you what you need. Like I will bring you more. So the first bags I only had 28 to work with. So I only gave them each like a gram, which I don't feel is enough to be fair, when you're trying to
Yeah,
go.
it's only a joint or two, right?
Only a joint or two, right? So I need to, that's why, when I'm saying I need more. And I'm gonna be shameless about it when I ask for money, I don't, and you know me, all, I don't like asking for anything.
No, I know.
Really is important, and it's not for me. This is not for me. This has got nothing to do
Right.
with me. This is for them, right? And it's all free. Like I would not a dime from them. Like I said, if I have to go out and pick bottles out of the ditch to fund this myself, I will, because that's how important it is for them, and they will now rely on that. So if they're trying to come off, anything, they're going to be looking for that. They're going to want, and maybe the little bit of money they've got, they will go to the store and buy something, or they'll, seek out cannabis rather than seeking out meth.
Yeah. It'd be interesting because, like, last Saturday, like you said, it was your first Saturday there. For you when you go back this Saturday. By then, word gets around. And it'd be interesting to see.
Yeah, all over town. I left them at the pot stores. Like, I want
Yeah.
them to, and they know I'll be there at 2:00. And I've set up, like, there's a place, because my car's, the exhaust is falling off. I can't.
It's a little loud.
It sounds a lot more. So I can't go up the goat trails because it's in the bush. Like, it's kind of like a 4x4 kind of thing. When we got there, Alan's like, "Holy shit, we're gonna put my truck and 4x." I'm like, maybe, right? But there's this area where there's a sea can and there's a couple picnic tables set up, and I'm just gonna pull my car and I'm gonna put everything in the back, and I'm gonna put everything in bags. I like this week. I probably won't get the brown bags because I've ordered them online. Like I said, that very nice donation that I got from Miss Hemrick yesterday from City is pretty much gone. I spent it as quickly as I got it, and I ordered gummies.
Well, because you went out, obviously, and as you're going to tell us, you purchased things with it. It's not there for you to bank to save money per se, especially when you're first getting started.
Well, the first donations I got
was
$119, right? So my friend sent me like $5, and another lady sent me $50, and another lady came into the store and gave me $60. I had already sent that away for gummies before this even landed, because you know what I mean? Because I knew I was going to need something for Saturday, right? And I thought better I could make cookies, but I needed something more, and I knew that I would get a better more where I purchased from than going out to the res, because they're not going to give me the deals that I just got. Right, because I'm getting pretty much triple what I would get for the price of one. You know what I mean?
Good. So you're getting more for the buck.
Right, and I also purchased some decent cannabis, like a half pound, because I know I'm going to need it. Like a couple ounces is terrific, but that's like maybe one Saturday, maybe not even Saturday. Like 1 ounce is not. I hate to say that, but it might be just enough. It might not be enough. You know what I mean? It's hard to gauge.
Like an ounce. Really, if you look at that, if you're trying to give them at least 2 grams,
right? And that's only
a dozen people, really.
Right.
Yeah.
And when I've got 40, at least minimally, because like I said, we took 15 bags out, and then Josh took another 4 or 5 out like the next day. So that's 20. And then Nicole came and picked up another 2. So that was 22 bags. And then I've got another one sitting here for this other guy that comes into my store. And then I've got another 2 sitting over here for 2 other people that Nicole's coming to pick up for tonight.
Wow.
So that's almost 30 bags. And that pretty much taps me out. Like I said, I had to go to the store. I didn't have to, but I went to the store and I bought 20 joints. So the cannabis that I had, because that was before yours got here, now I've got that to add too, right? But I went and bought joints at the store because I had to. Like, I didn't have, like, what do? You've got nothing left. So
well, hopefully they're kind with you at the store, as kind as they could be.
Well, they gave me the cheapest ones that they had, and they gave me their staff discount, which is all they can do for me. But that's better than a kick in the teeth. So it's 10%. It's not a lot, but hey, it only cost me. I think they were $19.99 for 10 joints, and I paid $17.99 for 2 packs. So I think it cost me like $40 for 2 packs with the taxes.
Oh, okay.
And that's 20 joints, right? So pretty much $2 a joint, which isn't that bad.
And as you mentioned, you're just getting started, so you do need supplies. There's not always guarantee for now, just getting started, that you're going to have cannabis.
No.
And if this gets you some more comes in, and you've got these 40 joints, that's
Oh, they're
that
gone.
you can
I've already given
save
those
for the
away.
next weekend.
I know those 40 joints are gone already. It was 20 joints. Yeah, 20 joints and they're gone. I think I got 2 left. Because I topped up those bags and then I got these 2 other bags.
Mm-hmm.
And I put 3 joints in each bag, plus a caramel and a piece of carrot cake, plus an apple and a bag of chips and roach clip. Like I said, I've got those roach clips left from my like the cannabis cup, right? So I'm just
Yeah. Oh yeah.
they
Use them
have
up.
there too, right?
Yeah.
Might as well. They're just sitting here, like they're not doing like so. Yeah, I just throw a roach clip in too. Why not?
Now, as far as it sounds like a couple of ladies, you had some conversations with them. Everybody, I'm going to assume, was really thankful and appreciated what you were doing.
Yeah, there. Like I said, there's one fellow out there who's got schizophrenia, and that fellow that I was telling you about before, Daryl Ferry, he's going to send me out some tinctures and stuff from his stuff for this guy with schizophrenia. So we'll give it a whirl. CBDNs and
then donations, taking in donations.
I'm taking them.
Yeah, well, you
don't know. You don't know.
Now that you've done it the one Saturday, and you, excuse me, and that you've mentioned it, talked about it online. Do you find that more people are reaching out to you, sending you messages or
there's
offers of assistance in any way?
Well, I've got a few that have, like I said, and they've walked and talked and did right. The stuff's arrived. It's already here. The money's already come in.
Good.
Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. And I've got people that have offered, and they will. Like I got another lady that said she'd take me out there Saturday from town here too. Right. Like if my car's not great, she goes, "I'll take you out there." So I need all the help from all hands on deck.
Yeah,
but it takes a village to do this, and I need local people too to actually step up and actually do the work. Right.
Yeah.
And thankfully, I've got Nicole, who works at Anchor at the drug testing place here, and Josh, who has been my moderator on one of my road pages for like 5 years. So I've known Josh for a long time. He brought me Tika's ashes. That's how long I've known this guy. He picked it up.
Wow.
For me, right?
Yeah.
So, anyways, So he was out there because unfortunately his son has been touched by addiction, and he's a youth. He's under the age of 19.
Well, you're in the same boat, right?
Yeah, well, mine's 32 this coming month, but his is under the age of 19. He was living out there too, his son. So because of that, he knows everybody out there, and he was able to come with me, and they trust him too.
Good.
And that's what he did, was an introduction. But like I said, there's no threatening, but there's dogs out there, there's cats out there, there's young couples out there, there's First Nations peoples out there, there's senior citizens out there. It's just a whole array of different folk.
Wow. Yeah.
Like it's crazy. It really is.
Now I'm gonna assume you're gonna be going to the same place every Saturday, same time. Friday. You gotta be consistent for the people, right?
Yeah, 2:00 we're going back tomorrow, but there's also 3 other camps in town that I haven't even touched yet.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
We were gonna go hit the one behind Lord Co. Off the strip here on Saturday too. That one I'm not so sure, but apparently it's more drug infested and ran by somebody that sells drugs. So I'm not sure. I don't know if I'm comfortable about that. And then there's one out on the highway too towards.
You're out there to help people who are addicted to drugs. You're not out there to sell them any.
Right, but again,
right,
if this they think I'm trying to cut their grass or take their customers away by giving them cannabis.
Oh yeah. It's the old days of prohibition, right? Are you stepping on someone else's territory?
Yeah, so that might be a skip. And if the people there know where I'm going to be, they can always make their way there if they want to. I am not out looking for trouble, that's for sure. I just want to help people, and I don't need to ruffle feathers of any of the who knows what. I don't know, because I don't know what goes on. I don't use those drugs. I don't know who sells those drugs in town. I don't want to. That's not my goal here. I want to help people that.
Yeah, you're there to help people dealing with addictions.
Yeah, and if they want help, if they don't want it, then they don't have to take it. Like when we rolled up there, we asked them straight up, "You want some free weed?" They're like, "Yeah, yeah, man." Like what? Like, and everybody,
I'm sure that
like not one person said, "No, we don't smoke cannabis." You got some weed? We wish we had more weed. Like, because they don't want to go to the store. They don't have money, right? They can't just
no,
buy
no
it.
money.
Not available anymore on the street very well in town here. I don't know anybody who's selling weed in town, to be honest. And I used to know, but I
There
don't
was
know.
people.
Yeah, the stores, everybody just goes to the store now. It's easier. So, but yeah, so they don't have access. So yeah, when we rolled in with some free weed and some edibles and fresh fruit, that apple, some of them were just like, oh. So like I don't know if they use the food banks. I don't know where they're getting their food. I don't ask. Those are none of my business questions, right?
Right.
Let
Right.
a judge ask. I'm just there to give them whatever, give them some medicine, give them some
Give them
natural
some
medicine.
medicine.
Yeah, and hope that they might, not smoke meth, smoke weed and not meth, or smoke weed and not
Right.
fat, or smoke weed and not whatever the hell you're smoking or snorting.
Yes.
Smoke
Yes.
more weed.
Hey, now, is there anything else that you want to mention about the program?
No, but just send money or donations, please.
And obviously, it's you appreciate all donations,
Everything. I am not
and
saying,
those
but again, like I
ones
said,
who can do a continuous
yeah,
in
sponsorship.
order to make the program survives or
Yeah.
yeah.
Sponsorships would be great. Again, like I mentioned, I'm not trying to be a pot snob, but if you won't smoke it, don't send it, please, because these
Yeah.
people don't deserve any disservice. They don't need to be smoking crap because we want to divert them. We don't want to divert them from smoking cannabis. We want to encourage them to smoke cannabis rather than meth.
Yeah.
So if you give them stuff that's not going to help them, they're not going to use it.
Yeah,
Just
well, sorry, mine is residency, and
Oh,
it gets
beautiful. Like I had to take a picture. It was so pretty. And post it. It was so pretty. I'm like, look at
no, that was that my bud. I saw that.
Yeah, it was. That was yours. Yeah, down straight. I got there and it was like, oh my god, look at this stuff. It's so pretty. And I, like I said, I just admire it because you do such a beautiful job with it, right down to the smell. It's got everything. It's beautiful.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, no, great medicine, Alan. I really, really, really appreciate what your gifts, because like I said, that's going to help at least a dozen people, right?
Yeah.
At least, and that's like 12 more. And like I said, when I've got coming, will help 12 more. Like I said, we just got to keep on. And like I said, I don't
keep on gifting. Keep on gifting.
Like I said, I don't ask for anything, but this is like something I'm going to be shameless about, because if I don't get what they need, I can't help them. And that's it, bottom line, right? I just want you to help me help them. That's it. This isn't about me. This is about them.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
All righty. Now, as I mentioned as we were going into the break, about a Canadian study that is going on, and Sante Cannabis, Aaron Prozac. Yeah, long. That's the name from a long time ago.
I was just thinking, do I know that person? Doesn't that name sound familiar? Aaron,
yeah.
what?
This is Rial Kaplan, back, well, Aaron's from back in that era of time. It's
like Sarah Black era kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Woo! Oh, look at that. That's awesome.
And what they are doing is they're launching a new study this week that will look at the outcome and effectiveness of different medical cannabis treatments.
Is Rial doing this?
They've got 3,000 people that they're going to use for this experiment, this study. And it's got it's got companies involved. They're just doing the research, but Aurora, Tilray, and a company called Ventura. They're based out of Singapore, actually.
Is Lucas still involved with Tilray? I don't think he is he?
Pardon me?
Is Philip Lucas still involved with Tilray?
I don't know if Philip is or not. And Philip's from his early days. It's the same as Aaron here.
Yeah, and Riel's from Vancouver, so they're all from the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I know them.
So what they want to do is they want to study, and they will say they will investigate outcomes of a new wave of medical cannabis products, including capsules, tablets, and sublingual products. So I would think like I've seen these like little patches you can stick under your tongue, and I've seen some that you can stick down beside your teeth and your
Also
gum.
like non-smokable medicine.
Correct. Yeah, these are all non-smokable.
I like smoking it.
Oh yeah, so do I. But not everybody does. So they're looking at capsules and tablets, as well as I mentioned it, as well as new cannabinoid formulations such as CBD and CBG.
Interesting.
Yeah, and they're right here. They say, well, medical cannabis has been legally accessible in Canada for almost 25 years. There are still many unanswered questions to support its therapeutic benefits, and that's what we've been saying for years. Cannabis has been legal for patients for all this time, but yet
it's been many shows since I said this.
Yeah,
but until they recognize cannabis as medicine, they're never going to get around the rest of it.
That's right. So finally, yeah, you say it all the time. Finally,
like, hello.
Yeah.
I've been saying that for a decade, like Jesus Christ. But again, I'm glad to see that they're doing something. I know that Riel had done a study prior to something about this as well. Not this question, but I think it was the outcomes of how many people used medical cannabis.
Yeah. So they said there's still many unanswered questions as far as, for things such as chronic pain, epilepsy, sleep, anxiety, depression, plus more. Let's see. Let's see what else it says about this study. That's about it. That's about it. That's about all I'm saying. So it's good to see that they are doing a study, and we're always saying, well, they always say there's lack of studies, and this is one that's being done.
That's good because we need that done, and we've needed that done since the very beginning. Like from the beginning of medical cannabis, the government should have been paying attention, and they weren't. They're 25 years behind on this.
Yeah,
25 fucking years behind.
At one time, Quebec you had to register there with your medical gardens and stuff. It's just in the province, never mind federally, but the province wanted it as well. But I think that was a missed opportunity to allow patients to be involved in some type of research or study, that the government could have collected all this data from patients who voluntarily chose in order to allow their information to be used in order to, further research.
The fact that they, basically put our information out to the public, and we've never heard anything more about that lawsuit.
Well, the white envelope. Well, I hear about it every once in a while.
Yeah, they're still fighting about it.
No, Gail will say something to me. You ever hear anything about that lawsuit?
You're gonna get $10 off that lawsuit. Well, you're like, oh yeah, we're gonna get some money. What? It's been 20 years already. What has it been? 10 years, and we haven't seen and what we're each gonna get $10? Like seriously, like after the lawyers get done taking what they're gonna take, if there's any payout ever, we'll get $10.
She says, "I hope not."
What are you expecting, Gail? Are you expecting some money? Because I don't think we're gonna see any money. Because I got one of them envelopes. My name's on that list, and I absolutely expect $10. In fact, I expect a swift kick in the ass with a stiff boot. I expect nothing from that. Like,
you think it'll all go to the fees?
I think the lawyers, once they're done taking their cut, there won't be anything left for the patients. This has been in litigation for how long? We haven't heard shit about it. We don't even know if they settled it, because they could have ran away with all the money. They're going
10 years. 10 years.
Right? But again, it took the military, and it took the military and the RCMP 12 years to get that $800 million from the government.
12 years.
12 years, and it would take 12 years of litigation, and at the end of the day, I think they each got $800. They got, I think the then was $800 billion was the payout for all of them, and I think they each got 800 million each, or something.
800 million each.
Well, it was maybe not that much. I can't remember, but it was because Arlene. Remember
Gail says she'd take that.
Yeah, I would too. But no, remember Arlene that used to be with Kelly Christie, Crazy Diamond Seeds. Arlene from Nova Scotia. Her husband was one of those military soldiers that got that payout, and it was substantial. It was like substantial. It was I didn't ask you. It was none of my business, but yeah, it was substantial.
Before we go to break, I pulled it up on my phone. I have that lawsuit as a bookmark in my phone so that I can always check it for updates. And the last update was done in January of
2020.
2024. 2024.
Oh, they updated. That's
this
almost
year.
Yeah,
correct.
But it's almost a year ago.
And they said that on December the 6th of 2023, the federal court released its reasons for decision granting the plaintiff's summary judgment application heard in October of 2023. The decision can be found here. That's another link. In summary, the court dismissed the plaintiff's claim for breach of confidence, but found that Health Canada owed the class members a duty of care and that the duty owed in the circumstances was breached. The court determined that the class members' damages claims for negligence may be pursued by individual trials or assessments, the process for which will be determined at an upcoming case management conference. Further details on the process will be posted when they are determined by the court. Now I'm clicking on that link.
So in other words, you get fucking nothing.
Yeah.
It doesn't sound promising, Al.
It doesn't.
It does not sound promising. Again, like but again, they're thinking about us not being people because it was cannabis patients. We don't count.
Big statement. I'm looking for one that says decision. Whatever is that.
Decision is you get nothing.
This is.
But we could litigate individually. So
it's going through all the complainant stuff right now.
You can take them to court and waste more money in the court for the courts to go nada. So the courts can suck more money out of you. No, I'm good. I wasn't counting on a trip to anywhere or paying off my mortgage anyway. So
this is long. Just so you know, I'm still scrolling through it.
Oh yeah, it's probably about a bunch of fucking legal jargon that you can't even understand.
Well, they're going through all the evidence, and the defendant submits this, and
so it's a whole transcript then.
Oh yeah. I'm at the canlii.org site. They always have legal stuff.
Yeah, I'm basically.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go to break, and I'll just keep looking through it during break, and we'll just go from there and see what happens.
See if we can find something about nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Kind of like buying lottery tickets.
After break, we go. When we get. All right. You're watching the Pace Radio Show. We're live here at paceradio.net, and see you in about 3 minutes.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. daily deals. Check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partner 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyendinaga Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Hey, you're back. Now you're back. Uh-oh. And she's got a mouthful of food, so I'll just keep on talking.
I was off the side. I bought myself a whistle dog before. Yeah. Starving.
Trying to squeeze some dinner in.
Right. I worked all day. I went and got my toes done, and then came home and I bought tea and some food on the way, so I grabbed a whistle dog.
Okay, here we go. I found it.
Good.
For those who just joined us, we were talking about the court breach. Those are the white envelopes that everybody's address was exposed to, as far as saying it's a medical cannabis letter.
And that was over 10 years ago, because I was living in Coronation for 10 years. So that was 2012.
Okay, the court's judgment is that the plaintiff's motion for summary judgment is granted. The common questions are answered as noted above. The plaintiffs have not established a breach of confidence by Health Canada. The plaintiffs have established that Health Canada owed them a duty of care and that the duty owed in the circumstances was breached. However, the plaintiffs have not established that the defendant is liable for any damages caused to the class members. The plaintiff's claims for negligence may be pursued by individual trials or assessments. The process will be determined by case management following the issuance of this judgment. Number 5, no costs are ordered.
So in other words, somebody has to pay for court costs.
No.
Not the plaintiff or the defendant.
No, and it says that if you want to further this, then it's up to the individual person to do so.
So if it didn't really affect your life in any way, you'd have no case to bear it on anyway. But if you were somebody that said lost your employment, or were, your landlord saw it and you got evicted, or those kind of circumstances, then you might have a leg to stand on.
Yes.
If not, like me, didn't affect my life in any way. It didn't. Not going to say it did, because it didn't. I mean, I didn't. We were loud and proud.
I had to carry this envelope around for the last 10 years.
Right? Like it didn't affect. because like I said, it's not like my name hasn't been in the paper or we weren't out
Right.
protesting and our names weren't out there already. I wasn't hiding.
And that's the stuff that they would fire back at you as far as
right. And again, like it didn't affect my
Used
life, so
against
I wouldn't
you.
bother. Yeah, I wouldn't bother pursuing that. But I mean, at least I tried.
Yeah, if it was part of a class action thing and it was, paid out to everybody, that's one
I
thing.
mean, if they had really it had caused reputable damage to a whole bunch of people,
Right.
but it really didn't. Like, I mean, like I said, I didn't hear of anybody being evicted or losing their jobs or their
No.
doctor dumped them or you know what I mean over a piece of paper they got in the mail.
Mm.
No man ran around and told everybody that there's a cannabis patient there. Then you'd have to go after that person for spreading, whatever, malicious rumors or whatever. If it's true, it's not slander either. So there's really nothing you can do about it. So they were lying about what they were saying. It's the truth. But again, breach of privacy, right?
Right. Exactly. All righty. Now let's get into that discussion that was brought up at the very beginning. And I said, oh, no, we'll discuss that sometime later on.
Right.
And that is what's going on down in the U.S. when it comes to cannabis and the federal laws. As everybody's well aware, the U.S. is in a presidential election. Going into the election, the Democrats were already working on rescheduling of cannabis from a Schedule 1 to a Schedule 3.
Which didn't make anybody very happy.
Huh?
It didn't make anybody happy. It wasn't.
No, it wasn't very. Yeah, there was some people that were happy, but not a lot of people were as happy as they thought they would be.
When you looked at the way they broke it down,
correct. Yeah, it was going to help with the 280E tax code for businesses, but there was no legalization. There was no decriminalization. There was
systems. It wouldn't change anything.
Right. There was there was no nothing with it. A lot of people were saying, deschedule it, take it out of the CSA, out of their drug laws completely. CSDA. Yeah. So many different short forms out there these days. But so this week, Kamala Harris has come out and she has said that she says to break down unjust legal barriers that hold Black men and other Americans back. She promises to fully legalize cannabis nationwide. And she says with Congress to ensure that the safe cultivation, distribution, and possession of recreational cannabis is the law of the land. Now, Trump has come out in support of the rescheduling that is already in the works, and he has come out in favor of legalizing states' rights to legalizing cannabis. Let the state
everything to the states because Trump doesn't want to be responsible for anything. He seems to think that each state's got its own sovereign little land, and he's just like the leader of all these little lands.
Now, states just like provinces here in Canada, we have our own laws in the states. I think they push a little bit more on the independence end of things of their lands and their laws. But I look at it as, okay, sure, you want to allow the states to make their own decision on it. By all means, allowing the states, just like we have here in Canada, where the provinces can, introduce laws and regulations and so on and so forth.
But the regulations are not laws here. That's the difference. Right?
Same as above what is done federally.
But they're not within the limits, right?
Right. There's a certain standard set by the federal, and then the provinces can do correct. So that's what I'm saying. Whereas if you just allow this, if you still have it illegal federally, and you allow just the states to determine, what prevents the state from, who knows, coming up with some draconian jail sentences.
Everybody still do.
Yeah,
Some of them
and like we have some laws here of legalization I completely disagree with.
But they're more likely to find people and take the stuff rather than charge them.
Yeah, there's a difference between the different convictions, whether it's an indictable conviction or whether it's a summary conviction. And if there's laws, like we have our 30-gram limit or possession limit. We don't have any limit on the amount of alcohol that you can carry or buy. Right?
Why do I have this 150-gram limit in my head? When did they change that?
Oh, that's because of the court decision on the medical patients. The 150 grams it was Judge Fallon's
Medical could carry, but not recreational.
Correct. Recreational is only 30 grams, but you can carry more than 30 bottles of beer.
Oh yeah, you can.
Right. So that those things like that need to be I just
think that those are just
corrected.
And they don't tell you how many bottles of beer you can make, or what they tell us you can only grow 4 plants, but you could have 60 beer making.
Yeah.
It's in the basement making like 300 bottles of beer a week, and nobody's gonna say anything.
No, but you're only allowed to produce, what is it? Is it 30 pounds of tobacco? Something like that. There's a
limit on that. And you only have 4 plants to grow.
Yeah.
Right. So you're not producing, well, unless it's outside like you are. You're not producing. Like if you're in the city, there's no way you're producing 2 pounds per plant like you get. But I bet again, like if you're like where you're able to, not everybody's able to do that. So
no.
Average, most people aren't getting that.
I look at by keeping it only to the states, the law won't be applied evenly across the country. And that was one of the issues came here in Canada, was that the law wasn't evenly applied across the country.
Right.
And if you've got states that allow people to be jailed for 5 years for growing a cannabis plant, whereas other states allow people to grow 6 plants.
Right. But again, if you're crossing state lines and have a bag of weed with you because your state's legal,
right?
One in between the two legal ones isn't. You have to tippy toe through that state with your weed so that you go around. Like, you know what I mean? Like, why make it more difficult for people than it already is? Just federally legalize it, make it so it's across the board, and let the fucking states have their own little regulations. I guess they already do. And
exactly. Yeah. How even here in Ontario, we allowed municipalities to opt out. They have that down in the States.
Everybody does. Every province has that ability. Like every province that gave every municipality the, ability to opt out. But they also then don't get any tax money, right? And as it is, the provinces get 75% of that tax base.
Yeah.
And then it's trickled down to the municipalities that have stores.
Yeah, we got.
And the federal government only takes 25% of that tax.
Yeah,
so when the government's filling their pockets, the provincial governments are.
Provincials
they can build stupid community safety units and fucking screw us over more. Like
our municipality got $5,000
for what? The store?
Because they opted out.
They got $5,000 because
that's what they got.
Why would they get anything?
That was by opting out. They got $5,000 just to cover any expenses that they would have incurred to that point. Yeah, there was that.
That just doesn't even make it. That sounds like crying money. Like you know what I mean? Like crying money.
I have to look it up, and we haven't got time to look it all up. But yeah, it was $5,000. I don't think we do. Yeah, give me time. Maybe
There's $5,000. Shut the fuck up and go away. Now what are they going to do that they got a store? Are they going to get that $5,000 back?
I don't think so. No.
How does that work? Like you got $5,000 for not taking one. Now you got stores, so you're gonna get that money. So you just got $5,000 for saying no, and now you just get more money.
Okay.
Yes. I'd be making them give it back.
I'm almost done. It takes longer to type out things. You know, I feel sorry for people with big thumbs.
Alvin has the fat finger syndrome, he calls it. Fat fingeritis, he says.
Yeah.
But yeah. But again, there's so many different regulations. Like, you know,
There is.
in different counties in the States, you know, they have their counties, and their counties seem to be.
Yeah.
We've got different counties too. We've got, like, if you live rural outside of the city limits, the RDEK has different regulations for their area than the RDEKG over here, right? So, you know, if you let all these little entities have all this power, you're going to end up with a bunch of power hungry people that don't have a clue. And that's unfortunate, because that's what's, you know, seemingly happening is you got a bunch of power hungry people trying to, I don't know what,
Yeah.
tell us what we can and can't grow, and tell us
Okay.
what we can and can't consume, and tell us how many, you know, this and that we can't have. And, you know, I guess we should be just damn grateful we got legalization at all, honestly, like, or a medical program at all, because, you know, when we sat back, you know, think about 12 years ago, before we had the, you know, we were all still looking over our shoulders, even with our medical papers. You had to pack them around with you all the time. If you were seen in public with a joint, you're pulling out your papers and, you know, showing the cop that you know, you were a patient. And recreational people didn't have that option. They were still getting charged.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. I know. We got asked for our licenses because I was wearing a cannabis leaf hoodie.
Yeah.
I wasn't even smoking joints. Okay, so here you go. Municipalities that opted out of hosting private retail stores received $5,000 each. Municipalities that did not opt out of hosting private retail stores received funding on a per household basis, adjusted so each received at least $5,000 each. So no municipality received less than $5,000
for opting out.
Yeah, even if you didn't, if you opted in, but if you could receive $5,000, if you basically didn't receive anything else. They wanted to make sure that everybody got at least $5,000. That's the way I'm looking at it.
Okay, so, and that's in Ontario, though. I don't know how.
Yeah, correct.
So what is
There's a final
payment? Okay, so what are they each getting for per store? Are they getting any tax dollar? Does it say how much they're getting in tax dollars for having stores? Because I wonder what that would be. That would be interesting to find out too. Like what?
It could be on here somewhere, but it's mentioning more along the line of households.
So per household. So if they're getting dollar amount per household, so that's how population. So say there's 20,000.
And yeah, they all got a minimum of $5,000.
Okay, so if you have 20,000 people, then you're getting what? Times $5,000 times 20,000.
50 cents, 25 cents
per person. Would it be?
So that's for the math that comes quickly into my head. 5,000 is a quarter of $20,000. $1 a piece be $20,000. You only get a quarter of that, so
right,
25 cents. Ooh, big dough.
Yeah, like I said, it's kind of like that. You know, we're gonna get $10 out of that.
Yeah. So yeah, Harris has come out with legalization federal. As I mentioned, Trump was his on the state end of things. Now, she says that I feel strongly that people should not be going to jail for smoking cannabis.
On an average, a BC municipality gets $11.5 million per year from the BC government for cannabis.
Oh wow, right, $11 million.
$11.5 million per year. So I'm gonna have to ask Cranbrook City Council why my taxes have gone through the roof if they're getting $11 fucking million from the fucking government for fucking weed.
Yeah.
Where's that money? That pisses me off. So they've got a calculation here. Of the 3-year total reported increments costing of $15.2 million, using a 44% of the population, would equate to $34.6 million for an average of approximately. So that's what the total for taxation for cannabis per year for the province, $34.6 million. So they per population 44. So each an average of approximately $11.5 million per year in increments costs to BC local governments.
There you go.
We estimate the cannabis industry has supported 15.1 billion in
Right.
government tax revenues for Canada and 3.0 billion in tax revenues for Ontario between 2018 and 2021. $3 billion just for
Lots
Ontario.
of money. Yeah, where's it all going?
15.1 billion in government tax revenues. How much taxes has?
Now, to finish off this Harris campaign thing and the promise of federal legalization, there isn't a lot of information on what she's looking at, other than the fact that she had mentioned about the cultivation and distribution and all that. There's not a lot of details here. And at the end, it says, it confirms what I was saying about what Trump says. He supports rescheduling, safe banking access for cannabis businesses, and state rights to enact reform. So do you want federal legalization, or do you want independent states to decide?
No.
I look at federal. Well, obviously, I'm in support of federal legalization of it instead of states. Like,
I just
'cause you got your interstate commerce. You can't. Well, you can't. They can't ship it across the state line. And as you said, like, people traveling from one state to crossing over two states, somewhere in there's going to be a place that might not be legal, and might get their car confiscated, which could lead to
some very
knows what.
hardships. Well, you lose your car, it's going to cost you money. You might be able to lose your job if you can't get there because your car. You know what I mean? There are so many consequences with coming along with that, right?
Yeah, and it's it's just such a risk that I look at. There's some places where I can see a draconian law where people will serve 5 years or longer for just growing some plants.
Yeah, I just don't, like I said, the patchwork, right? Like, at least in Canada, like, it's standard. There's federal law. You can't do this, this, and this. And in provinces, it's not so much law; it's regulations. But it's standard been made by the federal government, like the 4-plant limit. That's a federal thing. Like, they can either tell you can or you can't do those 4 plants, but they can't tell you can't do any less or any more, right?
Yeah.
If it was provincial, why couldn't the province say, well, we're not getting, Quebec says you can't grow any, so why doesn't BC say, hey, well, you can have 10? Right? Like, if the you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And the federal law is 4 or less.
So exactly, you can either do 4 or less. If the federal government, so that the regulations for growing would have to be at the federal level to change that.
And that's like the provinces can set their own age at 18, 19, 20, 21, whatever they want to do. And
like
there's still freedom there for them to make decisions, and I don't see why that couldn't be applied south of the border as well.
And like BC did, it means like on all sovereign, like on all territory.
Yeah,
so that not just have a dispensary like the res has, like they do, like the Tandananga in Ontario. They don't allow that here. That's why they busted those ones out in Osoyoos, because they don't care if it's First Nations land or not. The Cannabis Act of British Columbia states all areas.
Yeah, well, I hope that they would.
I hope they would. I dropped that too.
The First Nations people at the table when they do those negotiations and all those discussions.
Guess what? We had a conservative Christy Clark government and that's who wrote the Cannabis Act. It wasn't the government we have now. It was the one prior.
Why didn't they change it?
I don't know. I don't think anybody's really put any pressure on them to do anything.
Probably it's not something that's being discussed.
Or people are happy with what things are going on in British Columbia because microcrafting is, basically farm to plate now. They can actually sell directly to the stores. They can sell directly, from wherever. You can now deliver it in British Columbia. They've taken all the, stained glass, whatever, off the windows. You can actually take all that.
Oh, okay. So your windows aren't covered.
No, because I found that was probably worse for safety, because you can't see in. So if somebody's getting robbed, you're not going to see them being robbed. So they took that off the windows for safety for the people that worked in them.
Yeah.
Right. So yeah,
Oh
so that's
yeah, it improves safety, but doesn't guarantee you won't get robbed.
no, no, it doesn't. But
No.
you know, when you're working retail, you're working in a store, like even where I work, there's no guarantee you're gonna get robbed.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I know from experience. I've looked at the end of the barrel of a shotgun. I was 18.
Yep. I was 17 and had a crowbar pulled on me at 7-Eleven when I was working there in Acadia in Calgary.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So you just never know.
Right.
You just never
You
know.
don't. You just don't know. So
No.
again, cannabis is a good thing. It's peaceful. It's healing. So let's hope that it can bring peace to the world.
That's right.
Right.
Exactly. All right. There was one story I mentioned that we didn't get to, and I'm just gonna just mention it. I see. We here in Canada, we see it looks like the bigger corporate cannabis businesses have had some issues, whereas when it comes to producers, and the craft people seem to be, from my understanding, seem to be doing things a little bit better. But I see that there's a company that left, but they're coming back. Bedrocan, they left. They were part of Canopy at one point. They left. Canada. They are stationed they're stationed in the Netherlands.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was a well-known child cannabis advocate. Their mother was very upset when Bedrocan left because that was where her child was getting the medicine from, but the strain wasn't available anymore. Bedrocan left the system.
Yeah.
Right now they've come back. They're back in the system and have their license to grow again. So it's just not used to seeing somebody leave and come back. We're used to companies just dying or being successful. So.
It's funny because they're legalized in Germany now too, right?
Okay.
So Germany being, a little more, I think, liberal than even Canada is when it comes to certain things. They are going full bore on legalization with producers like Microcraft in Germany.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because of, like I said, they're a little more, depending on what part of Germany, you look at, but they legalized it and they've been really, but they also see the money side of it. Like, let's put it this way. I didn't realize that Canada was making, we were looking at 2.8 billion last time I had looked online for how much tax revenue was being brought in, right? I hadn't seen the 15. I didn't realize the municipalities were getting that much money because I have to wonder why the fuck are property taxes and why, if all this money's coming in for cannabis, which is a new industry, it's not even 7 years old, where the fuck is all that money? Billions and billions and billions of dollars. Like, and I've been asking that for a while. Where's the plant money? Where's the plant money? Nobody's got no answers. Like,
so what are you gonna do? Go to the municipality and to your provincial government?
I'm gonna call them up tomorrow and say, so what are you doing with $11.5 million you get from the province for your cannabis taxation? Flat out. I'll ask
We'll have to get an update from you next week.
Wow. I'm just gobsmacked about that.
Yeah, it's a lot of dough. It's a lot of dough. Okay. Anything else before we say goodbye?
I don't think so.
No.
See you next week.
All right. We'll see everybody next week. You can find us. We're not on Twitter anymore. We're still there, but we're not there. It's just one of those things. You can usually find us on Facebook and YouTube. That's where we're most active. Thanks to our sponsors, Legacy420.com, the Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, as well as at ease.ca. Big thank yous to our viewers, our watchers, as well as our listeners, because this does go out as an audio podcast afterwards at your favorite audio podcast location. And other than that, thank you, and get out of my way, screen. We'll see y'all next week. Don't forget Reefer. Don't forget the news tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and tomorrow.
Correct. Now how come I know why it's not working? I gotta get used to this. We'll see you soon. Bye bye.
Let's share PACE everywhere. That way it can help create peace. People everywhere advocating cannabis education. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
I want to talk about news, don't want the drama. From no pretentious media Madonna. I found me a great ganja mama. Cannabis and coffee with some marijuana.
This podcast is for adults only, should not be used as a meal replacement, and may contain nuts.
Hey everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Newbie and the Doobie. My name is Timmy. I am the newbie.
Mary Jane, I am the doobie.
We are very excited today to have on the spot with us Amanda and Annie from the Hi Ladies podcast. Anna, Annie, and Amanda. I have messed those names up all morning trying to figure them out. How are you guys doing? Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having us. I think we're doing really well. I'm doing really well this morning.
You can't speak for Amanda or Annie. Wait, hold on. Let's do this.
Annie?
Okay.
Amanda.
So if you're listening, the one on the right is Amanda. Does that work?
No, they're listening to me.
All right. Well, okay, if you have audio, if you have stereo earbuds, listen to which side everyone's on. Anyways, I am the newbie. That's a doobie. You can call me Timmy. You can call her Mary Jane. Talk to us about before we even get into the podcast. But talk to us just about your own personal journeys. I had a chance to listen to your very first episode. I actually stopped partway through because you guys are in season 3 right now. I stopped partway through the first episode because there was a lot of information starting to come out because it's kind of like your origin story. And I was like, oh, no, wait. I want to hear the origin story. But I learned enough to realize that you actually started at a very similar place to us in terms of you're coming from very different backgrounds. And that's of course, our stories as well. And then as it kept on going, I'm like, oh, my God, I think we could have a lot in common. But then I stopped it and I listened to more recent ones because I was like, I want to hear the origin story. So talk to us about how you guys got together, and then we'll look at the actual got into cannabis in general. But how did you guys connect in the whole generation of Amanda and Annie deciding we should do something together?
Well, it started on the tarmac at the elementary school when
On the
you know,
tarmac?
dropping our kids off to go to school.
year.
Oh,
Yeah, so
Story. Timmy homeschooled his children, so he
I
has
didn't.
no
I didn't.
idea
Yeah,
what the lingo.
I didn't know about the tarmac lingo.
oh, the tarmac, yes, is it's a real social hub.
Okay, all
Like
right.
there's as much as children socialize during recess on that tarmac, parents find other parents on that, like, and you can feel it. Like first few days of school, you're scoping out. You're like, who do I?
Yep.
You know, like
Who's cool at school?
Exactly.
Okay.
You know.
Well,
did
Amanda
you-
and I both ended up on parent council. And on
Okay.
one particular day, we were making almost 300 hot dogs, I think, for the
Mhm.
school.
Wow.
And there was about 5 moms in this tiny kitchen cooking all these hot dogs. You can imagine the smell. Somehow we got talking about cannabis, and it turned out that all the moms there that are volunteering their time, you know, the real good old moms that are on the PTA, all of us were consuming, had something to do with pot.
Yeah. With cannabis. Yeah.
On
We
that
had
day.
something to do with cannabis on that day. I think it was, I had just gotten my first job in the cannabis industry, and I had shared with you
Okay.
that I was doing that. And somebody else overheard and was like, "What's that about cannabis?" And then all of a sudden, we closed the door to the hallway, right? We were just like, the kids can't hear this conversation.
Yeah.
And we spent the next, I don't know, hour stuffing hot dog buns and talking about growing.
Tinctures,
Yeah.
growing, trimming. And Amanda and I
great.
realized there's a whole world of moms out there who
Yeah.
are in the closet, who are pretending, not discussing these things, not sharing their own experiences for fear of the stigma.
That's right.
Mhm.
So then we started having phone calls in the evening after we had put our kids to bed, and we'd both be smoking a joint. We would be having these, somewhat high level conversations about what was happening, in the world around us, just as moms that are consumers of cannabis. And then we kind of said we should be recording these conversations. I bet other people would be interested.
Mhm.
Then we were locked down, so we said, "Hey, we got nowhere to go. Let's do this.
Let's do it."
That's
Love it.
awesome.
And Hi Ladies was born.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, now I feel bad now because I started homeschooling my kids because number one, I did not want to get up early to take them. It was pure convenience. And number two, I don't like people. But now you kind of, made me feel like I just missed out on something.
Well, not really. You're here in the cannabis community now, and that's these people, right?
Okay, so I didn't.
When you come to it.
That's exactly it, right? And I mean, I was pretty new to Barrie. Like, I didn't have any friends at all. My husband and I and our first child had moved up to Barrie from Newmarket, which is, it's only like a 45-minute drive, but
Yeah.
I suddenly was in this new space where I knew nobody.
Yeah.
And it's funny, the tarmac is a funny place because you think you know people and you don't know people.
Mhm.
Like, you have no idea what they're actually like, because you only get like 4.5 minutes at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day, right? And then you
Yeah.
start hanging out, and then you got to be like, got to find a new way. Got to find someone else.
The tarmac to me sounds a lot like growing up in the church, which was my background, because everybody was just like, everyone thought they knew everybody. And I'm finding out there are probably a lot of people within my church community that probably used cannabis but never could bring it up because of the stigma attached to it. But it's very easy to pretend to be somebody for 1 hour every Sunday. So it's that same sort of thing. You got to kind of start to deep dive, and next thing you know, people start revealing things. You're like, oh, you use cannabis? Yep, but I would never ever bring that up.
Yep. No, you're totally right. And the church is such a great analogy for it. I remember one of the first conversations that I had in a Bible study before entering the industry of cannabis, but knowing that cannabis was about to become more than just a recreational thing for me.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember sitting in, and I think we were talking, you know what? I can't even remember. I still have the notes from it, but I had said, like, well, we can all appreciate the fact that Jesus smoked weed. And that's what, like in a Bible study of like 25 people. And that was the moment that like everybody in my church had sort of changed their perspective of me. But at the end of that Bible study, I had like 10 people reach out to me And they're like, I'm
Right.
sorry I didn't have your back in the meet, like in the
Yeah,
study,
yeah.
but I totally agree with you. And that's when I knew that like I could be the change in my church.
Wow.
So I
think
have conversations all the time with my pastor about, she's like, I don't agree with you. And I always say, like, we don't have to agree. That's the beautiful thing about conversation. We can have different perspectives, different outlooks on the way that we do it, but still listen and appreciate and, be
So-
friends at the end of the conversation.
so. You are still involved in a church right now?
I not so much since COVID. I've really, because my church is so far away from us,
Okay.
that I've taken a back seat. But I still I chat with my pastor all the time.
That's something I've never understood. That when people have a church, because you said I'm assuming your church is in Newmarket, because that's where you were, and now you've moved. It's only 45 minutes, but you still 45 minutes on Sunday. Because I'm not really like, I believe that if you believe in God, God is everywhere. So like, couldn't you just change churches? And people are like, oh, you can just change your church.
That's where the community aspect comes in, right?
Yeah, that's exactly it. It becomes that community aspect, right? So when you change church, like here in Barrie, I've probably gone to a dozen or more churches trying to find that community.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it can be hard sometimes.
That's why.
You get.
That's why I was in the same church for 35 years, and it didn't matter. People came and but this community was there. I'm interested, though, in particular about your status right now, because as soon as I came on to do this podcast and started this, back in April, I've been touring the last decade as a professional comedian. And a lot of my work was done in the church world, because that's where my initial connections were. And that's where I do a clean brand of comedy. And just by doing the podcast, just by standing on the advocacy side, without even being a consumer, I have received specific emails and text messages, basically saying, I've lost work, like going forward, people who used to hire me, friends who used to have my back, people who, have distanced themselves, just by me being positive in the space. So it's interesting to hear somebody who is currently involved in a church community, because as much as I've had people who have embraced, and we have people who watch and listen to this show that are in the church, they don't consume, but they have kids that consume, they have parents that consume. And so they're interested in my perspective of that. But I've also received the negative backlash as well.
You've even had somebody question your faith in as if.
I'd go in directly to hell just by doing this.
Do you know
podcast.
what I mean? Like, as if being an advocate for cannabis means that God doesn't love you anymore, that you don't love God. Sorry, is that right?
I've been questioned about that. Yeah,
like I don't understand, because I grew up being able to accept whatever I chose to believe. Now, within reason, if I said that dogs created everything. My parents,
which is a possibility.
I mean, it is, but my parents were always like, well, show me the facts that back that up. And that's why I personally had problems within the church, because I kept asking questions that nobody could answer. And when nobody could answer the questions, it was kind of like when I smoked my first joint, and I'm like, this isn't that bad. Why is this illegal? And then my second and third and fourth, and I realized very quickly that the facts didn't quite present themselves in the way that I was experiencing it. So that was kind of where my journey started. It's like something's wrong.
Like Marianne and I have a similar journey, and Timmy and you have a similar journey. I grew up in a very non-secular house where my parents were also like, fine that you believe in religion. There's stuff in all religions that you might be able to resonate with you, but we're not going to feed you one view. And I grew up in a house where my mother consumed cannabis. Other members of my family consumed cannabis. So it was never looked upon in a dark way.
was never
So that's what kind of makes the conversation so interesting between us, and I think between you two as well.
Yeah.
Is you can come from it from such different views, different worlds, and still find common ground.
That's it.
And too many people though, like we talk about, raising the bar, breaking the stigma and having the conversation. And the breaking the stigma happens from having the conversation. And there's just too many people that want to draw the straight divide and literally will cut and shun. Now, and for every person that's like that, there's someone else, who is accepting and willing to have that conversation. But I think that's what it's just encouraging to us to see, to see you guys out there, because there's a lot of times where in the cannabis world of communication, where the conversation is trying to be had, it's often people who are from the same world, and so they speak the same language. And really, what we need is these conversations. So even though you both now consume, I'm correct in saying that, the fact is that your stories, though, open up a relatableness with a community of people that might not consume, but can understand your story or can understand your story. And that's incredibly helpful to helping us all come in and have that conversation together.
Or just giving people, excuse me, the chance and to hear other people's stories. People are more likely to share their own stories. Go, oh, I'm not alone. The best notes and letters we get are from people who say, I've been in the closet for so long, and I use it because I have anxiety. I can't sleep. It makes me a better mother. I have nausea, but I hide it because I don't want people to see me as that person. But hearing the High Ladies speak about it as functioning human beings makes these people who write us and go, I'm going to out myself. I'm not going to be afraid. I am going to be proud of who I am. Right. Which is so liberating.
Yeah. And I mean, we've even gotten letters from people who say, I'm in the closet. I'm still in the closet. I was inspired by your podcast. I'm going to give you this story, but please don't share my name just in case. And you know what? That's fine. I remember reading those stories and being like, oh, that's so funny. I got really high once too, and I threw up all over the place, when we share those stories, it makes it okay to, to do dumb things. It makes it okay to say, I do this and I'm not ashamed of it. There's been so much shame that has been associated with a bloody plant.
Yeah.
Really.
Well, I think the problem is people look at us like we're potheads first. No, we're doctors and lawyers and teachers and comedians and educators that just happen to like smoking pot, whether it's recreationally or as a choice medicinally rather than other medications. We need to stop seeing people. This is where I like to break the stigma. I started working in a glass store, and 90% of the people walked in and were blown away at the fact that there was a younger, well put together, pretty looking girl behind the counter when they're like, I expected to see a bum. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm not going to pull my pants down, but, I can help you purchase something.
Yeah. And it goes back to that stigma, and that's Amanda and I talk a lot about language. Pothead. It has such negative connotations and denotations. Yeah. I'm a cannabis user. I'm not a stoner.
Yep.
Yeah. All of those words have such nastiness, and something that I get a lot, and especially when the podcast first came out and I was outing myself within the community, is people going, "You smoke pot? You don't look like you smoke pot."
Right.
And I was like, what should I look like? Do I need a face tattoo? Or why don't I look like a cannabis user?
Well, because a cannabis user is a 20 to 35-year-old unkempt male sitting in a couch with a bag of potato chips on his stomach with no drive and no passion.
Actually, you should know what the
that doesn't describe me.
No, you should know what the sign for being able to indicate a cannabis consumer. What are the side effects? One is not visible.
Oh, dry mouth and red eyes.
So chances are, if I've got red eyes, I might be high. I might be. Or
Yeah,
I might
I
not
might
have
also be
red
allergic
eyes.
to the pollen in the air.
Or maybe you were
Yeah.
just crying because you were told you're going to be locked inside with the children for the next month.
Exactly.
Right?
Right.
Right?
Well, there's
You
also
know?
Visine too, and I think a lot of us I used to have like my cannabis case, and then I would have my after cannabis case, which came with like hand sanitizer and perfume and gum and perfume,
Yep.
all the stuff to like, because God
Before
forbid
you smoke, you put your
past
hair all
somebody.
back so your hair
So your
doesn't
hair
smell.
doesn't, yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Tie your hair up and then, drop it back down, little spritz, and you're good to go.
It's amazing how much people had to dance around. Like, I'm just coming into the space. I mean, the
After
entrance
legalization.
the entrance into the space was pretty much just before legalization. We're not having this conversation if Mary Jane was
I was like, you don't know anybody that smokes weed?
unfunctionable. Like she was functionable, and it blew
That's
my mind
crazy.
when I found out that she smoked weed, and she was highly functioning and good and kind, and like it was just it blew everything that I thought about of what I would think of. Because in the church, it was disinformation or misinformation. I had no idea really what was out there.
Yeah. I found cannabis myself. I found cannabis when I was a teenager, and I ended up leaving the church because of all of the negativity that I was receiving from that. And weirdly enough, because this isn't something that often happens anymore, but I came back to the church. So I had almost 10 years where I had nothing to do with my church, and then came back, and I was heavily involved with my church for about 5 or 6 years, and then heavily involved, and then stepped away, and then have stepped even further away. But like Mary Jane was saying earlier, or maybe it was Timmy that said it, but like God is everywhere, and like you don't have to attend church to be spiritual, right? And that for me was a big thing, was that I don't have to do that.
But you originally stepped out, maybe not primarily, but the cannabis issue was a breaking point of some sort.
Yeah, it was a huge one because it was still very illegal,
Yep.
right? And there was, a lot of those things happening. But I think stigma forces us into our own little closets and forces us into doing and behaving in ways that we would never dream of doing. And like we stigmatize anything, and I can show you the examples of that, right? But when we allow ourselves to be put into that space, we're no longer we're not advocating for ourselves, and we're not advocating for whatever it is we feel so passionately about, or for the other, millions of other people out there who are of the same mindset. So if I can break a stigma, even if it's just with one person in one moment, then when that person interacts with somebody else, then, the hope is that you remember all of those other times where you met somebody who you didn't expect to consume cannabis. And words are important. Sorry, I did want to this is like my favorite topic right now, about words are important.
Yeah.
She's obsessed.
I'm literally obsessed with how important words are. And I think it's because I value kindness so much, and especially kind words. But words are really important. So I have removed pothead, stoner, marijuana, weed. I've pretty much eliminated those words, and I'm sticking only with cannabis. Yep.
Because I listening to your very first episode, I'm glad you brought this up about the words. I was eventually going to get down the route. One of you had mentioned dope almost within the first couple sentences, and you had a very brief interaction about the use of dope and that terminology. And so early, even just in our conversation here, you both seem very clear on using cannabis as the word. And I thought, oh, that's really interesting. So when did that sort of begin to change? Because like one of your first words on this podcast was calling it dope. And
it probably was shortly after that first episode.
Within the first 4 or 5 episodes, we became very aware of language. And we definitely in the first, half of the first season say words like marijuana, dope. And as we became more conscious of how the words shape the stigma, how the two play together, we've really made a conscious effort to call ourselves out on it when we make the slip, because it's a lifetime of using this language. So relearning how to speak within a context that is uplifting to cannabis and not it going back into those government-made reefer madness ideas, we realize that language is very important. And we are learning on the go. We are not trained as radio people, as
Public, we're not public speakers. We are not radio people.
I am a behind the camera person. I have a degree in photography. I feel much better on the other side. But yes, we talk, even every time we talk now, we're talking about this use of language. And if we are going to destigmatize, part of that is the language. And it goes right across the board in all aspects of your life. You think like we used to say the postman, the garbage man. Well, we don't use those terms anymore. Slowly we start to realize, well, that's kind of an exclusionary term. Or the word marijuana. This has deep-rooted, historical, heavy roots. If we're going to treat this as a medicine, then we need to use the terminology that goes around it.
Yeah. And I have had discussions with people where they, we go back and forth about like, well, weed and dope and pot, those are the cultural words that surround the, the illegal industry, right? When it was illegal, we had to come up with these words so that people didn't know what we were talking about. And that was perfectly relevant then.
Yeah.
And when you have things that are like MDMA is still illegal, but that's why people call it Molly, right? So that, you can have conversations and not.
Yeah.
But that's not the case anymore. And if we want to be able to do the research and we want to actually know what, how can we properly dose people with this medication, if we want to enhance our knowledge, we have to use the right words for things.
And we call each other out. There's been a few times on shows where I've said something after listening to the show. I'm like, ooh, that sounded cringeworthy. So on the next show, I bring it up. I out myself. I say, hey, I said something on the last episode that, we're live and we're talking. Things are going to come out. I want to acknowledge that I didn't say that right. And I'm going to try and do better in the future. And that's another thing is we're all going to fuck up. So when we do go, I'm going to learn from that instead of being like, I didn't do that.
Right. And I think it's important for us to call each other out. Like I have been in situations now where I have called somebody out for a comment that has been made and been like, hey, that kind of wasn't a very kind comment. It might have even been borderlining racist. So, hey, be aware of that. And I have never had somebody turn around to me and been like, no, it's not, or angry with me. Most people go like, oh shit, like, hey, thanks. Like, and even if it's like, I don't agree with you, there's no negativity behind it because I think it's just the language is changing.
And we constantly have to be learning.
Well, I mean, the fact with cannabis, like with all things, but cannabis especially, we're learning so much at an extremely fast rate. And like, for example, you were saying cannabis is the word that we should use. And that I'm huge on language because words are spells is why you spell words. That's why I use positivity instead of negativity. But they're saying now that because if you go like the genus, like the actual like plant subspecies and species, and there's cannabis sativa and then, or it's cannabis sativa L or something, and then it goes into hemp and what we're calling cannabis, which is THC, which is actually like a different offshoot. So eventually we're going to have to go to this cannabis sativa L.
No, I don't think we will never have to refer to it as cannabis sativa. We will, if anything, like we will get away from words like, what's the strain you're smoking? Because
cultivar,
right?
Cultivar,
We will start by us using those words and sort of like modeling it for other people. Yeah. So like when I go to pot shops, I ask them, who's your favorite cultivar right now? If you were buying a cultivar right now, what would you be buying?
And that separates the good bud tender from the bad
bud tender.
Bud tenders.
right? If somebody has to ask you, well, what do you mean? Right? Then you're like, okay, just, mental note. Okay. But
language is always evolving. So yes, it will, Marianne. It will evolve, and hopefully we can be there alongside. And
when we'll talk about things like like narrow leaf drug types and broadleaf drug types, right? Like those are important, and like we shouldn't be using sativa and indicas and hybrids. And I don't think we should be. That's my own personal thing. I completely understand why the recreational market set it up that way. Very much like how the liquor store has your red wines and your white wines, right? And they're in separate sides, because if you like red wine, you go to the red wines. If you like white wine, you go to white wines, right?
But 15, 20 years ago, Marianne, when you bought cannabis, who did you buy it from?
I bought it from somebody who I got the number from somebody else. And it was always Buddy. And it was always, my options were, do you want the $50 bag or the $60 bag? And that was it.
And it wasn't, do you want it to do this? Do you want it to do that? It's like, this is the green stuff I have this week. You weren't saying, is it sativa? What's it going to do for me? It's the dude in the basement with the dope, whatever bag of dope he had that week, that's what you went home with. And if it was August, you were getting stems and leaves because last year's harvest is almost done. But you got what you got. You couldn't be a consumer the way you are now. So there wasn't the language of the consumer.
That's right.
Well, I think the education that's out there right now, both for those within the cannabis space and those are outside of it, is tremendous right now. Like I am learning at a feverish rate just by being around Mary Jane and doing this podcast and having the guests on and just talking it all through and just soaking in kind of what's going on. Because for me, as a skeptic by nature, I needed to see, I can't just have someone say, hey, try this, it's good. You got to tell me why. Like I'm on a very particular health journey right now, and I'm very specific.
There's a problem with all of that, Timmy, is because although there's this great education out there, like these podcasts, the average consumer walks in to a cannabis store, like you guys were saying, and generally they ask, would you like indica or sativa? And that's after do you know what you're looking for? Because if you know what you're looking for, that's a great starting point for them. But most of them are getting an education from this CanCell program. I took it. I don't know if you guys took it. There was a lot of old information in there that we've already learned has changed. And I'm like, why are you not educating people on the importance about terpenes? Why is this not a necessity on every cannabis product that's out there? What, like food, the ingredients?
That's what I'm saying. The education stuff
it's there, but it's not for the average consumer. Because the average consumer doesn't know.
That's part of the problem. It's not there for the consumer, and it's certainly not there for the bud tenders. So the bud tenders can go in and get their $35 CanCell program. And it covers the very basics. It covers, I like to call it the smart serve of cannabis, right? It's how to tell when they've smoked too much, right? And even that is like a really loose guideline, right? Because consumption doesn't always dictate impairment, right?
I just want to say thank you. So,
like, I can consume and I can do almost all of my daily functions, right? By choice, I don't consume while driving, and I don't consume, immediately before driving. But if it's been a couple of hours since I've consumed, I have no problem, not a second thought to get in my car and drive, because I'm not impaired.
The only times I ever get asked if I'm impaired is when I'm not impaired.
Right.
It makes me laugh so hard. It's like, I think I need to fuel up because people think I'm high, which means I'm not high.
That's funny. You're like, no, this is me on edge. I need to go have.
That's exactly it, right? Yeah. So consumption doesn't dictate impairment, and when you give people a little tiny bit of information, there's like two avenues it goes. Somebody's like, oh, a tidbit of information. I want to run with this and learn everything I possibly can. So they're going to be out there, they're going to be searching the YouTube videos, they're going to be doing all the other things. And then there's people who are going to say, great, I got this information in my little piece of paper. Now I'm going to go and pretend like I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Right? You can, bud tenders who are really into being the best of the best, they can take a CanCell expert course.
Yep.
Right? And it's like $1,000. So your part-time bud tender who's spending 20 to 30 hours in the store isn't going to pay for that. That's like, a month or more's worth of their salary.
Yeah. Right.
So they're not going to invest that. So then you talk to companies who are like, hey, would you be interested in any of your bud tenders taking this course? And they're like, no, it's way too expensive. The store owners don't want to pay for that.
Yeah. Well, the bud tenders do get some sort of training because when I was there, we got training on the different products with a certain license. I don't want to be very vague here. So a licensed producer basically paid for us to do this seminar on their products that they were going to be bringing in. So it's like, why? I'm not getting paid to watch this thing and learn. You guys are getting paid.
That's right. And I mean, if you look at what happened out east in, I think it was New Brunswick, and I'm not sure if Nova Scotia and PEI got in on it, but they are buddies, so I wouldn't be surprised. But out in New Brunswick, Tweed made a deal with the province and basically said, hey, all of your bud tenders are going to take our course. And so out in New Brunswick, their equivalent of our CanCell is a program that was created by an LP.
Oh, wow.
How is that okay?
Problematic.
There's so many levels of this is a questionable business deal. That's where I instantly go.
But we always go back on the show to, we're still babies in this legalization.
That's right.
We're still learning to walk. Things are changing all the time. And, we say it on the show, we hope that things will get better. We hope that the longer that it's been legal, the more we can, create a structure around this that works. When you think about the LCBO in the 70s, they weren't allowed to show anything. They had little labels on boards and you went and you chose a name. Like, oh, I like that name. There weren't beautiful labels on wine bottles and there weren't craft beers and all of that. This has taken many, many years. And even to see how far cannabis has come in 3-4 years, imagine us now 4 years down the line.
Yeah.
As we address these issues like equivalencies, like training, like oversaturation of cannabis stores, which is just a government cash cow. If you want, everybody's like, why are there so many stores? Go look into the licensing program and see what the government is making off of this. They don't care about the stores. They're getting their 2 years of licensing and money and all of that shit. They know that 50% of these stores are done in a year.
Yeah.
So this hopefully the waves will get less tumultuous with time.
And hopefully our governments don't decide to, support the monopolies, right? And that we end up with, 3 or 4 big brands that just resell us what can happen. And I mean, I definitely see us headed in that direction. And that's why it's going to be so important for us to protect small grows. That's why it should be so next season. I know we're right at the beginning of season 3, but next season is very exciting because it's going to be all about growing. And that's what we need to do is we need everybody growing their own pot. Even if you don't do it well. I'm not a very good grower, but I still grow my own pot.
But if you're a consumer that uses cannabis stores, where was your cannabis growing? Was it local? Is it Carmel? Is it nice local cannabis? Or is what are the company's practices?
Right. Is this being shipped in from, across the country? That's an important question. And nobody seems to be asking the question. And I don't think it's because people don't want to know. I think it's because people aren't comfortable asking those questions yet. They don't know how to ask those questions.
They don't even know what questions to ask.
Exactly. And I think that when, we did a great episode once on improving your bud tender experience, right? So how to ask those questions and not to be afraid to ask those questions. And if your bud tender doesn't know, That's perfectly fine. Ask them to find out.
There's a lot that they can't say, so how can you ask them in a way that they can answer?
Right? How can you circumvent the question so that you're not actually asking a question, but an answer could come out of it?
You know, it's funny. It almost sounds like when you want to talk to your kids about sex, but you don't exactly know how to approach it, but you know you have to, and
Yeah, and they don't necessarily want to ask, and it takes me back to my religious experience as well, right? I mean, there's lots of people. I was in my early 30s teaching a class of people who had been in the church longer than I had been alive, and that baffled me. It baffled me that hierarchy had been overshot, because people get to a point, and it's true within the cannabis industry too. I can imagine, you've been smoking weed since you were 15, and now you're 60, and the last thing you want to do in this changing world is try to ask a question and seem like you actually don't know anything about the weed you've been using for the last 40 years of your life. And that happens in the religious sector, right? You don't want you to stop asking questions, because everyone assumes that, hey, I've been in this a long time, I don't want to look foolish now, and that's a big problem.
Yeah, it's a huge problem, and I think that's where sharing our lived experiences comes down
We're
to,
really
right?
foolish on all of our listeners' behalf. You guys do the same thing. If we come to it from a light point of view, where we can say, "Oh, I fucked that up," or "I don't know that," or I mean, the newbie and the doobie, the way you play off each other, it's such a great dynamic, because you're able to have these conversations. Timmy doesn't look like he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just somebody who's learning.
That's awesome, because I don't know what I'm talking about. So I appreciate
No, you
that.
absolutely do not know what you're talking about. Washing your bong in the dishwasher.
It seems like so easy. It seems like it would be the easy answer. I don't understand.
So I have a really pressing, important question. Do you remember the very first time you actually felt high?
Oh yeah, the first time I ever felt high.
Yeah, like the first intoxicating experience. Do you remember what happened?
Vividly.
Okay, everybody seems to you either do, and it was like play by play, or you don't, which means it's good either way.
I remember
I was 14, 15 in the Don Valley in Toronto, around a fire, trying my first beers, trying my first dope, all of that. It's all very vague to me. I remember the first time really feeling like I was a cannabis user, and that was at 19 in Amsterdam, because that was for the first time I had choices, and was able to go and buy it and not be in the closet and be high and be okay with being high. I was away from my family. It was very freeing. So there wasn't that, I think a lot of people for the first few times, there's the nervousness. I'm going to get caught. Somebody's going to smell me. There's all those other things. You can't even enjoy the high. But yeah, when you're as young as I was, it's hard to remember. I just jumped in.
Oh yeah,
fully,
yeah.
right away.
After that first experience, I was like, I can see this be like, this is a lot of fun. And I do remember saying, this is a lot better than drinking. Because I, at that point, had already been drunk before and just said, I was like, I don't like that. I don't know why I'm sorry, Annie. I don't know why anybody drinks alcohol. It is awful. Ugh.
You definitely when you too much alcohol.
Yeah. Oh, vividly in my parents' basement with my brother and his friends, 2.5 foot bong. I'd come home from cheerleading practice, and and they were like, "She's gonna rat on us if you don't at least share it with her. So here,
That's
include
awesome.
her." And I was
you're
hooked.
guilty. You're guilty.
And would you have ratted on them?
Probably. Just knowing my 14-year-old self.
Oh well, your brother made a good choice.
Well, the first time I experienced getting high pretty much derailed my future of consuming cannabis, because it ruined my bowling score, and I can't risk that going forward. I'm too good of a bowler.
That's the other thing is having a bad first experience. A lot of people do. They've maybe been drinking at a party, and then they have a joint. We got a lot of stories like that on the podcast. Of course, they green out. They don't know.
Or experienced users, right? Like you and I, and somebody new comes in and they want to tango with the tango with the big boys.
Yeah. You need to start with the pinner,
right?
We'll be over here with a fatty.
But then at the same time, like the experienced users either not including like, oh, you're new, so here's a little tiny one, and like belittling that person, or not looking out for that person and not like, oh yeah, come in here, we're all gonna share this big giant blunt, but like the fourth times it comes around, you're like, you kind of under your breath, like, you can hit that a little smaller now, right? But because cannabis is a community, right? Like it's not just people getting high in their garage and like sitting on their couches, right? It's engaging people who like cannabis is so much better when it's consumed in a social atmosphere.
Sometimes I like smoking alone. Sometimes
I usually smoke alone, but especially in those beginning times, it's just like when you drink, like you don't drink for the first time by yourself.
Hopefully not.
Right? Like it would be pretty sad if you did. So,
I feel like cannabis can be used both ways. It can be used recreationally as well as like socially in a social setting to bring people together, like a community. Can also absolutely be used personally. If I'm going to wait for somebody else that consumes cannabis to consume, that's not happening.
So especially in this relationship here, right? I mean, she can't wait for the time where we can both take a break to go have a smoke together. So she's just got to have to go do it.
Yeah. And we time our breaks accordingly because I do consume multiple times a day because I only smoke if I were to like use a lot of edibles and stuff, right? I'd be able to keep my consumption or my THC levels a little higher and that. But I like smoking. It's relaxing to me. There's a ritual that comes with rolling of the joint, and
I'm all about the ritual of rolling a joint. Like I smoke joints almost exclusively.
Yeah.
A big part of it for me is the rolling. It's very meditative.
Mhm.
It's very
Therapeutic,
sensual.
yeah.
It's therapeutic.
Sensual.
I'm
Kind of like growing.
I learned how to roll joints at high school parties where I would find guys who had dope, cannabis, dope at the time, and I would say, I don't have any, can we have a little contest? And I'd say, you give me a little bit of your cannabis, and if I can roll it faster and better than you, then I get to keep the joint.
Nice.
And I never once lost because they look at me like, who's this little girl? She's a little girl. She doesn't know how to. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Yeah, big balls.
That would have been like me. We did an episode where episode 5, MJ taught me how to roll a joint.
It did take him a while.
Would you like to publicly acknowledge once again how awesome the joint was, just to be let it know?
It was pretty good. It probably would burn with it was good airflow.
Did you roll it with the filter in?
He put the filter in afterwards.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm a filter after person. I never roll with the filter.
I roll with the filter. See, my mom smoked pot again, I'm using all the wrong words. My mom smoked cannabis
You can
for
say mom.
40 years. And even in her 60s, I had to roll her joints for her. So I'd go over and visit mom. Mom, I got to get some laundry done. While you're helping me with my laundry, I'll sit down and I'll roll 25 joints for you for the week.
That's awesome.
And she never learned. And if she ever rolled one for me to smoke, I would immediately tear it apart and be like, no.
Yeah, I'm very particular. Just like I don't like anybody to make my tea, I don't want anybody to roll my joints. I will roll my joints. And it's funny because Timmy has said, well, why don't you prep? And just before you go to bed, he's nodding his head because he's told me this multiple times. Before you go to bed, roll up 8, 10 joints, whatever it is you need for the day. Look at the heads. Watch the heads. Roll the joints for the day, and that way the next day you can just put them in a tin and carry them around. And I mean, there is a time to do that, but
there is a time to do that, and the time when I do that is when I'm going to weddings, or funerals. Weddings and funerals, I pre-roll my joints for the day because I accept the fact that there will not be time, and it might make people uncomfortable.
Yes.
I never do it either because I don't know what I'm going to want to smoke the next day. Am I going to be cleaning and therefore need my LSD? Am I, wanting to be creative and I need my lemon haze? Maybe I need to really relax. And so I'm going to go, I always have 8, 10 different cultivars on the go. So, Timmy, if you pre-roll the day before, A, you're not going to know what's in all those unless you label each joint. And B, you don't know where you're going to be in the day, right, Marianne? Maybe it's a sativa day.
Yeah, I think that comes down to personality. Like I literally this 2 days ago, I spent 2 hours and 43 minutes. Like I timed it for a video I did, prepping 1 month of my breakfast vegetables, packaging, weighing them, freezing them, and to me, that I'm like for 1 month, I'm going to say breakfast time. I know exactly what I'm eating, so. I think that's a personality thing. I think I'd be very organized if I were 12.
It's a definite personality thing because in the morning, I don't know what I want to eat. I don't know what I want to wear. I'm in the moment. You know, maybe I don't need it until 1 in the afternoon.
My husband picks out all of his clothes the night before. I cannot. What if I wake up and I don't want to wear that anymore?
Yeah, then you wasted all that time.
Now, not only do I have to spend time doing it, but I have to think about the time that I wasted yesterday picking those clothes out.
Oh, see, that's why you need to have a wardrobe like mine. I have 7 pairs of these wool socks. I have 5 black shirts, 2 pairs of jeans, and the only reason I had the second pair of jeans is because they were on special. And Mary Jane said you need to have a backup.
Well, especially because the last
Everybody
pair
needs
of
back
jeans,
plan B. You know,
his last pair of jeans actually got torn at the Raptors parade.
Yeah, I almost got shot at the Raptors parade.
He was literally in that section where the gunshot went off.
Yo, that's terrifying to me.
Fell down and ripped my jeans. It makes a great story. But yeah, I think if I was if I was consuming cannabis, I think it does come down to a personality, and that's why. I mean, like with anything, right? There's there's no right or wrong, but I'm pretty sure I would probably have a carrying case. I would have them. I might not even have them labeled because I'd probably already have decided these are the ones. This is what I would smoke.
He would be, if he was a smoker, he would consume, I'm going to say vapes, and it would be little cartridges in a nice little case with the pen and everything all in it. It would have the charging cord in it.
And it would be carried in its same spot in my bag every day.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
And probably maybe I keep pushing for the CBD oil.
Yeah, we're leaning right now towards, because although I've tried smoking 3 times, and I probably won't go back to that form of consumption. When I talked earlier even about the education that's out there and whether or not people are tapping into that as a whole different issue. But I've been impressed by the science I've been hearing and the whole endocannabinoid system and the fact that I never knew that there could be a purpose and a reason other than, like I always thought it was escape the world. I got no reason to escape the world. I like the world. I'm okay. I don't need that. But once I found out, it's like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. You think I might be wired for this stuff? There might be a need for this that could help me maximize and optimize. And I focus on, my physical fitness for exercise and my diet and my sleep. So if this is truly a component, why wouldn't I? So now the question is, taking the information that we are learning and taking and on a journey to find out more information to say, what is the form that I feel most comfortable with, and what is the all those other dynamics, the level and you want to talk strains or cultivars. What is it that will help my body, me personally, as opposed to people who maybe have been smoking the same one forever? It's kind of like, when you eat the same meal. Like I eat the same meal every day, but a lot of information has gone to putting that meal together based on what I've learned about my own personal body and my metabolism and all of that. And same thing with smoking weed. You sit there and you're like, oh, this is what I've been smoking for the last 30 years of my life. And you say, did you ever consider, though, that there might be a better alternative? And most people, I would imagine, be like, no, this is just what I've done. And so I'm on that journey now of trying to go of where is that for me? And I'm excited about it. And the first step might be CBD oil in my smoothies, and we'll go from there.
Timmy, have you started a journal yet?
No, but we did an episode where she taught me about a weed journal. And we created
cannabis
one about
journals. I did a cannabis journal as somebody who had smoked for 15 years before and never journaled anything. I took 1 year. So the year of 2020, I journaled absolutely every single time I consumed.
Nice.
And I can tell you, I can tell you what time of day and based on what I've eaten and how much caffeine that I've taken in, what my next joint should be.
Yes, I can
If
tell
you are,
you.
and
He
like
likes
you
to
sound like the kind of guy, all your stuff is in the same spot. You should.
Oh,
Something that worked for Timmy and what he's talking about is really what we're talking about in general is the more knowledge we have, the more understanding of the plant. And somebody like yourself can say, I'm not a smoker, so that takes all of that out.
Yep.
So maybe I'll try tinctures or maybe I'll try teas.
Yep.
Yeah.
But what am I trying to achieve? I'm trying to achieve good sleep. So what is going to work within that kind of consumption and then narrow it down with this, the tea doesn't work or this does work. And when you start journaling that and seeing when
see
and what
patterns.
works, you go, okay.
I spent
shooting in the dark.
I spent a year and a half when MJ had got me the Fitbit. I spent a year and a half, like every day, tracking my food and sleep. Like I can tell you, I built my own spreadsheet with my sleep patterns. If I go to bed at 11:37, that is where I get my maximum sleep. And you might sit there and say, "Wait, that's ridiculous."
Not
like people say that's nerdish and stuff like that.
Not
It's like no,
11:40.
I took in the data that I have. Now it's probably changed now because I got lazy with it, and my exercise program and everything has changed. So that plays a role. Like I'm finding I'm going to bed earlier.
I
But
like that you said that.
at one point, I did know the maximum time at that particular point in my life under that daily pattern. That's where I got my best sleeps.
So I like that you said that it could have changed because your body has changed and things in your life has changed because just like Annie was saying with cannabis consumption, what you need, he was so cute when he said, you'll be smoking the same stuff for 30 years. Nobody smokes the same stuff for 30 years because you become immune to it. You got to switch up the cultivars, right? But, wait, where was I going with that? Oh, dang it.
I
wanted to say, like, there is an argument for the fact that your lungs aren't, like, there is an argument that they really weren't designed to take anything but oxygen into them, right? Like, there is an argument for that. But there's also an argument that the wall between the lung and the outer, I'm sorry, I didn't even take biology in school, but that space in between the two walls of the lung, where a lot of like cancers can form, that there's endocannabinoid receptors within there, so that if you had lung cancer, you should smoke. Like you should smoke cannabis because of that space and because the receptors are in there, right? So again, knowledge, right?
Well, and don't be afraid of saying stuff like that. And because we, often I'm not an expert, but I'm going to say this on our show. We've said it often. We like to spout off things that may or may not be true. So that way it covers everything.
And you know what? We are advocates. We are not doctors. We are not experts. We don't say that we are either of those things. We are two moms trying to start a conversation. That's it. Trying to move this culture forward and out of the closet, out of the dark. And if you're going to have these new conversations like you guys are doing and we're doing, then you're going to say stupid things. And it's okay to say stupid things because that will start a new conversation where you hopefully have a chance to learn something.
Yeah. Speaking of saying stupid things, one podcast I was talking about the different types of cannabis and talking about how indica has to do with like short and fat and sativa is tall and thin. And then I mentioned the lesser known cousin ruderalis. I made sure to mention ruderalis, but I completely forgot to mention that 98% of the strains that you're going to find on the market are neither sativa or indica, but most likely a hybrid. I didn't even mention the word hybrid in that entire segment. So it's very easy, like you're saying, to say something wrong or maybe forget to say something. But I did remember what I was going to say. It had to do with changing how your body changes over time. Timmy at one point became vegan for like an entire year. And
cold turkey. Just stopped eating meat.
No cold turkey.
No cold turkey.
No turkey. No. But he ended up losing a lot of weight and needed to add more protein back into his diet. So just like you have to adjust your diet depending on how your body is, the same thing with cannabis. You might have to add edibles a certain time of the year because your arthritis flares up or whatever. And everybody is different. So what works for you might not work for you. And it's like you're saying, a journal. You have to keep a journal.
Yeah, you got to keep a journal, and I always, new consumers, like I used to work, like you did, Mary Jane. I used to work in cannabis stores, and I always used to tell my employees, and I always used to tell our customers, like, this is a journey that you are on, and like you kind of have a path that you think you're going to walk on, but there's like this path has so many little jets coming out of it. Just go and enjoy it and be safe. Right? So just put yourself in safe places with safe people and, make safe choices.
Consume with intention. I think that's what we're talking about. Consume
Thank
with
you for
intention.
saying that.
And whether your intention is to get it just, fucked up as much as you can, that is your intention. Go and achieve that.
And there's a time and a place for that. And it goes right back to what we were talking about at the very beginning of this conversation, is speaking with intention.
Yeah.
Consuming with intention, listening with intention. I've been really working hard the last year on being an active listener, which is really hard.
2020, I was an active yeller. I just yelled a lot. I was actively yelling at everybody. I wouldn't even know that I was yelling.
But also we're having these conversations and you're thinking, what's my rebuttal? What am I going to say in rebuttal to what they're saying? Instead of just being like, I'm going to listen.
Yeah.
Take it all in. I don't have to have a rebuttal. I definitely don't have to have it right away.
Exactly.
But I'm going to be a better listener if I'm listening without scripting in my head what I'm going to come back at you with. So just living with more intention in all aspects.
In everything I do,
That's an extremely hard lesson. A hard thing to do as well is to listen, to hear rather than listen to understand rather than listening to respond. Because if we're literally listening to respond, as you're telling me a story about your car breaking down, I'm searching the back of my brain about the last time my car broke down. So that way I have a story to tell you when you're done talking. But now all of a sudden I've stopped listening to what you've said.
It's so common. And it is, like you said, it's something I'm very conscious about. And I'm trying to retrain my brain. And you catch yourself doing it. You're like, not every story needs a rebuttal story.
Yeah.
And you might have information or whatever. I could just take that in and be like, wow, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, let me ruminate on that for a while.
Well, a lot of times too, and my friends and I, we talk about this, we talk about, one of my friends has trouble with potty training and the other one, their son doesn't want to go to school or whatever the case may be. Sometimes when they will say bitch about this stuff, they're not looking for you to give them answers or whatever. They just want you to listen. Yeah. So sometimes just listen. So it's really nice.
That's really shitty that you're going through that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not exactly sure what you guys all just said. My car broke down a while ago, and I wanted to tell you the story ever since she brought that up. Tell us a little. We're getting ready to let you go and live your lives, but talk to people about kind of a short summary of what it is that you want to accomplish. Why they should be listening to the High Ladies podcast?
Well, first of all, we came at it realizing there was definitely a hole in women-led conversations around cannabis. So we really wanted to do that. As we said throughout the conversation, we want to destigmatize. We want to educate, and we want to help build a community of like-minded, supportive people with good intentions. And as Amanda said, we are not experts, we are not doctors, but we are mothers, we are humans, we are consumers, we are people in this world. So if we talk about our experience, then maybe we can make other people feel more comfortable in the space. Is that good?
Yeah, I think that's pretty much summed it up. Yeah.
And where can people find you? We'll obviously have the links. So if you're watching or listening, the links will be in the description boxes, both on the podcatcher that you're listening on and as well on YouTube. But where can they find you?
Yes, we're on Instagram at High Ladies Podcast. You can always shoot us an email at highladiespodcast@gmail.com. Then we're on all of the listening platforms. I challenge you to find one that we are not on. If you find one, tell me. I'll get us on there.
And if you don't have a listening platform, just Google Hi Ladies. All of it will be us. You'll find our website, highladies.podcast@buzzsprout.com, but just Gmail or Google Hi Ladies Podcast.
Mm-hmm.
There is no excuse not to be able to listen to it.
That's right. We're everywhere.
Yeah, I found you guys incredibly easy. MJ, any final words?
No. I want to say hi, ladies, because he missed that opportunity at the beginning. I can't believe
that's how you
did,
start
but-
that's how you start the podcast.
That's how we start. That's right.
Yeah, we start with Hi Ladies and we end with Bye Ladies.
And did you was that like before you started your first recording, you guys were like, you know what? We're gonna start with Hi, or did that Hi Ladies, or did that just start?
It was organic.
Yeah,
It was
I think
pretty
pretty
organic.
much everything from that has come out of our podcast has been super organic, and even our show titles don't get named until after we've recorded them.
Yep.
Yeah. So yeah, the show has definitely evolved over the last 3 seasons, and we hope to keep evolving.
Yeah.
You guys know what that's all about.
Yep.
We keep to hope bringing better content, more interesting interviews. Just we want to be better and better and better. But we started very organically, and we're going to grow very organically.
That's awesome. Well, we want to thank you so much for joining us today, and we're on the verge in the next little while here of finishing our season 1, and so we're excited to know that there are other people that are like-minded. Hearing the very similarities in our backgrounds, the space that you're filling by having a women-led conversation like that is very cool. So we're happy to be in this space, kind of walking a journey with you, and hopefully we'll be able to talk again.
I'm thinking hopefully
Thank
we'll be
you
able
so
to
much, Timmy and Mary Jane. We are so blessed to have you within our community. It's just fabulous that we found each other, and let's march on into 2022, making change. Did they freeze? Are we done? Marianne's frozen like that.
Thank you.
Bye, ladies. Bye,
Bye,
Mary Jane.
ladies.
Bye, Timmy. You're frozen.
Hey, so the power went off, and yeah, so now I'm down here dark in the studio. Hopefully, the interview, it still says it's live, so here we are, live. We lost all the power went out in, looks like in at least the street, who knows how much more than that. And yeah, but this is good news. It looks like the interview still recorded, so
Yay.
I don't know, babe. Hey, look, I'm live right now on StreamYard.
Okay.
So StreamYard kept recording.
Oh, we're still there.
So we're live right now.
We have it shut. We have it shut off. So how about we have my camera on and we call them back? And we finish it in the dark.
Well, it's recording right now.
Okay. You want me to send her a message and be like, can you call back in?
I'll try, yeah.
Okay,
So,
where do I?
so here we are sitting in the dark in the studio. We just learned something new about StreamYard, that if the power goes off, it
Your
keeps
stream-
recording.
Yeah, your stream is still going.
We were just about to say goodbye too. We were literally just about to say goodbye, and all the power went off. And I'm telling you, my heart sank, because like we were literally on the thanks for coming, and probably 2 minutes away from shutting it off. And I was so afraid we lost it, but I think.
Let's see. Oh, there we are. Let's see.
So we're trying to call them back now and see what happens.
Not sure exactly how to do this.
Oh, are you calling them through Instagram?
Yeah, how else do I get a hold of them?
I don't know. I feel like we're sitting in a movie theater. getting ready to watch the big show, and we are the big show. So I don't know if this is going to be tagged. This will probably be tagged on at the end of the interview.
Aiden, my son is asking if we have.
But if we might use this just as a separate clip. So let me just say this: we literally just were in the middle of, well, not even in the middle, at the end of almost an hour interview with Amanda and Annie from the Hi Ladies podcast. It was an amazing interview. I had a great time. They were fantastic to talk to. It's some amazing stories. And then we were literally about to say goodbye.
Saying thank you.
We were in the middle of like, where can they find you? And they were listing off where they could find you. And I was about to say, all right, well, everybody, thanks for tuning in. And off we were going to go. And at that point, after an hour-long conversation, the entire house went down. And it turns out
my phone. I got my phone.
So now we're sitting in our basement studio,
hoping our guests come back so we can say goodbye.
Seeing if our guests will come back, and if not,
I did send an email. Let me get to.
This is so weird, but StreamYard, you are about to get 6-star review if this works. If a power failure does not keep it from still streaming live, could you imagine if I did? Amazing. Could you imagine if I didn't go on to check StreamYard?
Oh my God, we'd still be recording.
it would still just be going live. Well, look, I'm not going to complain, StreamYard. It's a pretty good setup.
We're getting the candles out.
So we'll see if our guests come back in, and if not, we will wrap this thing up. I think our next interview was going to be rescheduled anyways, right? Yes. So what a bonus that was. They actually emailed us just before the power went out saying, can we reschedule the interview for this afternoon? So that was good timing. This was bad timing, but that was good timing. So now we just need the power to come back on for our evening interview.
Yeah, do you want to record one? Do you want to record like a... Well, that's it. I guess that's it.
Okay, so...
And this is what happens when your power goes out.
Where's the...
Oh, you want me to turn the light?
Maybe I should turn this way. Well, there we go. There we are. Well, thanks for joining us on another episode of On the Spot with Amanda and Annie from the Hi Ladies podcast. Their links will be all below. Definitely follow them, connect with them, listen to them, subscribe to them, give them multiple 5 stars on Apple
getting tired
or whatever.
On every podcast format or platform you can find. Remember, if you can't find them,
tell them.
Yeah.
Do the same for us too. We think we're on everything as well. So definitely like, follow, share our stuff as well. So here we are from our basement dungeon. Parts unknown.
Are you going to tell them why it's dark, or are you just going to leave it to their, let them figure it out?
Well, we already did.
Oh, we're going to put this whole thing up?
No, probably won't put the whole thing up, but I might put the first part up and then do the official ending.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because your phone's about to die and the power's out, so we can't even charge it.
So I better end this now.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
One sec.
Peterborough.
Are you guys there?
Yes, we're here. How are you guys today? Excellent. How are you, Peterborough? We're good. We're good. Yeah, good. We're good. Thank you for, there you guys are. You just finished your meeting, right? We just finished the here at the Cafe here in Peterborough. How was 420 in Peterborough? I'm gonna let goes here. I'm gonna let him talk to you all about that and how.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, we did pretty good here. We had about 250 people. It was freaking cold, so a lot of people didn't stick around, but we had live music, over $1,500 in prizes and giveaways, and it was a great year. It was a lot of fun. I'd like to give a couple shout outs here. Thanks to for and the whole 420 Toronto crew for all their efforts, giving the love to all the Canadian 420 events. I'd like to thank Pipe Dream Space, Women's Alliance, Peterborough Emporium, GTA Seed Bank, Kawartha Mums and Dads for Marijuana, Peterborough Hydroponics, all my volunteers, the City of Peterborough, so many more for everything, so much help to make this year's event come together.
That's amazing. Now, how many people came out last year?
Last year we had 300. The weather was a lot nicer.
Yeah, but you had about the same number despite it being badass cold.
That's right, we did.
I mean, I hate to break it to Chris Goodwin and I looked at each other and like, man, if I didn't have to be here, I don't think I would. Did you have that feeling?
Oh yeah, you weren't the only one, I'm sure. I see some pictures from the different events where people are talking about how cold it is, and you can see the look on their faces.
Yeah, people were running home and getting their blankets and coming back and wrapping themselves up in flags, and it was pretty funny.
That's amazing that people would be prepared to spend hours out in the cold like that.
Yeah, like
to protest prohibition, don't you think?
Very different for people, but it also shows their commitment to it as well, right? Like we had snow up here.
We had snow up.
Yeah, it was snowing. Yeah.
Quick question then. You were going to have a well-known conservative member come out to your rally. Did he appear?
No, there was no sign of him or any friend.
Oh.
It was just.
So, what are we going to do about Dean Del Mastro?
We'll just invite him out to Cannabis Day.
Excellent. I got invited to Cannabis Day, July 1st. What happens on Cannabis Day?
It's pretty much the same thing, but sure we're trying to get into the Cannabis Day parade, so we got our fingers crossed, and we're really hoping to get into that.
You're hoping to get into the City of Peterborough's Canada Day parade?
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, correct. Right downtown.
With a float?
No, we're thinking just 4 people with flags and a couple other people handing out brochures and CDs with good links to valuable sites, like that.
Exactly.
I'd go up to that. How about a float?
We did discuss a
mixer?
float, but we don't have enough volunteers to take away from the event to be able to do a float.
I'll come down in a Mini Cooper.
If we're allowed in the parade, we'll invite you.
Okay then, I will come down in a Mini Cooper. Right, Goodwin? He just shook his head. Yeah, we'll bring a Mini Cooper. We're very good at,
I just got emailed a 420 Peterborough video.
Yes, my fiance, Mary
Excellent.
Jane Gonjagirl, worked very hard to get that up and out for today.
So, did you learn anything new after doing it a couple years? Have you learned anything?
It's a constant. This year, we had a group of unknown people go around, and when we showed up at the park in the morning, there was posters, the whole park, all the benches, the water fountain, the trees, all with posters saying, "I was wrong, don't," and they were posted everywhere. We spent about 45 minutes cleaning up before we could even set up.
You had anti-protester people protest ahead of time?
That's correct, but they didn't have the balls to come out and debate it with us.
And they didn't show.
Damn.
Show up in person.
Wow. That's harsh.
They just had the posters around the park, and you commented earlier that they actually went around to the Herb for Herb posters.
Yeah, they spray painted big circles, the no circle around the pot leaves, and then they posted the "I was wrong, don't legalize it" posters underneath all the Herb for Herb posters around Peterborough the night before the event.
I think Dean Del Mastro was at your event.
Rumor, and it's only, but rumor has it was the Sir Sanford Fleming Police Foundation students, but we haven't confirmed that yet.
It's a small town. We can get down to the boss taxes on that.
There's lots of people trying to figure it out. So we're gonna, when we put up the Cannabis Day posters next weekend, a couple people are gonna sit out all night and watch for them.
Put it on the camera.
Yeah.
And then what are you going to do? I mean, shame them?
Pepper spray them.
How dare you share your opinion too, on top of mine?
Listen, they can put up their opinion as long as it's next to or beside ours.
Not on top of it.
Exactly.
It certainly didn't slow anything down for us. So.
No. But you are right. They were kind of cowardly not to come out with a megaphone of their own and shame you.
Yeah, exactly.
It would have made my day for any one of them to come out and meet me face to face.
Exactly. It just happened, though.
Democracy, anyway.
Following the...
So, Peterborough, July 1st. About the same size you said this year, but it snowed. Did the snow accumulate on the ground?
No, it didn't. It fell for about a half hour, but no accumulation.
What was the best contest or game or activity you had?
We do 4 free entry draws, which anybody can enter. It's just a guessing draw. A seed guess, a roach guess, a rolling paper guess, and a bag guess. And whoever guesses the closest without going over wins a prize that I select before the event. And then we also have a 50-50 draw, which has a ton of additional prizes. And at the end of the event, we just throw out all kinds of rolling papers and rollers and magazines, and we just toss them out into the crowd for people to grab.
You'll see.
That's
you'll
awesome.
See the some of the free prize that Blaze is talking about at the 420 Valley website. There's some pictures posted there.
I didn't catch all of that.
Al uploaded some of the pictures of the prizes and stuff being given away and thrown out up onto the 420rally.ca site earlier today.
Wonderful. We'll post them in tomorrow morning. I appreciate that, Al. And you had 1,500 in prizes and 300 people. I guess your chances of winning were pretty high then, correct?
Yes, almost everybody walks away with something.
Nothing like a good rally when you can go home with like rolling papers or a grinder.
Yeah, that's right.
It does bury the seeds and gets people to keep coming out. Well, last year I won a grinder and they gave away a bong.
Yeah, we gave away 3 bongs and probably about 400 seeds got given away as well.
Wow, 400 seeds.
3 bongs.
Oh. Got to do, yeah, come on up. We're switch to the cam. You got that rolled up now.
Yeah. All our sponsors are in line. We have 5 sponsors that sponsor every event, so we're pretty much covered, but we always welcome more sponsorship.
Nice. For Herb helping you guys out. Sound was good. People could hear you.
Yep. Oh yeah, we had a live band with a great sound system. Plus, I had the megaphone, and it was great. Everything went well this time, and I have to thank all the volunteers that came on board with me. Previous years, it's been my fiance, Mary Jane Ganja Girl, and myself, and doing all the lead up and all the setup and everything for the event. And this year we have 5 new people, and it's been spectacular.
That's wonderful. 5 volunteers, and that's the power of 7 people getting stuff done there, Smash.
That's excellent. Thank you for your commitment.
It's especially Peterborough.
I would have never got into it if it wasn't for Mark Emery. His bus encouraged me to stand up for something that's worthwhile standing up for.
Unfortunately, it's when people get busted that they decide to start doing. They should do before they get busted.
That's right.
Yeah, that's evil.
Like, don't wait for the catalyst. Just start doing. The catalyst will help. Will happen. Trust me.
Yes.
Spend enough time doing this, it's someone you know or you yourself will spend a night in jail. Here we go, Peterborough 420. They're going to spark a big fat joint that they rolled. They were going to show it to us, but they just...
Gonna stand here and watch you burn one. That's alright, because I love the way it smells. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, because it should be legalized. Should be legalized. legalized.
I can't tell you what it really is. I can only tell you when it feels right. I come back from work and wanna take a break. Real life, my dreams didn't work out. I'm stuck in that race, going to work from 9 to 6 shouldn't be a disgrace, but not in this place. The United States, where we look up to Britney Spears instead of Bill Gates. What a disgrace. How did we get to this place where our culture developed really horrible taste? Who do we blame? I can give you plenty of names. I point my finger at them. I don't really care what they say. Look at the magazines, People, Us Weekly and stuff. All those celebrities, but we don't even know who they are. That's because most of us are living lives as normal as hell. That's why we like to smoke and listen to the stories they tell. And if there's something wrong with that, then I don't want to be right. So pump up, pass and hand me the light.
Just gonna stand here and watch you play. Sour seas of purple crystal-berry haze. Just gonna stand here and watch you get high. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. Should be legalized. Should be legalized.
Hey Congress, we need to get something straight. Don't pretend like you got way too many things on your plate. Our country's broke. You need to fix it today. The people voted for you. Start representing your state and regulate it so we can end the debate and end the hating. No one should be so irate because the money we make from taxes would really be great. The deficit would deflate. No need to incarcerate. Hey Congress, stop using your head. Not everyone who smokes weed is lazy with dread. Sarah Palin, Clinton, even Obama have admitted to smoking it, so enough with the drama. Like prohibition in the 20s, this all is outdated. Weed is safer than booze, it's time to regulate it. And if you don't pay attention to me, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll start a revolution and then vote out your whole crew.
Just gonna stand here and watch you smoke. That's alright, I think I also have a coat. Just gonna stand here and watch you go to the sky. That's alright, I think it should be legalized. It should be legalized. Should be legalized. Yeah.
Adam Sandler, one of my biggest. If I'm gonna do a song weed, I'll do it for throttle. Let's name some names. Just like the Hanukkah song, but instead of Jewish people, these ones hit the bong. Willie Nelson, Snoop Dogg, those are obvious ones. But Martha Stewart and Oprah, let's start naming the big guns. Kimmel, Jon Stewart, even Stephen Colbert. Woody Harrelson smoked so much that he lost all his hair. Matt Damon, Clooney, Pitt, most of Ocean's 11. If Angelina smoked me out, I think I would be in heaven. Bill Maher, Jack Black, Tina Fey, Charlie Sheen, all four smoke groups. So there's the Queen, Perez Hilton. We all know you smoke joints. I don't judge you for that. You get extra points. Halle Berry, Richard Branson, John Kerry, Al Gore. I'm not near done yet. I'm gonna name some more. Do you see how this list is ridiculous? These facts aren't conspicuous. My research is meticulous. Save all smokes and our supporters of weed. The list goes on and on like Michael Phelps on Capacity. Sacha Baron Cohen and Justin Timberlake. What they both have in common is that they like to get really big. Eminem, Megan Fox, Rihanna too. I know you smoke Natalie Portman, so this one's for you.
Not gonna waste time and just stand by. I'm gonna send it to my congressman tonight. We is American, that's all for time.
Awesome. That was 420 in Peterborough.
Really interesting cover. I enjoyed that.
I gotta congratulate Blaze for setting up that parade route. You know, we go past the Peterborough Police Station, we go past City Hall, Schizophrenia Society building. We've the Wolf radio station that's here in Peterborough. We stopped in there. Went to the windows where the studio is and waved at them. So hopefully they broadcasted that out when we're doing the walk.
So that's can never. Good media is hard to come by some days. You know, trying to get the word out.
We also got a really good write-up in the Peterborough Examiner.
That's excellent. Write-ups in the Peterborough Examiner. Is that Monday's paper?
It came out Sunday night. There's a link to it on the 420 event page.
Excellent. Write-ups, positive. It's only going to keep growing. That's
Yeah,
what people don't
all
understand.
the media coverage is really positive.
And more people come out when they read about it. Oh, it was okay. Then nothing happened last year. And then more people are encouraged to come out. Next year you'll get 500 or 600, and it takes a while to get to the numbers we're at.
Especially if you're fighting against people that are postering against you.
Oh yeah.
Doesn't make
Bullshit.
it easy.
Yeah, that's insane. I know Hamilton had problems with people ripping down their posters, but to actually spray paint over your message, that's really wrong.
That's taking it to the next step.
It'd be great to find out who they are and confront them about the whole thing and have a civilized conversation with any luck.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if you can get a civilized conversation. They probably will have mullets. Look for mesh backs and mullets.
That's like racial profiling. You can't do that.
I bet it's just a crazy soccer mom or something like that.
Nah, soccer moms don't know how to work spray cans.
The ones that...
Especially on
probably,
posters that are almost 8 feet in the air.
Sounds
It's
like
some conservative child.
some conservative. Yeah, it's probably Dean Del Mastro's family. I think it's kids. It's extended kids.
It reminds me of like how Married with Children, there was one woman in like Massachusetts who hated Married with Children and like protested against them, trying to bring the show down.
Wow.
They made fun of her on an episode.
It's like Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
You got anything else you'd like to add?
That place like Peterborough pitched in this year, had great rally, great video by the way, guys. And
Yeah, I really want to say that I liked that cover song as well. It was awesome.
That's the first video that we've ever done. My fiance, Mary Jane Gondriol, she just learned how to do the video editing last night and today. So first video ever.
Awesome.
it's amazing how these things technology is making it so social revolutions are much easier to catch on that way because of, it's easier to make a video and showcase what you're up to.
Exactly.
I didn't know stuff happened in Peterborough.
I think that's really important too, and I'm glad that it's happening.
I'm glad it's happening in these communities and they can Skype into us.
Yeah, Chris goes through the hours of video footage of all the rallies and protests, and Myrna as well. They're going to compile it all for the website. And it's so fun to watch and see the people from across the country and all the different cities. And Chris and I were saying that video we played at the beginning of the show, how each person that is willing to grab the mic and is so carefree as they talk has something different to contribute to the conversation as an individual. And it was so nice to see each of them, what they had to say.
Yeah, so it's just can't say enough things about Peterborough. It's good that you guys called in from your monthly event it is it not?
Yes, we do the videos here at the Carte Diem Cafe on Armour Road once a month, usually the third Tuesday of the month. And we'll have different themes, like today was on history, so we because Jack Herrera had passed away on April the 15th in 2010, for the 3 years that we've been doing these videos on this weekend, at this time, we showed Jack's video all about the history of what he did to bring awareness in the cannabis movement.
Oh, that's
a bit of a celebration.
And it's nice that a small community can get that. People don't understand, small community, it's harder to make inroads in. And
yep, it is.
Definitely.
And, congratulations to Blaze. He's been at this for 4 years, and started out as a booth there at the park, and as you saw tonight, there's a video and pictures, and the thing's getting bigger, permits, the whole bit. So, congratulations to you, Blaze, for what you've been doing.
Thank you. It can't happen without the whole community, though. It's just more than just me.
Agreed. It's you got a good group of volunteers. It sounds all around you guys, and it all sounds like you're all pitching in to do hard work. So we appreciate that. I mean, it demonstrates what 5 or 6 people that want to do something can do.
I also appreciate you guys being regular contributors to the show. If you're not viewing online and Skyping in, you guys are here in person, and
You're awesome.
Definitely like
Yes,
that.
thank you.
You guys are awesome too. Thank you.
Yeah, it's all about spreading the word, guys. Well, we're gonna have to let you go. We're gonna close the. We're closing
All right.
the place up here.
Thanks
so,
for calling in, guys.
Thanks for everything. Thanks for having us on, and just keep at her.
We will. You guys have yourselves a wonderful
You
night.
too.
You too.
Thank you, and thank you everybody there at the cafe at Vapor Central for all you do.
Appreciate it.
Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Oh yeah, baby, that's lovely.
Good morning. It's October the 17th, and welcome to Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News right here on paceradio.net. Good morning, Glenn.
Good morning, Al. How are you?
Not too bad. A little frosty here. We got some white stuff on the ground, is in frost, not snow, but yeah, we got a good layer of frost out there.
Yeah, same here. I'm just waiting for these 18 and 19 degree days to come in a few days.
Yes, actually, today is our first day of warm up. It's going to be up in the mid-teens, and we're going to end up around 19 or 20 over the weekend. So it's coming your way, buddy.
Yeah, we got about 12, I think, 13 maybe today. But after
Yeah.
that, I think it's Sunday when it hits us. 8, 17, 18, 19 for 5-6 days. I'll take it. I'll be out on the bike.
Yeah, exactly. Do you know what today is?
Have no idea. I know it's Thursday.
That's right. You know, it's Thursday, October the 17th. But did you know that today is the 6th anniversary of cannabis in Canada, of legal cannabis?
Had no idea till right now.
Yep. Some people call it St. Fatty's Day. Some people call it Cannabis Day. No, it's cannabis legalization. It's the first day.
Well, happy Cannabis Day, everybody.
6 years, even though that one news source did say it was 7, but it is only 6 years.
It seems like longer for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, I know. And
Maybe because I've been involved with the medical part of it before that, you know?
Yeah, well, yeah. TY right there. Yeah, it's been a long time, but 6 years legal cannabis. A lot less people going to jail for cannabis than we had before then.
Yep.
Is legalization perfect? No. There's lots of changes that need to be made. There's no doubt about that.
And we talk about that on a weekly basis.
Correct. Yeah. I have a friend who's been busted twice for 3 joints, and he's happy that he won't be busted for 3 joints anymore.
When I was younger, quite a bit younger, I got busted for 1 roach about this big. Yep. Had a criminal record for that. It was the juvenile criminal record, but it was a criminal record for this much.
A roach.
Yeah, a roach.
And
the cop saw me smoke it, and I put it out behind my back, and he came up, and it was literally a roach.
I know another fellow who was caught with a couple grams, had a lifetime record. None of that stuff's going to happen. Shouldn't be happening to people anymore. So, that's a good thing. But there's the bad things as well. Obviously there's still some fines for cannabis. It's not legal like tomatoes, like some people would like it to be. But
we still hear dispensaries getting busted out here at least once a month.
Yeah. Actually, there was we don't have the article today, but there is the OCS has got a thing that's going on where they're going to be setting up a fake cannabis store. So when people come in,
read that one last week.
Yeah. So that's going on. That'll be going on I probably wouldn't doubt. I think it's right about this weekend. So.
And I believe most of that's about the indigenous cannabis stores. Not there's not so many pop-ups. There is a couple, but not many.
This is a pop-up OCS store, but we still have there's still lots of illegal cannabis stores that aren't on the reserve that are still happening in the cities. So there's actually there was a story on. We don't have it today with us, but there was one through the week. So, all right, talking about news, let's get at her. Here we go. First story of the day: Kamala Harris pledges to federally legalize cannabis if elected president. Now, this is legalize, not reschedule, right?
Yep. In a recent campaign agenda update discussing plans to deliver for Black men and their families, Vice President Kamala Harris, a Democrat, pledged to federally legalize cannabis if she is elected as the next U.S. president. The presidential campaign for Vice President Kamala Harris said on Monday that Harris would federally legalize cannabis if she wins. The announcement came via update of the campaign agenda focusing on the vice president's plan to deliver for Black men.
The 5-part plan includes legalizing recreational cannabis and creating opportunities for Black Americans to succeed in this new industry. According to the campaign, and the legalization policy would break down unjust legal barriers that hold Black men and other Americans back. During her tenure in the Senate, Harris, who was a prosecutor and attorney general in California, once worked to put Americans in jail for cannabis-related crimes. Evolved her political stance on cannabis and co-sponsored legislation to remove cannabis from the Controlled Substances Act.
The Biden administration is currently maneuvering to move cannabis from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 under the CSA. However, while this change would reduce restrictions, cannabis possession would remain a federal crime. And the vice president said on a podcast last month, "We have come to a point where we have to understand that we need to legalize it and stop criminalizing this behavior." Meanwhile, Harris's opponent, who's the former President Donald Trump, recently said he would vote yes on Florida's adult use cannabis amendment heading to voters this November, and that he supports rescheduling cannabis under federal law and giving cannabis companies the ability to access banking services. The former president, however, stopped short of supporting federal cannabis legalization and previously stated he believes it's an issue best left for individual states to decide.
What do you think about that decision to compare the two, federal legal or allowing the states to do it independently?
I'm not a fan of allowing the states to do too much independently. Abortion rights, things like that, I think should be federally regulated, not states or provinces, as in Canada. Mm-hmm. I think it's a federal issue.
I look at it as in Canada, one of the reasons why we federally legalized it was because the law was interpreted across the country in different ways.
Yeah, same there.
And that's what would happen in state independently doing that, because you're going to end up with states where people are going to end up in jail for a few grams, and they could end up in jail for 5 years, whereas other states, they got stores selling it.
Yeah. And we know stories of people who are in jail for many, many, many more years for simple possession that grew to a bigger charge.
Yeah, exactly.
I would compare it to abortion, where each state now has the right to make their own laws. Yeah. Some states are very draconian in it, and they'll have a 12-year-old that can't have an abortion. Mm-hmm. And some states are very pro, how do you say it?
Choice.
Yeah, pro-choice. They're not. I'm pro-life, but right. I'm not against stopping someone else from doing whatever the hell they want with their life. Right.
Yeah.
And that's the way I think of it. If you go to one state and then you have to go to another for an abortion, then you come back and they charge you for having that abortion somewhere else where it was legal.
And
that's
they could do the same
with cannabis if they do that.
And they could do that with cannabis.
That's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah. And what do you do about going? You want to go to family 3 states over, but you got to go through a state to get there that could, you could risk your car, you could end up in jail, over the weekend, whatever, because you're being held back because they went through your
It can
vehicle
affect your
because of the
career. It can
smell of
affect your
cannabis.
finances. That you can't buy a house. You can't own a gun.
Oh yeah.
There's a thousand things that it affects. And
Yep.
from one state to another to have that law. What if you're a medical patient or your daughter? Your 6-year-old daughter has seizures, and you're using cannabis to stop those seizures, and you can't go visit your relatives because you
Yeah.
can't go into that other state because they'll take your child from you. It's
Exactly.
ludicrous. It has to be federally regulated.
There's other stuff as far as like interstate or cross border commerce and stuff like
Yep.
that would all be affected by it if it was just state to state. So
Yep.
I'm against that. I'm federal on the end. I agree with you there. So, all right, let's get the next story lined up. And this is a question I think that many people may have on the top of their mind, and that is, how much does a legal weed grower in Canada actually get from that ounce that you bought? And this comes to us from StratCan.
Ever wonder how much of your hard-earned dollars make it back to the grower when you pick up some cannabis at the store? A group of BC-based cannabis businesses recently launched a campaign to draw attention to just how little cannabis growers receive for their cannabis amidst a complex supply chain.
While the general public may think the cannabis industry is washed with cash, the reality is much more dire, especially for small craft growers who are not propped up by investors' dollars. The BC Cannabis Alliance, compromising around 2 dozen cannabis cultivators and processors in BC, says that they are seeking to draw attention to how issues like provincial and federal taxes and fees impact growers, especially BC's small craft cannabis growers.
As part of the campaign, the Alliance is sharing information with retailers and consumers on where the money consumers pay for cannabis actually ends up. Using a series of infographics that feature popular dried flower SKUs in the BC market, the organization breaks down how various levels of government receive a little over half of every dollar spent. In contrast, cannabis producers receive less than 20%. Using one example produced by the Alliance, a popular 28-gram package of cannabis sold in BC for about $82. $9. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, nearly $9 went to sales tax. $28 goes to the excise tax, 75% of which goes to the BC government. And the BC LBD receives another $6 as the distributor. That leaves about $15 for the producer out of that $82 that the consumer spends. And that $15 often further is divided between processor and grower.
And you wonder why you can't afford your groceries.
Yeah.
Same stuff. Various cards highlighting different popular SKUs in BC will be shared with retailers in the coming weeks. In addition, the Alliance is highlighting an additional fee charged by the BC government to use their direct delivery program, which allows some small BC growers to ship directly to retailers. The program was touted as a way to help small craft growers and producers in BC, but the BC LDB has kept the 15% proprietary fee they charge to warehouse and distribute cannabis attached to these direct sales. This is despite the provincial cannabis distributor not actually handling or processing these direct sales in any way.
Yeah.
How's that fair?
Ontario has something similar. They say, according to Alana Davies, she says that the addition of this 15% markup to be paid to the government, despite them not ever handling the product at any point in the supply chain, is an example of the government saying one thing to support small farms and doing the opposite. Now, the organization has also created a petition to draw attention to the BC specific issue, which calls for the BC LDP to drop its proprietary fee for direct delivery from 15% to 3.5% to help improve economic viability for all cannabis producers. I'm gonna go let the dog out. So finish her up.
Okay. BC is home to some of Canada's favorite cannabis brands, but excessive taxation means our best growers, processors, and retailers are struggling to get by, says the organization's website. Between taxes, fees, and markups, the government often takes the most while contributing the least. For BC's most popular products, that take can be more than half. We're here to rally support for simple changes while helping policy makers create a more sustainable cannabis industry.
There you go.
Insane.
Yeah.
How about taking it from $15 to zero because they're not doing anything? Well, why would they even pay 3.5% for nothing?
Well, yeah, that's the government taking that money.
Yeah, they're taking
that is before
15% for nothing.
that's already removed before the producers down to the $15. So
You wonder why all these producers are having a hard time, because the goddamn government is taking everything like they do with everything else.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know, eh? Tax, 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 as they say, eh? So, all right.
Yeah.
On to the next story. Here we go. This is from the Dallas News. It says cannabis on the mind. UTD study finds connection between sleep, memory, and cannabis use.
As support for cannabis decriminalization grows in North Texas, new research is shedding light on the drug's impact on sleep and memory. In a recent study published by the American Journal of Drug and Alcohol Abuse, researchers at the University of Texas of Dallas found that adults with cannabis use disorder tended to experience poorer sleep than those without the condition. They also perform more poorly on tests assessing virtuospatial memory, or the ability to retain and process information about an object's appearance and location.
What this paper does is provide a bridge between the two things, sleep and memory, and helps establish that perhaps some of the memory impairment associated with cannabis use is indeed due to poor sleep quality. According to Christopher Barico, he's an associate professor at the psychiatry research at Baylor College of Medicine. The study also underscores that many unknowns surrounding cannabis' impact on the human body and the need to be cautious when using it, says Ashley Garling. She's a clinical assistant professor at the University of Texas.
In 2022 survey of more than 27,000 people between the ages of 16 and 65 in the US and Canada, almost half reported using cannabis to help with sleep. In another survey commissioned by the American Academy of Sleep Medicine in 2023, a quarter of Americans reported occasionally or regularly using cannabis to help them stay or fall asleep. And parents with children under 18 living at home were more likely than non-parents to use cannabis as a sleep aid. That's surprising.
Well, yeah, but you look at those numbers and you think, well, how can there be a negative effect?
True. Whether cannabis actually helps you fall asleep isn't clear. I can tell you it is very clear. Some studies and surveys suggest that it doesn't improve sleep, while others suggest it might, particularly in people with conditions that interfere with sleep, like chronic pain.
Additionally, the two main active ingredients in cannabis, THC and CBD, influence sleep in different ways. Low doses of THC may improve sleep, while higher doses may disrupt it. The opposite is true for CBD. Now, studies have shown that long-term cannabis use can... it jumped on me.
Can impair cognitive... You got that back?
No, keep going.
Okay, can impair cognitive function depending on what age someone starts using. A 2016 study tracking over 3,000 middle-aged adults over 2 decades found that of those who used cannabis for more than 5 years, their verbal memory was worse compared to those who used cannabis less often. A 2018 study found that young people who used cannabis frequently were more likely to score lower on memory tests and not do as well at learning new information and higher level problem solving compared to their non-using peers. A separate 2018 study found cognitive performance among young cannabis users improved when they stopped using.
But studying cannabis' effect on both memory and sleep had not been done before, says Francisco Philby, director of University of Texas at the Dallas Cognitive Neuroscience Laboratory of Addictive Disorders, who led the study. They say memory has been widely known to be a potential impairment as a result of cannabis use, but we didn't know yet what the mechanisms are. We especially don't know how that relates to people who use cannabis as a sleep aid.
And to answer that, Philby and Tracy Brown, the study's first author and PhD student at the University of Texas at Dallas, surveyed more than 200 people from Dallas and the Netherlands about their sleep quality within the past week. 141 respondents had cannabis use disorder, a condition marked by dependency on cannabis that affects 3 in 10 people who use it. The other 87 had used cannabis in the past, but not as frequently and not within the 3 months prior to the study. Those with cannabis use disorder reported more sleep problems compared to the other group. They also tended to perform not as well on the test assessing their visuospatial memory.
Oh, well, I seem to have no problem falling asleep. Well, this finding indirectly ties cannabis use to memory. Brown says there is likely underlying mechanism, the endocannabinoid system, a recently discovered signal network that regulates sleep, learning, and memory, among the other functions. Cannabinoids, chemicals in the heart of this system, are produced naturally by our bodies and are found in cannabis. Now, according to Brown, they say that what we know about the endocannabinoid system is that it's a regulatory process within its own right, but it signals circadian rhythms or sleep-wake cycles. Now, he added that sleep is crucial for the brain's ability to consolidate new information into memories. Go ahead.
The next step to exploring cannabis' impact on sleep and memory will be to study brain activity during sleep to gauge how restorative it is in real time. Future studies will also need to investigate how differing amounts of THC and CBD in the body affect sleep and memory, said Garling at UT Austin, who added that the amount vary based on how cannabis is taken. How biological sex affects the interplay between cannabis, sleep, and memory will also need to be considered because the study had more male participants than female. Studies looking at long-term cannabis use have found that sleep in women is impacted at a higher rate compared to men. Wow.
Philby and Brown emphasize this study is just the first step to a better understanding how cannabis impacts the brain and that more studies are needed given the public health concern posed by its widespread acceptance. Brown says that with any type of medication, you have all these different clinical trials, but with cannabis, it's putting the cart before the horse. We're legalizing it, not necessarily at the federal level, but the state level for medical and recreational use. But the fact that it's being legalized for medical use is informing people that this is something safe or effective. We don't have that kind of research yet. Now, under federal law, cannabis is classified as a Schedule I drug with a high risk of abuse and no legal use. Though exceptions can be made with permission from the DEA, this classification has posed a significant roadblock for clinical research, Finley says, but she is optimistic that it will soon change because in April, the DEA announced it would consider bumping cannabis down to a Schedule III, and it would remain a controlled substance, but the move would acknowledge its potential medical use and make research easier.
Medical cannabis in Texas is legal only for people with conditions including severe epilepsy, autism, cancer, or PTSD. Outside of those conditions, cannabis use and possession continues to be penalized. That's it.
That's it. Be penalized for my Crohn's disease.
Imagine that, eh?
Because it's not on there, right? It's not listed there. So, 1, 2, 3, 4. Last story before we go to break as I bring her up. And this is a bit of an update on right here in good old Canada. And here we go. Here's the story. Headline says Canada's medical cannabis system changed but didn't disappear after recreational legalization. And this comes to us from the Medical Express.
When Canada legalized recreational cannabis use on October 17th, 2018, there were concerns about the potential impact. Would it trigger greater cannabis use, boost economic growth, or otherwise affect the country's health, safety, and finances? Patients already using cannabis legally for medical purposes were especially concerned. They worried that recreational legalization might prompt physicians to stop authorizing cannabis treatments, or that cannabis producers would abandon the small medical market to pursue the higher recreational one. And for the most part, they did.
On both of those, I know well, a host right here on the network whose doctor said to them, well, why should I give you a license for 15 grams when you can go to the store and buy 30?
Yeah, true.
Yeah. After recreational legalization, the medical cannabis system did see declines between June of 2018 and December of 2022. The number of registered patients fell 32%, while product sales fell 29%. Some people thought that the medical cannabis system had failed or become obsolete. As someone who studies the business aspects of cannabis legalization, I wondered about these issues too. It wasn't clear how patients, producers, or healthcare providers would react to recreational legalization. Legal medical use itself had only become accessible a few years earlier. Well, what do you mean a few years? 2000, like 17 years earlier.
Yeah. Canada began allowing medical use of cannabis in 1999, but it remained difficult to get until regulations changed during 2024 or 2014 to 2015. The new rules allowed any physician to authorize patients to use cannabis. Those patients could then register to buy products online from licensed cannabis producers. Online orders could not exceed a 30-day supply.
Yeah, and some patients grew, right? Under this new procedure, the number of patients registering to buy cannabis soared. They grew from 7,900 in June of 2014 to 330,000 in June of 2018, nearly 1% of Canada's population. However, registration levels differed greatly between provinces, and in June of 2018, registrations represented almost 3% of Alberta's population versus only 0.1% of Quebec's. Yeah, that's because Quebec had a. Yeah, they weren't.
Their laws weren't the same as everybody else's. Interesting, less than half of our registrants bought medical cannabis in any given month. Perhaps they simply didn't need the full dose, or maybe they found it too expensive, inconvenient, or ineffective. In June 2018 was also when the federal government legislation. The law took effect in pardon?
Oh, go ahead. I heard pop. So.
The law took effect in October 2018 when recreational sales of dried cannabis and cannabis oils began. After initial product shortages were overcome, recreational cannabis sales grew rapidly as more stores opened, even during the COVID-19 pandemic. The consumer's choice expanded in December 2019 when edibles and vapes became available.
One thing there I just want to mention, it says as you read off there about the less than half the registrants bought medical cannabis in any given month because they found it too expensive, inconvenient, or ineffective. A lot of patients grew their own cannabis.
Yep.
They didn't have to buy it.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised that is not included in there as a reason why.
That was me. I grew my own. So
yeah, same here. Exactly. Now they say this is where my new study came in. I analyzed government data on patients' use of Canada's medical cannabis system between 2017 and 2022. This included how many patients registered, how often they placed orders, and how much cannabis they bought. I found that as soon as Parliament passed the new cannabis law, medical registrants began slowing down, despite recreational legalization still being 4 months away.
But the response differed noticeably between provinces. For example, registrations kept growing steadily in Quebec, but plummeted rapidly in Alberta. Other provinces were in between. My data doesn't say why those campaigns occurred or where those changes occurred. Perhaps Alberta, with its copious cannabis clinics, had many patients only mildly interested in using cannabis medically. Conversely, maybe Quebec was still catching up with other provinces on medical use.
Or maybe it was because in Alberta they had one of the highest amount of stores and people just started going to the store instead.
Yeah.
Yeah. June 2018 was also when the federal government passed its new cannabis legislation. The law took effect in October of 2018 with recreational sales of dried cannabis and cannabis oils began, and after initial product shortages were overdue. Oh, I think my screen jumped because that sounds like you've already read that.
Where I don't know where you are.
My screen is jumping. Come on.
Okay. They might have been due to retail convenience. At that time, medical producers and recreational stores were selling similar products. dried cannabis and cannabis oil. So perhaps some patients started topping up their supplies occasionally at recreational stores, but saw no reason to leave the online medical system completely.
And that's what I said, is that, the stores.
Yeah. And now that they're getting a reasonable price, at least on the reserves, that's where I shop. I don't grow very much myself.
Yeah. Now they say when edibles and other processed products began selling in December 2019, registrants dropped further, but the patients who remained bought medical cannabis slightly more often and in increasing larger quantities. Product selections might explain this patient split. Perhaps producers with good edible products retained their customers and received larger orders from them. Because conversely, maybe medical producers offering few edibles lost their patients to the recreational shops and their vast product assortments.
Makes sense. In summary, Canada's medical cannabis system experienced big changes after recreational legalization, but didn't disappear, while other countries see similar outcomes if they allow recreational cannabis.
In Europe, for example, the Netherlands is experimenting with recreational sales. Meanwhile, Germany has legalized recreational use, but not retail sales. Well, those countries experience medical cannabis changes like Canada did. Yeah. So you're going to have legalized recreational, but you don't have anywhere for people to buy
You can't get it. That's typical government, isn't it?
Well, they have, I think they were setting up co-ops and stuff like that, people to grow and things. But yeah.
I just find it astounding that they changed the laws, but after the laws changed, there is nowhere to get it. Why wouldn't they get it all together and do it at once?
Especially if they say they're trying to eliminate the black market, but not allowing retail sales. It doesn't do that.
No,
now, conversely, some countries barely tolerate even medical use. It is very difficult to legally obtain medical cannabis in the United Kingdom, for example, much like in Canada 20 years ago. And France has only conducted a few medical cannabis trials. Well, in France, they want to outlaw CBD as a carcinogen.
Other countries like Australia and New Zealand are somewhere in between. They're seeing rapid growth in legal medical use and illegal recreational use, but haven't legalized recreationally. That's roughly where Canada was 10 years ago. Will Canada's medical and recreational cannabis experiences make other countries more interested in legalization or less? Either way, I hope they can learn from our experiences as they chart their own cannabis paths. And I'd say it's going to make a lot more countries more prone to legalize cannabis, because all you have to do is read the last story, how much taxes they're raking in on our cannabis. It's 50% plus.
Oh, it's they get most of the money. So, all right, it's break time. Time to medicate. We'll be right back after a medical session. You're watching Psychedelics and Cannabis Educational News right here at paceradio.net.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Legacy 420 have an awesome array of cannabis-infused beverages, from pop to Nature's Nectar's teas, all in amazing flavors. What a selection. We even have a delicious mango-infused juice, and let me tell you, it's delicious.
Everything is infused in-house, so we buy our syrup from, the same place where everybody else buys their syrup for their pop, and the infusion is done in the lab. It's all canned here, labeled here, produced 100% on Tyndonega.
We have two lines of drinks. One is called our Nature's Nectar. That was our original line that we came out with. And then we also have a line under the Red E brand. We have them in 10 milligrams, 30 milligram, and 60 milligram cans.
What a great selection for a get-together with friends or after a long day. Remember, if you want to wet your whistle with on-site lab-tested products, come see your trusted partner. Legacy 420 out on your road.
Camelford Lifestyle Shop. Open Monday to Friday from 10 till 7 p.m. or by chance. Check out our flags, our t-shirts, plus our hats, and look of that supply of rolling papers, plus much more. We've got bongs and your favorite herbal vaporizers. Look at all the incense we have, as well as for those who collect knives, check out these knives in our collection. And while you're here, stop in to see Shay at the piercing room, where you can get poked by Shay. Daily deals, check them out. Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford, Ontario. Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420. Are you looking for non-stop, continuous cannabis and psychedelic programming? If you are, then turn your browsers to 420radio.ca or paceradio.net, where you will find the 420 Pace re-rolled Saturday. Everything gets started at 8 a.m. Eastern Saturday morning.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
We're back from a medical session to bring you some more news. I got a message over the break as well. Text message. Yeah. Person looking for some literature on vaping of cannabis, because I'm gonna say, how do we word this? Someone that they know was told that the vaping of cannabis is bad, and they were told this by their doctor.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, doctors aren't really known to be too informed on cannabis yet.
Yeah. And I didn't have a lot of time to send a message back to them, but I did mention that at one time in the U.S. there was problems with vaping because products that were put into it, additives, right? It wasn't the cannabis itself, wasn't whole plant cannabis that's being vaped like in a volcano or something. So, all right. Well, I'll have to send them some information after we're done the news. All right. So let's get into our next story. Headline here says research links psilocybin to enhance motivation, and this comes from the technologynetworks.com.
Research from Monash University demonstrates that rats given psilocybin exhibit increased optimism and motivation in reward-based. How do they know optimism? That's a weird one. This study provides insights into how psilocybin may address core symptoms of major depression, paving the way to future human trials and understanding its therapeutic mechanisms. The takeaways: psilocybin treatment led to long-lasting optimistic behavior in rats, indicating potential benefits for depression. The study utilized computational modeling to analyze the effects of psilocybin on information processing and behavior, and researchers aim to identify who may benefit from psychedelic therapies based on their findings, enhancing treatment strategies for depression.
Now, the university researchers have made a breakthrough in the study of psychedelics to treat disorders, including major depression, demonstrating that rats given psilocybin exhibit increased optimism over time. Now, psilocybin, which is found in magic mushrooms, has shown promise as a novel treatment for depression. However, the information processing mechanisms affected by psilocybin are not well documented.
Now, a cross-disciplinary team of Monash University has used computational modeling to demonstrate that rats given psilocybin displayed long-lasting, increased optimistic behavior to perform reward-based tasks. The findings published in Translational Psychiatry suggest psilocybin may be helpful for addressing the core symptoms of major depression and other conditions characterized by reduced engagement and withdrawal.
Monash PhD candidate Elizabeth Fisher led the study, working with Professor Jacob Hoyway from the Monash Center for Consciousness and Contemplative Studies, and Dr. Claire Foley from the Monash Biomedicine Discovery Institute. Now, Professor Hoyway says the results are promising, a step towards explaining the mechanisms of how psychedelics may work to change the brain and increase engagement after treatment.
Our team found that rats given psilocybin were more motivated to explore their environment and perform reward-based tasks. These exciting results show the mechanisms of how psilocybin may work to increase optimism in an animal model, which we hope may translate to humans as well. Beth Fisher said that the study should motivate confirmation of these effects in human studies.
Yeah, she says that insights into the mechanisms of psilocybin allows us to unpack who may benefit from psychedelic therapies, as well as whose those treatments may not be beneficial for. And it says that with many people around the world affected by depression, our ultimate goal is to help build understanding of how psilocybin might be used to treat core symptoms people experience, such as diminished optimism, empathy, and withdrawal from the world around them.
And that's it.
There you go.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So optimism in rats. That's the funny thing to be able to figure out how if they're optimistic or not.
Probably if they are active, because they'll be more likely in some type of maze.
Yeah.
And whether they were adventurous to find ways out of the maze versus maybe just sitting there and giving up hope. So
I know a few people like that.
Yeah. Alrighty. On to the next article. This one comes to us from Forbes. Headline says New Mexico cannabis advocates call for tighter regulations.
Cannabis advocates in New Mexico are calling on lawmakers to tighten the rules for the regulated cannabis industry and unlicensed cannabis businesses, arguing that businesses are failing in a saturated market that faces competition from unregulated businesses. At a meeting of the legislature's Economic and Rural Development and Policy Committee on Tuesday, cannabis industry leaders called on lawmakers to give the state's cannabis regulators more authority to address unlicensed cannabis businesses.
Now, Justin Dye, CEO of licensed cannabis company R. Greenleaf, according to the report from the KRQE News, says there's a thriving illicit market. They're not paying tax revenue. They're not getting their products tested. They're not packaging them right. They're selling to the minors, he says, competing with people who don't have to play by the rules, who don't pay taxes, who don't have to go through testing, who are a danger to our kids. We got to step up and do something about that, he added.
The same argument I've heard 100 times.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, same here.
It's the kids. This is about money. That's all it's about. Dye presented a list of proposed policy changes to the committee, including a proposal for the New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Department to add new inspectors to its Cannabis Control Division. Dye suggested increasing the number of inspectors to a level similar to other states such as Colorado and Oklahoma, which have 3 to 5 times as many inspectors per license holder. Until the CCD is able to deploy more inspectors, Dye proposed a temporary moratorium on issuing new cannabis business licenses. I don't understand that one. What is the licensed businesses? Why would you stop issuing new licenses? This is about unlicensed businesses.
Yeah, because it creates more legal stores that they think would create more work for the inspectors, I'm assuming.
Not forever. Let's just calm everything down, said Dye. Let's just simply simplify what we're doing. Let's enforce the rules that we have without bringing more and more folks into this that don't have all the experience to do this.
The proposal also calls for the state's cannabis inspectors to have more enforcement authority over businesses that are not complying with the regulations. Dye says, let's give them the rights to search, seize, destroy, and charge people.
No.
Dye also called on a ban on hemp-derived cannabinoids, which are not subject to the same regulations as cannabis. A California ban on hemp THC went into effect last month, while a similar prohibition in New Jersey that went into effect on Saturday is not being enforced because of legal challenges.
There are about 20 states that have outlawed it or regulated it, Dye said. We need to at least have that conversation. RLD spokeswoman Andrea Brown told the Santa Fe, New Mexico, in an email last month that New Mexico's recreational cannabis legalization law was established to make the industry equally accessible to anyone who wanted to own and operate a licensed cannabis business in New Mexico. She noted that the state has seen success with the plan, with the regulated cannabis industry generating more than $1 billion in revenue in just 2 years.
Brown added that the CCD has performed a record-breaking number of inspections in the first half of 2024. He says that the CCD routinely assesses what is working and explores ways to find additional resources needed to hold back bad actors accountable. We will continue to work with lawmakers to revise the CRA as industry needs evolve, including discussing adding language that would give the CCD the ability to seize, embargo, and destroy illicit and illegal cannabis products when found.
Ben Lewinger, who's executive director of the New Mexico Cannabis Chamber of Commerce, said he supports regulators' efforts to create a recreational cannabis industry that is accessible to potential business owners, but he says the state's legalization law is missing a key piece that specified that the regulation and licensing department had the ability to throttle new licenses based on market conditions. Citing an oversaturated market, Lewinger added that the industry group would continue to push for such a regulation. On Tuesday's legislative committee meeting, RLD Superintendent Clay Bailey updated lawmakers on the CCD's progress regulating the cannabis industry. Since the beginning of the year, the agency has performed 2,200 inspections of the state's 3,000 licensed cannabis operations.
Oh, he says that we've struggled, as you've seen some of the news media on us, in terms of the percent of the inspections done. We're working towards it, and we're working really hard, Bailey says. We also called for more funding and equipment for the agency, as well as increased authority over the industry by law enforcement.
We had to get some more authority if you want us to handle the cannabis, Bailey said.
So there you go.
I'm never positive about giving other people more authority over things.
It's it's sometimes it's just crazy. You know what's going on.
I didn't think that was too bad. They inspected 2,200 out of 3,000 licensed ones. The only thing that they're complaining about is the unlicensed ones, which takes from their pocketbook.
Yeah, and so of those 2,200 inspections, did they inspect any illegal stores, or were they all legal stores?
It just said it was they're inspecting their own stores. So these are licensed stores.
Yeah.
It didn't say anything about the illegal stores. So I think that should be a police matter, shouldn't it?
Yeah.
You know, not another agency again.
No. All righty, on to our next story. And this one comes to us from the Hemp Gazette. It says that study results show that cannabis use and physical activity. You know, we're always told stoners are lazy.
Cannabis use has been, that's what we've been told our whole lives. Cannabis use has been widely associated with less physical activity, creating a lazy stereotype. Some studies indicate otherwise. In analysis released this month, researchers from Brigham Young University used behavior risk factor surveillance system data to evaluate the association between cannabis use and the physical activity among adults in several U.S. states and territories covering the period of 2016 to 2022. And I got to say, there's lazy people and there's people that are active all the time.
Correct.
Whether they're using cannabis or not.
Exactly. That's right. The primary dependent variable of the research was based on the question, did you participate in physical activity or exercise during the past 30 days apart from your regular job? The primary independent variable was based on the question. During the past 30 days, on how many days did you use cannabis? And my answer would be 30 days.
Same with me.
Yeah. Yeah. 30 days. No one's called me lazy. Now, based on the yes or no responses, the researchers observed. Go ahead.
A positive association between current cannabis use and physical activity after adjusting for selected demographic variables. Legalization directly corresponded to greater physical activity, particularly with legalized recreational cannabis. It is well established chronic prior medical conditions significantly lower physical activity, but this negative association was only observed in non-cannabis users. In cannabis users, physical activity wasn't significantly lower. Well,
Wow.
that goes
Yeah.
against everything we've always been told.
It sure does. Maybe it's that government information that most of the people don't trust.
Yeah.
While acknowledging a number of limitations of the study, the researchers concluded public policy and personal health behaviors may improve with the findings that legal medical cannabis promotes greater physical activity in those experiencing chronic medical conditions, and legal recreational cannabis promotes, even more so, greater physical activity in those not experiencing chronic medical conditions. The study has also been published in the Journal of Cannabis Research.
And it should be noted that other studies investigating the association between cannabis use and physical activity have indicated mixed results, with various investigations showing increased, relatively unchanged, or even reduced physical activity. The BYU study report cites some of these and notes the inconsistent findings in these studies may be due to the different types of physical activity involved and different ways to measure physical activity. Commenting on the findings of the BYU research, Normal's Deputy Director Paul Amertano, can barely see that, said the conclusions contradict the long-standing stereotypes. Sure do.
It sure does. It's unfortunate that many of these false claims have historically guided public health messaging about cannabis and have also been used to stigmatize and discriminate against those who consume it responsibly.
It's true.
It's true. Yeah. Yeah. So much for the lazy stoner, eh?
We've been told that our entire lives.
Oh,
they're all lazy. They don't do shit. They don't do work. They're on welfare. We've been told that our whole lives. Most of the people I meet have medical problems and they don't work because of that, or they're very physically active and they do a lot of shit. Even the people that have medical problems, they do a lot of things like this, and advocate and go out and march and go out and do things all the time.
And who knows, maybe the dog owners like myself, and we get out and walk the dog a few times a day.
We do it. We take them every day after dinner for like 2, 3, 4 kilometer walks every single day. It's awesome. Yeah. I always smoke before I go. It's a great time.
I got a message about 20 minutes before we went live. Can you take Dre for a walk? So I'll be doing that. I said, I got to do the news first, so it's going to be after the news. So, yeah. All righty. Last story of the day, and this comes to us from Marijuana Moment with a headline that says, 10 GOP governors tell Supreme Court that state flexibility to legalize cannabis should extend to laws restricting transgender care.
If anybody can tell me what those things have in common or have to do with each other, I'll be happy to know.
Yeah, I know. When this story came up in our discussion before the show, it was, what is the connection? So we're gonna go through it and see what all it says here.
I haven't read it because I wanted to wait till I was on air here, but the headline alone made me want to put this story in there.
I haven't read it. I didn't see it until you sent it to me. So
10 Republican governors are arguing before the U.S. Supreme Court that the flexibility states have generally been afforded to legalize cannabis, in spite of federal prohibition, is an example of why you should also have the right to ban gender-affirming medical care for youth. In an amicus curiae brief submitted to the court on Tuesday, South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster, a Republican, and 9 other Republican governors made multiple mention of state-level cannabis laws. If states have been able to set their own cannabis policies, even as cannabis remains federally criminalized, that same standard should be applied to transgender healthcare laws, they said.
The brief was submitted in the case United States versus Scameti, which was raised by 3 transgender youth and their families who sued the state of Tennessee over a law banning gender-affirming care, including the prescription of treatments such as puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy for transgender minors. On medical cannabis, the states have addressed the topic in conflicting ways, the governor said. Some states have legalized medical cannabis. A different group of states now allows people to possess cannabis for any reason, despite the Controlled Substances Act. Meanwhile, other states continue to prohibit any use of cannabis, and that's why it needs to be federally legalized.
Yeah.
You don't have this fluctuation of different laws. Go ahead.
Just as states have the flexibility to regulate a medical cannabis vaccines and abortion, they may choose how to approach transgender medical procedures for children. The governor said, cannabis vaccines and abortion are examples of the state's well-established practice of legislating on contentious medical questions. Abortion's not a well-established legislating contentious medical conditions thing. It just happened.
Well, it was established for 52 years.
No, I mean they just eliminated that. So they haven't had a chance to do much legislating on it. McMaster was joined in the brief by the GOP governors of Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, Oklahoma, South Dakota, and Utah.
Notably, while they are attempting to make the case that state cannabis laws support their underlying argument about transgender care, many of the governors have strongly resisted efforts to enact legislation in their states, such as Governor Ron DeSantis and South Dakota Kristi Noem. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court on Tuesday heard oral arguments in the separate case of a trucker who sued a cannabis company after he was fired over a positive THC test that he says was caused by consuming a hemp-derived CBD product. Justices, during questioning, zeroed in on how exactly the worker was harmed by the incident and whether his losses qualify for triple damages under the federal law.
In August, justices separately heard arguments from the Justice Department in a case, United States versus Daniels, where the agency asserted that the federal government's ban on cannabis users owning guns is supported by a recent Supreme Court decision that upheld the government's ability to limit the Second Amendment rights of people with domestic violence restraining orders. What the fuck does cannabis have to do with domestic violence here in this?
Yeah, and why I don't even understand why they outlaw for people who have cannabis to say that they can't have a gun. Like, where's the violence? Where's the concern come in?
The case was set to be considered by the High Court, but it was amongst a number of firearms-related cases remanded back to lower courts following last month's domestic violence ruling. I fear that this is going to go through because of who sits on the Supreme Court.
Yeah, I know what you mean. So, alrighty. Well, there we go. Got all the stories in today.
All in today.
And what do you got planned for the rest of the day?
Well, it's looking, it's a little cold out there still, but it is sunny. So we're going to be going out and doing something outside.
I'm going
only
outside.
12 or 13. So.
I got some harvesting to do, so I got to go outside. That's where I'll be spending my day.
Yep. Well, have fun with that.
Oh, I will. I'm sure I'll take lots of pictures, as I always do. All right. Anything else?
Peace all.
Okay, from the Legacy420.com news desk, that's our Pace News Report for today. Thanks to our buds at the Camelford Lifestyle Shop, Limestone City Hydroponics.ca, as well as at ease.ca and Legacy420.com. In closing, we'd like to say thanks for watching, thanks for tuning in, and please don't forget to educate, medicate, and do not incarcerate, because incarceration It's never worked, right, Glenn?
Yep, never has, never will.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
When you have a pain that's reached its peak, Legacy for 20, it's so unique. If organic cannabis is what you seek, here's your trusted partners 7 days a week. Suppository salves, vapes and drops, topicals, edibles, infused pop. Just when life seems like it ain't easy, at Legacy 420, enjoy a pop freezy. Lab tested products, make them the GOAT. Legacy 420 out on your road. Legacy 420 in Tyndonega Mohawk territory. Indigenous organic cannabis at its finest.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace Network, found at 420radio.ca and paceradio.net. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this toke.